Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Cyberport Venture Capital Forum Cvcf 2022. This year, Cvcf goes for hybrid mode, which we will have physical and online participants at the same time. On this virtual event platform, you're able to view the content of our conference sessions and workshops live or on demand. Over 100 startups from Hong Kong and overseas are displaying their latest technology in the virtual expo of Innovator Showcase, along with over 50 startup power pitch videos to watch at the founder stage section. And more importantly, the deal flow scheduled via our investor matching tools over these few days. The forum today will be conducted mainly in English. There will be simultaneous interpretation to 普通话. Please choose from the interpretation button on Zoom. On-site guests, please get a headset from the hall entrance if needed. 各位来宾，今天的论坛将以英语进行。如果您需要同声传译服务，线上的观众可以按翻译的选项选择普通话。现场观众有需要的话，可以在会议厅入口领取耳机。谢谢。Today's investor matching session is held on-site concurrently from 11 a.m. at the training rooms. For startups and investors who have scheduled investor matching meetings here today via our investor matching online scheduler, please watch out for our SMS or email reminders. For investors who would like to schedule meetings on-site, please look for our staff at the investor matching counter at the Seaview Concourse for further assistance. Our exclusive startup clinic and workshop will be open tomorrow to offer much-needed professional advice and tips in scaling business or fundraising. Book Startup Clinic now to secure your slot. For online audience, there are several ways for you to redeem our gifts. You can get a $60 Deliveroo coupon through the following ways. Number one, catch 20 C tokens that appear on screen within these 2 days and complete the event feedback form QR code. Or check out the QR code today from the live digital recording of each session and complete the event feedback form. For our audiences on-site, complete the event feedback form either online by scanning the QR code at the back of your badge or the form in your attendee folder. You can get a special gift from our gift redemption counter. There will be a Cvcf quiz starting at 11 o'clock. Scan the QR code to complete the quiz, and the first 5 winners getting all answers correct will receive big prizes from Klook. Winners will be announced end of today here. Stay till the end and see if you'll be the lucky one. Also, as we have a very packed agenda today, there won't be official breaks this morning, but you can visit the 30 startup booths, sponsor booths, and network with your industry peers at the foyer anytime you want. Our forum will begin shortly. Please stay tuned, and I'll see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to Cvcf 2022. Our event is about to begin. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Please be also reminded to switch off your mobile devices or turn them to silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Our event is about to begin. Please be seated and you're kindly reminded to switch off your mobile devices or turn them to silent mode. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Are we ready for today? Wonderful. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our audience here from Hong Kong and worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cyberport Venture Capital Forum 2022. I'm Patricia, and it's my pleasure to be your MC today. First of all, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors. They are our diamond sponsor, Checkpoint, innovation partner, DBS, gold sponsor, Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, associate sponsor, Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited, customer experience partner, Twilio and Harpier, and our social media sponsor, Meta, as well as all our partners for your support towards CVCF this year. Now, to kick off today's event, we would like to first of all welcome on stage Mr. Simon Chan, BBSJP, Chairman of Cyberport, to deliver his welcome remarks. Simon, please.
Cindy, Hendrik, Peter, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cyberport Venture Capital Forum 2022. I'm delighted to see our venue buzzing with excitement again, as it is a key sign that we have emerged from the pandemic with stronger vitality. It's now time for us to fall further ahead, to inject new impetus into our economy with innovation and technology and entrepreneurship. Nationally, technological innovation was a key focus at the recent 20th Party Congress. The central government emphasizes science and technology as our primary productive force and innovation as our primary driver of growth. In Hong Kong, the latest policy address laid out forward-looking and targeted measures to boost I&T advancement, expand talent pipeline, and attract new enterprises which are representative and with high potential to set foot in Hong Kong. With these new blueprints in place, we are encouraged by this promising outlook for I&T entrepreneurship. This year's Cvcf, with the theme of thriving in the dynamic, refocusing for growth, presents an opportune occasion to capture the future for startups by harnessing the powers of tech venturing. Cyberport is fully committed to accelerating startup growth by enhancing the critical capability of fundraising for entrepreneurs. Merely in last year, we witnessed the birth of 2 unicorns, in addition to 4 unicorns already in our community of over 1,800 startups and tech companies. Accumulative funds raised by community startups have surged to over 34 billion Hong Kong dollars, with over 18 billion Hong Kong dollars alone in the past fiscal year, representing a nearly 6-fold increase year on year. As a tech investor, Cyberport strategically leveraged Cyberport Macro Fund and Cyberport Investor Network to drive investment from the local and global arenas, empowering startups expansion to the GBA, the mainland, and overseas. Our investment arm, Cyberport Macro Fund, has injected a total of 170 million Hong Kong dollars into 23 startups and attracted over 1.55 billion Hong Kong dollars in co-investment, achieving a co-investment ratio of 1:9. Our leading investments has also signaled a vote of confidence in potential of our investees, drawing co-investment into high-impact tech ventures while generating rewarding returns for investors. Cindy, our chairman of the CIN steering group, will soon share with you our CIN's encouraging achievements. Keeping an eye on the rapid growth of CBA and regional markets, we are also expanding our GBA and Asian links to connect startups to more investment and business opportunities. At this year's Cvcf, we have gathered more than 100 VCs and industry partners and over 200 investors to enlighten us with new perspective on the VC landscape, strategies for tech venturing, and participating in meetings with our top and coming startups. Apart from investment trends in Hong Kong, the GBA, Asia, and around the world, the spotlight will also be turned onto fast-growing sectors such as metaverse, health tech, construction tech, sports tech, and new space. In addition, we will look into ESG investing, carbon trading, and social innovation as the emerging spheres for VC. At the Innovator Showcase, our promising startups are a way to inspire visitors with the latest digital technology solutions. With Smart City aspiration gaining momentum, tomorrow we will host Smart Living Venture Day to take a closer look at the development prospect of EdTech, ArtTech, GeroTech, and Social Tech. I'm sure you will find the session unmissable. Before I close, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Cindy for her dedication to the Cyberport Investors Network. With her exceptional leadership, the network has grown impressively and boasted numerous entrepreneurs which have turned into technology change makers of our society. Riding on the strongest ever foundation laid by Cindy and the CIN team, Hendrik, our incoming chairperson of the CIN steering group, will take the network to new heights with his profound expertise and insights. Let's take inspiration from Cvcf with us to voyage onto the new VC frontiers ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Yes, and later on, we're going to celebrate CIN's 5th anniversary altogether. Well, today, our guest of honor, Professor Dong Sun, Secretary for Innovation, Technology and Industry, Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, is unable to join us in person due to urgent meeting, but he has recorded his opening remarks. Now let's hear from Professor Sun.
Simon, Sandy, Peter, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to join you all today at the Cyberport Venture Capital Forum 2022. My warmest welcome to you all joining us physically at Cyberport as well as virtually today. The theme this year, driving in the dynamic, refocusing for growth, is timely and highly relevant. With the ongoing pandemic, geopolitical uncertainties, and the rising interest rates around the world, innovation is undoubtedly a key driver to economic growth, or rather, that empowers industry to sail through treacherous waters. With the impressive lineup of speakers in the upcoming 2 days, I'm sure that they will offer insights to our industry players and startups on how to keep up with the challenges and emerge stronger than ever. Indeed, despite the various challenges, the development of innovation and technology in Hong Kong has experienced exponential growth over the past years. The amount of venture capital investment has increased to about 42 billion in 2021. Startups in Cyberport community alone have attracted over 18 billion of investment in the last financial year. This year, Cyberport celebrated the first ever successful listing of a unicorn community member on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, with another unicorn community member raising 100 million in its latest round 2 months ago. I'm sure that the best is yet to come, and we will hear more and more good news from Cyberport. As I have publicly said in various occasions, this term of government is committed to developing Hong Kong into an international INT center, as expressly supported by President Xi and clearly set out under the National 14th Five-Year Plan. As announced by the Chief Executive in his policy address last Wednesday, we are promulgating the Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Development Blueprint, which is going to lay out the future directions and major strategies for the INT development in Hong Kong from the top-level perspective. The government will also establish the Office for Attracting Strategic Enterprises to be led by the Financial Secretary for attracting strategic enterprises around the world. We will be working closely with this office to attract top-notch INT enterprises and talents to Hong Kong to strengthen the local INT ecosystem and to power up the development of tech industry of Hong Kong. I trust that you share my excitement for the future of Hong Kong's INT landscape. My team and I very much look forward to closely working with you all to charter a new path for Hong Kong's INT. Indeed, there are more exciting developments to come in relation to INT funding. For instance, we will roll out a new funding scheme, namely research, academic, and industry sectors 1+ scheme, RIS+ scheme in short, next year, to provide funding on a matching basis for research teams in universities which have good potential to become INT startups. We hope that this scheme can incentivize more collaboration among industry, academic, and research sectors to further promote the commercialization of R&D outcome and drive the industry development. On venture capital investment, I'm pleased to see that the Cyberport Investor Network, celebrating its 5th anniversary, has brought many key industry players and investors into the Cyberport community over the years. I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Sandy Chow for her distinguished leadership at this network over the past 2 years. And please join me in welcoming Mr. Henry Sen as the new chairperson, whom I trust that is going to bring the network to new heights. In closing, let me share with you a quote from Peter Drucker. Yet surely this is the time to make the future, precisely because everything is in flux. This is a time for action. Let us all work together to make a smarter and brighter future for Hong Kong. I wish the forum another year of great success and a fruitful experience for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sun, for your words of encouragement. Thank you. Today also marks the very special occasion for celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Cyberport Investor Network, Cyberport's initiative to drive fundraising for startups and companies in the Cyberport community. Now we would like to invite the following guests to come on stage for the next celebration together. Now please welcome Mr. Simon Chan, Chairman of Cyberport. Next, please welcome on stage Mr. Peter Yan, CEO of Cyberport. Please welcome. Next, let's welcome on stage Mrs. Cindy Chow, Chairperson of Cyberport Investors Network CIM Steering Group. Also, we would like to welcome our Board of Directors of Cyberport, Mr. Hendrik Sin, Dr. Charleston Sin. Please welcome. We would also like to invite Mr. Eric Young. Please welcome. And at this juncture, we would like to invite all CIN members to come on the stage. Please welcome all CIN members. Wow, it's going to be a big, big team of our important CIN members on stage as well. So while our guests are getting ready, let me just share a little bit about what are we going to do later on? Startups are like growing plants from seeds. Sow the seeds, we provide the right environment, we feed them, fertilize the soil, let the roots develop, and presto. Well, Cyberport is proud to be that passionate farmer who water, nurture, and put their extra efforts until they sprout, grow bigger, and harvest. And I would like to encourage our audience here to join us with some immersive AR interaction by scanning the QR code on the screen. You can just tap on your mobile screen and a tree will actually grow. Tap more and plant more, and when you see a complete button appearing on the screen, click complete to see what you will harvest. Now we would also like to invite Mr. Eric Chan, Chief Public Mission Officer of Cyberport, and Mr. Johnny Chan, Chief Investment Officer of Cyberport, to proceed on stage. All right, when we have everybody ready on stage, we'll first pass the pots to our guests of honors here on stage. And before we do the kickoff gimmick, let's have a photo together. All right, before we do that, let's do a photo together first. Excellent. All right, a few more. Please smile for the camera at the center. All right. Now, when we're ready, we would like to invite our guests of honor to get ready and water the seeds for us. Okay, let's do the count together. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations on the 5th anniversary of the CIN, which marks the great funding achievements over the past 5 years. Congratulations. That's amazing. Wow, that's fantastic. All right, would our guests of honor please hold the pots together, and we'll take one more photo to commemorate this important moment. Okay, please smile with the camera at the center, our official photographer right there. Okay, one more with a thumbs up. That's nice. Okay, would all guests on stage please remain on stage, because our colleagues is going to be collecting the pots from our guests of honor, and we'll take one more group photo together. 好，我哋台上嘉賓咧，影多一張合照下。Let's have one more photo. Okay, please smile for the camera at the center, our official photographer. Okay, let's take one more photo. One more. That's nice. All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stage opening animation is produced by Cyberport Company, ICE Production, and the AR game by Cyberport Startup E-Team. Thank you once again to all our guests. Please be seated. CIN has actually been instrumental in bridging Cyberport's innovative startups with investment, accelerate their fundraising capabilities, and support their growth to realize their full potentials, as well as sustaining the vibrancy of our startup ecosystem. This is a very, very encouraging achievement from the Cyberport community and demonstrates the concerted efforts of CIN, CMF, and our partner networks in helping startups shine and springboard them to success. I'm sure we're now into another year of strong and robust growth in entrepreneurship and venture, with some very good achievements to share with you all very soon. Now we would like to invite on stage Mrs. Cindy Chow, Chairperson of Cyberport Investors Network CIN Steering Group, to share CIN's achievements in the past year. Please welcome Cindy.
Good morning, Simon, Peter, Hendrik, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really great to come back to the CVCF with such a strong attendance. It's been almost 3 years since we have such a big group together. As Simon mentioned, today marks the end of my chairpersonship of the CIN network. The last 3 years of my tenure as the chairman of the CIN has been really rewarding, despite the ups and downs of the startup and also the investment space due to the pandemic. And since the inauguration of the CIN back in 2017, our membership has flourished, both in quantity and also diversity. Our network now has over 150 members, including traditional VC and PE firms, as well as family offices and also corporate venture capital. In fact, family offices and CVCs now account for over 30% of the membership base, which signifies the growing attention of corporates and also family offices in adoption of technology and innovation in their businesses. And also it attests to the quality of the startups in the Cyberport community. And as our connection with the GBA grow, we have more than 25 members, GBA investors joining CIN, which enhance our capacity to help our startups as they intend to grow into the GBA to really elevate their business to a bigger market. And in addition, we formed 2 subcommittees last year to organize more focused engagements with our members. We have further bolstered our partnership with the Cyberport Macro Fund to facilitate deal flow and provide more targeting matching. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we have not been able to meet as frequently as we would like to. But I'm sure that with the pandemic measures going to ease out, and under the leadership of Hendrik, we'll be able to achieve more with the subcommittee's participation. CIN's key mission is really to enhance the fundraising and deal making of the Cyberport startups. And I'm delighted to inform you that the CIN investments have witnessed a very consistent growth despite the effects of the pandemic. Ever since the network's inception in 2017, CIN members have invested into 67 projects totaling 1.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. And in the past year alone, despite all the difficult market situation, our members have invested around 580 million Hong Kong dollars in 16 projects, an increase of about 80 million or 16% year on year. This is really impressive. You know, everyone knows that the market has been very difficult for the last year. And indeed, besides investment, our network or our members have also facilitated the investment into technology export like WeLab, 1 Degree, Aquamon, Animoca Brands, and SneakFlow. And also, we have also facilitated the adoption of some of our technologies by the public sector, such as GoGoX, Pickup, Robon, Water Bento, Wild Faces, and so on. And I'm confident that we will soon see more and more successful stories, and we all can proudly reclaim the title of Hong Kong being one of the most important exporters, but this time an exporter of innovation and technology. CIN's investment sectors have also expanded in the same way as Hong Kong's INT development has. While fintech continues to be one of the very key and important sectors among our investments, we are also seeing growing interest of our investors in other sectors, including like art tech, health tech, digital entertainment, insurance tech, AI big data, enterprise solutions, Web3, and smart living. I'm certain that as the development of INT industry in Hong Kong advances and consolidates, our members will play a much greater role in promoting investments and also the subsequent growth of our startups. The macro environment has been very, very challenging in in the last couple of years, and also right now as well. And startup fundraising is going to be very difficult. But I'm sure that with the support of our CIN members, as well as the whole ecosystem of the Cyberport network, we will be able to attract more international investors to come to Hong Kong. And we will continue to engage our members and grow our membership base, and also to help them to match with the startups that suits their appetite and also the sector interests, and hence to further grow and enhance the overall Cyberport network. And I believe that with the new leadership of Hendrik, I'm sure that our CN will continue to prosper in the ensuing years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cindy. Please remain on stage. We'd like to invite you to proceed to the center of the stage, as at this juncture we would also like to welcome on stage Mr. Hendrik Sin, co-founder and vice chairman CMGE Technology Group Limited and board of director of Cyberport, who will succeed Cindy as the new chairperson of the CIN steering group, to join Cindy for a group photo together. Now our colleague will be handing you the CIN logo. And let's have a photo together. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the two leaders for their great effort and work in making CIN into such a beautiful and, well, amazing network, really. Congratulations once again, as Hendrik will become our new chairperson for the CIN steering group. And also thank you, Cindy, for your tremendous contribution for the CIN. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause to Cindy and Hendrik. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Now, Cindy, please be seated. Thank you very much. And now we would like to invite Hendrik to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again welcome Hendrik.
Simon, Peter, Cindy, and all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. And first, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Cindy, and also thanks to the network's first chairman, chairperson Duncan Chiu, for laying out such a solid foundation for the Cyberport Investors Network. Over the last 5 years, their leaderships have given rise to many remarkable, outstanding results. And the Cyberport ecosystem, as well as Hong Kong tech investment landscape, have truly benefited as a result. It is indeed an honor and a great pleasure for me to take up this role and carry on the vital mission of CIN. One of CIN's core missions is to provide stability, foresight, and critical support, not only to startup tech companies, but also to investors interested in making impactful investments in INT. CIN and Cyberport Macro Fund clearly show the powerful network and multiplier effects they are able to generate together. For years, Cyberport has devoted to supporting communities, enterprises through all aspects of growth, supports. And Cyberport Macro Fund drove a total fund size of 1.7 billion Hong Kong dollars, including its own investment and other co-investments. As Chairman Simon Chen previously pointed out, the co-investment ratio achieved by the fund has reached 1:9, so it's a pretty amazing ratio, manifesting investors' confidence in our selection of high potential enterprises. In fact, a total of 67 startups were invested over the years. Our support is certainly non-stop growing, as in evident that CIN memberships, number of investments, number of startups, and industry sectors represented all have grown significantly over time. I have the luxury to join Cyberport boards for 4 years and have the honor to be both the chairperson of CIN and Cyberport Macro Fund at the same time. So I will strive to make these organizations, departments to work very closely together. And with Cyberport Macro Fund's expanded mandate to invest beyond Series A, we have been enlisting more growth stage investors as CIN members. So we work with the network stage and sector-specific investors to foster more targeted deal flow sharing. I'm personally a GBA entrepreneur as well as an investor in the VC space. So I will try my best to organize with my team more suitable and thematic activities for our startups as well as our investors. And I hope we can grow our work together hand in hand with all of you, all our friends of Cyberport. As Hong Kong INT development progresses and more regional and international tech investment converge in Hong Kong, CIN can play an active role in driving deal flow for Cyberport startups and engaging more investors in tech investment to enrich the landscape. Additionally, CIN members can help achieve the INT goals outlined in the most recent policy address by our CE, particularly those pertaining to attracting strategic enterprises and top talent and boosting our overall INT competitiveness, leveraging initiatives such as the 5 billion Strategic Tech Fund, in which Cyberport has a role to support. As mentioned, we will step up CIN strategic collaboration with members and strengthen the link between industry organizations and Cyberport startups. We will organize more activities to help startups improve their fundraising and deal closing skills. Such activities will include coaching, presentation and negotiation, training, and industry leaders sharing, etc. We will amplify our impact by continuing to expand and diversify CIN memberships and align investors more closely with Hong Kong's current and upcoming INT needs. This includes engaging more investors from the GBA and across the world to review investment opportunities from the overall Cyberport community. I very much look forward to working with all of you in the coming years to support our startups and investors network, boost tech investments, and propel Hong Kong's INT development to new and greater heights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hendrik. Please be seated. Thank you. And we definitely look forward to celebrating more achievements with you for CIN. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's kickstart the exciting program of today with the latest state of market trends and outlook. Please welcome on stage Ms. Irene Zhu, Head of New Economy and Life Sciences, Hong Kong, KPMG. Please welcome Irene.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to Cyberport, and big congratulations to Cindy and Peter on great success in the CIN's network. So, 2022 Q3, I will take the next 15-20 minutes to give you an overview about the activities and trends globally as well as regionally in Asia as well as China. And before I get into the numbers, last year, same time at the CVC Forum, I talked about the outlook as well for 2022. And back then, like many of you, we had great hope that the COVID restriction would have eased beginning of 2022 this year. And we have been having that hope, but then remain very cautiously optimistic. But actually what followed in 2022 from the beginning has been a series of, I would say, challenges and surprises. Suffice to say that it's actually is not easy to downplay all the incidents and their impact, not only on countries, but actually on businesses and individual level. So currently, you would have seen in the news on a daily basis about the pressure on inflation and interest rate hike, and also the impact on consumer confidence in spending. At the same time, a lot of the tensions, geopolitical tension that I did talk about last time, continue to intensify. And labor market also is one of the areas that I personally see a lot in our business. And I talking to clients locally as well as globally, there's been a really real challenge in attracting talents as well as bringing people back to work after almost 3 years of COVID experience. And last but not least, there are a couple of areas that is also interesting. I thought I'll also mention that. I mean, Hong Kong, China, we're still managing the COVID situation, but I think we're glad to see that Hong Kong finally are releasing the restrictions on traveling. Globally, when we look across, many of the countries eased their restrictions earlier, but then the recovery from COVID has not been even. Some countries are recovering better than the others, and that also create differences in terms of performance, but also potential, I would say, challenge when companies are operating globally. And last but not least is about the climate change and the energy transition. That's been a really hot topic, and I think we should be very glad to see that businesses and government and country finally fully aware of the risk and then the need to actually take actions. What comes after, though, we'd like to see more opportunity for entrepreneurs, but at the same time, during the transition, there will be challenges that we need to overcome, whether it's about job losses and also capacity building. So that sets the backdrop of the global trends and challenges. So now let's dive into the numbers. And you shouldn't be surprised to see that the numbers continue to trend down since the beginning of this year, since Q1. And in 2022 Q3, we have seen again a drop in VC funding globally to 87 billion, and across all regions we're seeing the decline, and also whether it is early stage or angel stage or late stage, they're all trending down, and compared with last year though. What we are seeing, though, despite that trends going down, there are still mega deals being recorded in all the regions. And what that means also that there's slightly different kind of strategy being adopted by the investors. There's a lot more concentration for late stage. At the same time, there are obviously challenges when it comes to valuation. What we are also seeing, the fact that the volume and valuation or the actual deal flow has come down, there's actually a record level of dry powder in the market. That applies across our region. So they remain cautious, looking for a good investment, but nonetheless, that's actually a good sign that when the market does recover, there will be a lot of funds coming through. In terms of sectors, the sectors that actually are being most sort of preferred by investors that we have seen are companies that are slightly capital light, not as intensive. So the one in the middle, you can see that the big chunk is actually software company providing digital solutions, SaaS company, are attracting a majority of the deal flows. And we are also seeing companies that are in health and biotech, and I always talk about this because it's actually proven over the past almost 3 years now to be a really resilient sector. Locally in Hong Kong, obviously, we see specifically this is a strategic area, but globally, this is also an area that investors really are interested in. Also, I talked about the fact that globally, many of the countries have already eased their restrictions on COVID. So businesses that actually benefit during the COVID period, either it's about food delivery or some of the B2C businesses, actually seeing less interest when it comes to fundraising. So investors are actually slightly moving away from the B2C businesses and more to the B2B. So in terms of the global trend in Asia, we are seeing that the trend follow the global trend when it comes to fundraising. It is trending down. However, the trend, we must say, within Asia, we always say the most representative regions is actually, you got India and China. And actually, they have slightly different, I would say, trend seeing. I will show the China trend later on. But then even it's going down, we believe that actually they have quite resilient, especially in the India, Japan, and China markets. And we are seeing also within China, there's an uptick in VC investment, very different from the global trends. Sectors that are actually most exciting is here. So again, companies that are in software also continue to be preferred. But at the same time in Asia, there are companies that are in improving, addressing, for example, electric vehicles and also hard tech in China that are actually attracting funding. And separately in the Southeast Asia, companies that are improving productivity in businesses, the enterprise solutions are also interesting. Energy sector right now is still a small portion at the very top bar, the purple one, but then we are seeing good growth and good potential. And also energy sector, because it would be a bit more slightly capital intensive, especially those are in the storage or battery business, they tend to attract bigger round of funding. So I thought it'd be interesting to share with you about the overall sort of up, down, or flat round, because I think there's so much discussion, and also entrepreneurs themselves, right? And even businesses have a hard time making projections and also determining the valuation. When we look at the actual deal flow, you can see that despite that there's a company that are perhaps having to adjust their valuation, the outbound continue to represent a larger number and proportion of the deal flow, whether it's based on the number of rounds or the actual fundraise. So that is actually comforting in one sense that we're still seeing resilience in company valuation. Now let's take a look at China. I did talk about the fact that China is very different from the rest of the global trend. They're actually trending upwards. So the VC in China actually going up is actually for Q3, it has increased by 30% to 13 billion. And that applies across seed, early stage, as well as late stage. So this is a really interesting trend. We like to see the fact that it's turning around in Q3. And especially in China, sectors that are very much aligned with the government policy directions are the ones that are most supported by investors. Many of these are, you would have heard about hard tech, semiconductor sectors, and climate technology, ESG-related sectors also favored. And so because of the policy that would support them, I think this is considered that probably in part help investors reduce some of the potential uncertainties in the regulatory environment. And in fact, out of the top 10 global fundraising, 2 of them are actually from China. So in new material as well as in climate technology, so EV battery. So I think it does support and also explain the investors' interest in these areas. So when we talk about this region in China and also later on in Hong Kong, in addition to VC, we always want to take a look at the public capital market because it does give us an indication about the exit activities. And interestingly, we previously have, not in this one, but looking at the global IPO activities. And when you look at globally, the global funding on IPO has come down quite significantly. It's been a really quiet IPO market this year and also in Hong Kong. But interestingly, in China, 3 quarters up to this year, Q3, the fundraising amount already exceeded full year last year. So China actually has become the top IPO location globally. And obviously, there are many of these deals are pretty sort of strategic sectors in China. But at the same time, it also means that there's still companies, quality companies that are ready for going public. At the same time, there are investors willing to support these IPOs. Sectors that are the one that raised the most amount of funding through IPO is TMT, industrials, healthcare, and life sciences. So that trend has been what we have been observing for the last few years, and that continues. Now, let's look at Hong Kong. Typically, Hong Kong, we look at together with China, but then I purposely sort of extracted the Hong Kong number. Hong Kong number is more aligned with the global trend. So across all different stages of funding, they are trending down. But what I like to mention, though, is that it looks like Hong Kong has stabilized. We have seen a big drop earlier this year from Q1 to Q2, about 60% drop in venture capital investment. But in Q3, it's actually going a little bit higher than Q2. So we're hoping that trend continue, and then the Q4 we've seen even better numbers. And I'm not too surprised the fact that there's so many targeted government policies and programs, such as the one from Cvcf, is actually driving a lot of the VC activities and helping the market and investors get back into sort of taking a more risk and also willing to back some of the early stage companies. Okay. In Hong Kong, what we believe that have growing interest is in the B2B and also the clean energy sector. And also what I did mention here, obviously, is the Web3. One of the biggest deal that we have seen in Q3 is Animal Cell. So $110 million US. So I think that also kind of set a great example for Hong Kong that we actually have a diverse range of companies in Hong Kong. Again, I talked about IPO in China and IPO in Hong Kong, and that trend, it is indeed very much following the global trend. IPO exit has an impact on VC activity. That's what I always say. But what I think is the fact that looking at the IPO pipeline on the exchange, companies that have submitted application but has not yet closed, the pipeline is still pretty healthy. And I do hope that with the ease of the COVID restrictions, investors are more willing to invest, and then and I think valuation is at the level where market is more comfortable. So we do believe that with that and then the dry power that is available, we should be looking at improvement in the coming quarters. So I want to just take a minute to update also that what's also going to be exciting for the Hong Kong capital market is the new 18C chapter. The consultation just came out, and what it really is trying to also give additional venue for companies that are mostly driven and focused on R&D activities. Either they have commercialized or they have not commercialized, would have lower financial requirement when it comes to going public in Hong Kong. And I have given you the summary. I won't go into the details, but essentially, what is being defined in this 18C as specialist technology could range from advanced materials, the next generation IT solutions, food tech, agriculture tech, new energy. Again, this is something that I've been mentioning a few times. Advanced hardware, so it could be anywhere from semiconductors to really nanotechnology, for example. So this is going to be exciting, I believe, for Hong Kong, for a mainland Chinese company, but also we could be attracting a lot of the company outside of this region. Right. So I want to also talk about that with all the global trends, what is interesting in Hong Kong? Why am I optimistic about Hong Kong and also in the coming quarter? Is that the two areas that specifically about the Greater Bay Area. I don't know among the audience you're from Hong Kong, but also there might be international audience listening to this. We've been talking about Greater Bay Area for a few years. And every time we talk about the fact that Hong Kong can really leverage and expand into a much bigger population and potential. But actually, there are specific policies now announced and more targeted. And I thought I'll just give you a quick overview, and I will also talk about what it really means for the entrepreneurs in Hong Kong. So first of all, it's the Northern Metropolis. Now, Northern Metropolis is interesting in the sense that is meant to create a big, a livable city at the same time with a very focus on driving INT. And they have particularly sort of in the plan, there are going to be 3 development circles. And Lau Fao Shan is one, and then you have Santian, and then you have the wetland conservation. So it's actually quite a interesting combination. Typically, we want to not just, in this case, not just to grow a city or a central business district. We actually want that to be a livable community with a full ecosystem. And a lot of the focus will be on collaboration between Hong Kong and Shenzhen because the Northern Metropolis is going to sit right next to Shenzhen. Next one, very quickly. I also want to touch upon Nansha. Nansha is going to be, it has been the fastest growing district in Guangzhou. And Nansha also has a very specific targeted startup support measures and policies, especially for Hong Kong. So if you're a Hong Kong citizen and Macau citizen, you can enjoy income tax, individual income tax exemption. At the same time, there are a whole suite of policies to help Hong Kong entrepreneurs and startups to set up shop in Nansha. So there's also talent cultivation, so not only the startup, but also the youth development. So the plan is to really try to create a very holistic support ecosystem. So what does it really mean for Hong Kong or startups in Hong Kong or those who are interested in GBA? It is, Hong Kong will actually be positioned as a springboard for commercialization and development. The key focus are 3 areas. Number 1, the collaboration between Hong Kong and the rest of GBA now very specifically is going to be about R&D, research and development. Second is about commercialization, translation. So market and research collaboration will be the key drivers. And second is about talent. With that, next to such a big market is also about how can we tap into the talent pool across the border, but at the same time give opportunity for those across the border to come to Hong Kong. So there will be much more policy, and you have already seen that how we can actually attract more talent and also entrepreneurs to be developing the business in that GBA. Last but not least, I talk about that 3 circle. One of it is actually about sustainable city and also nature reserve ecological development. Sustainability and smart city development will be a very important opportunity for companies that are especially in climate tech, clean tech, or green tech. So with that very clear focus, I believe actually GBA now had a roadmap as to what it will become. And I thought this is really exciting. So last is about market outlook. So obviously, it's very hard to predict what's going to happen. Obviously, I always want to add with an optimism, and I think I do have all the reason why we can be very optimistic sitting in Hong Kong. Globally, it will continue to be, I would say, investor will continue to be quite conservative because different regions are facing different kinds of challenges, and this will take time for that to go back to normal. However, looking in China, we are happy to see that China VC investors are becoming very strategic and looking at areas where there will be less risk when it comes to changing regulation and uncertainty. So we believe that areas like climate tech, hard tech, and healthcare life sciences will be quite interesting in the coming quarters. And also, because of the continued sort of slowdown, except for China when it comes to IPO, we potentially could see an uptick in M&A activities when companies might be looking for different ways to exit. Asia, we believe that momentum will continue in fintech, health tech, SaaS companies, and also companies addressing business productivity and green tech. Again, Hong Kong, that's my message that I want to leave, is that I am a firm believer that Hong Kong is a very resilient city, and we are set to have a very sustained and also a rebound and recovery because of all the measures I talked about. And I think the conditions actually that we are in are best opportunity of all, despite all the challenges I talked about. So with that, I want to end my presentation, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Irene. Thank you for such a comprehensive sharing on the trends and outlook. Thank you. Coming up next, we are honored to have a keynote delivered by Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, Chairman and CEO, Sinovation Ventures, President, Sinovation Ventures Artificial Intelligence Institute, on the topic 6 Megatrends in an AI and Tech Economy. Please welcome our speaker, Dr. Lee.
So my talk is on how AI will transform the world. I have 3 parts, and mostly the last part is the meat of the talk. So I'm going to start just sharing about the progress of AI. You're probably familiar with AI breaking all the records in all kinds of things, in games and protein folding and medical diagnosis. And in this chart, we've plotted, interestingly, against history. And on the vertical axis is a logarithmic scale of how much computing is required. So what's interesting to see is first, the new big breakthroughs are becoming more and more numerous, especially after 2010. So what happened in 2010? Well, deep learning happened. So the trajectory of computing used to be like this. Now it's like this. This is a slope of about 1.5x per year. This is a slope of about 7 times per year. So the implications here are several. First, deep learning must be amazing, so to create so many breakthroughs. Secondly, the new breakthroughs are not just breakthroughs in themselves. They require an incredible amount of computation. Why do they need so much computation? Because they run on data, and more data is needed. So this is the takeaway from this slide. And with all of this progress, how does deep learning work? Basically, deep learning is very different from the human brain. Our brain works actually very directly, conceptually, and rule-based manner, at least the way we think about it. We conceptualize matters, we analyze issues, and we think very quickly and jump thought to thought and make a decision. And it's usually a number of steps, not too many. But AI is very different. Early AI researchers tried to teach AI to think the way people do. Let's say you want to decide if you want to lend money to someone. A human might say, how much money do you make? And then if they make not enough money, then you ask, you own your house, and so on and so forth. But AI doesn't work that way. AI takes all the data from all the people from the beginning, and then it analyzes all the people and all the data we know about them. How many of them defaulted on the loan? How many of them paid back? And train what's called an objective function, which separates the good borrowers from the bad borrowers. And if you think about each person being represented by, let's say, 1,000 features, features like your annual salary, your address, whether you own a house, the profession you're in, what apps are on your phone, so on and so forth. So 1,000 features it knows about you. It correlates them with 1,000 features of, let's say, 10 million other people who borrow money. And then it creates a decision surface that is 1,000 dimensional. So it essentially, imagine it's a three-dimensional issue, then it would make a decision surface and separate the people who returned the loan and people who defaulted. And then a new person comes in and says, I want to borrow some money. Then you collect 1,000 features from them and you see if they lie on this part of the curve or that part of the curve. Note that I draw the curve in 3 dimensions, but actually it's 1,000 dimensions. So in order to train this 1,000-dimensional deep learning system, of course we need a lot of data. Then we can now go into the table and clearly see that because AI and humans reason very differently, AI will naturally require a huge amount of data, and it's amazing at its optimization ability. It can also do this thing called individualization, which means when you go to YouTube and you click, and watch all the videos, and before you know it, 3 hours have elapsed. That's because YouTube has learned enough about you to show you the videos that will get you addicted to watching one after another. But when I go, I may also be tricked to watch 3 hours, but I watch different videos. So the fact that it can hone in on each person and individualize is an amazing skill. However, there are some things people are very good at. The ability to abstract, analyze, we have common sense, we have insights, and we're able to be creative, come up with new concepts, not having to just optimize based on someone else's, that someone else gave us to do, which AI has to do. So that's what differentiates human from AI, and that's why we shouldn't combine the two, compare the two, and say, when will AI be a superset of human? Well, we think differently, so why should we be supersets of each other? And AI will grow, more computation, more data, and people have ability to create and empathize. We are just different animals that think differently. So with AI, it really works only well when you have a huge amount of data with very good labeling in a small domain with a lot of compute power and some AI people to tweak it. These things are required. And when these things are available, AI can do wonderful things. AI is an omni-use technology that can be applied to any domain that has a lot of data. And of course, with wave 1, I categorize these into 4 waves. Wave 1 is internet AI. Who has the most data? Internet companies, of course. And they'll use that data to optimize and make money. And that AI is probably helping Google, Facebook, Amazon for half of their profit or something like that, because AI is so good at optimizing things for them in order to deliver more profit or click-through or videos watched. So who else has a lot of data? Well, the people you work with, the business community, the insurance companies and banks and investment companies, but also schools and governments have a lot of data. IRS has a lot of data. The DMV has a lot of data. So these are examples that data can be made for some purpose. Wave 3 is beginning to go into domains where maybe there isn't data. Data is transient. Data is things we see and we hear, and after we see them and hear them, they disappear. But why not record them and use them for the purpose of understanding and recognition? So, as I mentioned earlier, AI has gotten so good that it's better than people in image recognition, in speech recognition, and in increasing number of perception tasks. And in addition, AI can do more than see and hear. AI can have sensors attached, which will reconstruct 3D, sense humidity, temperature. These are things we humans cannot do. So it's fully to be expected that AI will exceed people by far in perception as well. In the 4th wave is one that's a little bit difficult right now, but AI will overcome, and that's in the area of our hands and our feet, the ability to move and manipulate. AI is a little bit clumsy right now, but getting better and better. Deep learning does apply to these areas, so we are seeing more and more autonomous autonomous vehicles and robots beginning to work as well. So these 4 waves, and underneath you see all the industries where AI is being adopted, and they will either disrupt or be infused in and enable capabilities for all these industries. In many cases, AI will be startups that try to disrupt a company or an industry. But in most cases, it is the traditional industry or the non-AI industry that will embrace AI and make use of AI and get value. So Sinovation has invested in a lot of companies in all kinds of aspects of the 4 waves of AI. These are some examples, screenshots in companies that we've invested in. And let me now talk quickly about the AI boom in China. My last book, not the book I'm talking about today, but my last book really is about the following 7 points. That AI is no longer rocket science. Engineers can use AI nowadays. You guys know that. Secondly, AI is the next electricity as an omni-use technology to be infused everywhere, and we've talked about that. Thirdly, data is the new oil because data is what drives and improves AI performance. And in that case, China is the new OPEC because there's so much data in China. And because of so much data and engineering talent, China will co-lead AI with the US, which was a big surprise at the time this book, AI Superpowers, came out 3 years ago. But now I think people accept that. And that China will lead in some areas while the US will lead in other areas. And if we look at the 4 waves of AI, from internet to business to perception to automation, there are some areas that China will be quite good at. For example, in automation and robotics, because China is the world's factory, so it will grow very quickly. Enterprise and business, China has a tougher time with that. And in perception, with object and speech recognition, a lot of it has to do with attention to detail, so China is gaining ground as well. But the most amazing thing is, back in 2013, China was nowhere. In fact, in my last book, AI Superpowers, I talked about the Sputnik moment when China actually woke up around the time of AlphaGo to realize that, hey, this is important, we got to do something. And amazing progress has been made in the past 8 years. And we're roughly seeing a state where China is roughly caught up with the US in implementation and commercialization. So China became an AI superpower because of the engineering prowess, because China had tough entrepreneurs who built great internet companies and mobile apps, which collected a lot of data, especially super apps like WeChat. And that has led to great innovations, because built on all that data, trained smart AI, China was matching the US in the new types of AI-enabled apps that they could come up with. But the key thing, number 4, is that data is the new oil, and China just has so much data because of more people and also more usage. And China has a lot of funding in AI, and that's likely to increase given the geopolitical situation now. And finally, the Chinese government has been very supportive of developing AI. Despite the discussions about tech regulations, those are largely applicable only to large internet companies. And actually, Chinese government is providing support for AI companies, which are among the top national priorities. And China has developed this new universe of great apps and really has become an AI superpower, as my book predicted. And we can see that China's R&D budget is growing very rapidly. Chinese academic papers are catching up with US and Europe. Although the top Nobel Turing Award recipients are still not yet coming out of China, but that will come in due time because most of China's academics are still quite young, having just entered AI in the last maybe 10 or at most 20 years. And China is leading the world with a lot of investments and AI patents. I believe there will be 10 to 15 AI companies from China to go public in the next 12 years or so. Next 12 months or so. And that's a lot of AI companies. And that, I think, is validation for my predictions in AI superpowers. And a lot of that is because of government support, saying it's a priority, building infrastructures, having cities that are building smart infrastructures that will, in turn, support smart robo-buses and robo-taxis. These are examples where infrastructure spent is the smartest spent by a country so that commercial companies don't have to build infrastructure because none of them can afford to do so. But at the same time, there's also market forces at play. I've talked about China being the world's factory. Chinese wages are far surpassing that of India and Vietnam. So how does China prevent all the factories to become outsourced? That is, if US and Europe and other developed countries don't outsource to China, but outsource to India and Vietnam because of lower costs, well, automation is the most effective and sustainable solution. So China needs to, the market needs to, the factory owners and the manufacturing companies need to automate in order to continue to stay price competitive. And that's why I think while the last 20 years, the internet and mobile, the apps and the internet has really, with China's growth in population, propelled the greatest part of the Chinese economy, going forward is going to be AI and automation in the next 10 or 20 years. And with that, I go now into the future of AI, which is the subject in my book, AI 2041, that you'll have a copy. The book has 10 stories written by my co-author, Stanley, who is brilliant in storytelling, but I'm not going to tell you any stories now. You can enjoy that when you go home with the book. A few words of what happens 20 years and beyond. I would say that in 20 years, AI will not be fully super intelligent, fully AGI, but AI will learn a lot of human ability to analyze and abstract using the current data-centric approach. That we will see breakthroughs in human AI symbiosis. We will see AR and VR finally working with peripherals like glasses or even contact lenses that are not too heavy and so nerdy. We will see quantum computing working, and that will be another disruption and big boost to AI algorithms. But I think we will not see singularity, dystopia, or true AGI. And I don't mean to be negative at all on AI. I think if we think of the human brain as one circle, AI as another circle, they overlap somewhat. The AI circle will clearly get very large and much larger than the human circle. But they will be doing tasks that humans cannot do anyway. There are many things that humans can do that we don't understand how we cognitively do it. Brain sciences have not developed to understand our ability to create, analyze, have common sense, or our ability to have self-awareness or emotion. And overcoming any of this would be a huge breakthrough as large as deep learning. And it's not likely that we can have a dozen such breakthroughs in the next 20 years when we've only had one breakthrough in the last 60. So it's just unlikely that we would get to singularity so soon. The last point about externalities, I won't go into a lot of details, but I would say that there are a lot of externalities. AI creates challenges about personal data being lost, endangered, or misused. It creates danger of building AI that is biased or unfair. There's danger of AI security. Of course, there's AI brainwashing. If AI targets each of us and makes us watch videos to get addicted, and who knows what we've become after such addiction. So these concerns are very real. They are in a society. It's caused AI to be perceived more negatively than positively in the US. And I think there needs to be a multifaceted ways to solve that. In the book, I talk about many ways, including regulations, but also including things like, can governments do AI audits? It also includes things like, can there be third-party watchdog that measure the degree of deepfakes and use ESG as a mechanism to force internet companies to do better. But most importantly, I think most of these technological problems will be solved by technology. Just like when electricity created problems, people got electrocuted, but it was overcome not by regulation or policy, but by circuit breakers. When internet was connected to PCs, virus was a big problem. That wasn't solved by regulations. It was solved by antivirus software. So I think there are many potential solutions. And one such solution, for example, overcoming personal data privacy concern, is called federated learning. And it basically says, give your data only to entities you trust, and let that entity train models based on yours and other data on people who trust the entity. And then many entities will train models that get aggregated. So think about it as you trust the hospital with your data anyway. So why not train a big cancer model one part at a time? One part in your hospital, one part in my hospital. None of the hospitals share our data further, but their models are merged. So that is a potential technological solution to deal with the issue. I have many ideas in the book, and I don't think any of them work well enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have these externalities or concerns anymore. But I do think overall, AI as a technology platform, just like past platforms like electricity, PC, and mobile, are neutral by definition. But technologists have a responsibility and have demonstrated that they've been successful in containing these technological problems, so that eventually the technological platforms do a lot more good than bad for the society. So these are the predictions in my book. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. And for those of you who are interested, do check out from his book. Thank you very much. Next, we're honored to have a keynote delivered by Mr. Thomas Tsao, founding partner, Gobi Partners, on the topic Warriors of the Future, the 3 C's for Opportunity in Hong Kong. Please welcome Thomas.
All right, can everybody hear me? All right, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Cyberport for inviting me and all the fantastic leaders sitting in the front rows here. And I want to also thank Cindy Chow of the Alibaba Entrepreneurs Foundation for nominating me to speak this morning. This is a great honor, and I am absolutely delighted to be part of such a star-studded lineup of speakers. I also feel a very big obligation because this week is a huge week for Hong Kong, right? We've kind of been reopening. We've got a lot of events, FinTech Week, right? There's a big government summit, and we've got the Rugby Sevens. Let's not forget about that. I also want to now make sure my presentation works here, so hold on. Okay, great. I also definitely want to congratulate the Cyberport Investors Network for your 50th birthday. Gobi is also celebrating a birthday. We're celebrating our 20th birthday. And so we are also piggybacking our event. In fact, it's going to be on October 31st. We are organizing that with our partner. It's going to be powered by Hang Seng Bank, our very close strategic partner, so thank you. And I also want to say, Gobi today, who are we? Why am I up here speaking, and why should you listen to me? That's a good point. Well, because Gobi celebrating, our 20th anniversary. We're in 15 locations, so we have kind of a little bit of a more regional perspective. We have 1.5 billion assets under management, and we invested in 320 companies. We also relocated our headquarters from Shanghai to Hong Kong in 2019. And we are I think the only VC that's dual headquartered in Hong Kong and Kuala Lumpur. And so I think all of you are thinking, why would Gobi do that? And so maybe after this presentation, you'll have a little bit of a better understanding. So, at Gobi, like many of you venture capitalists in the room, we always tell our entrepreneurs to take risks. So today, I am also going to take a risk with a different type of presentation, and I figured, what's the worst thing that could happen? Cyberport won't invite me back next year. But if you like it, maybe they will, right? First of all, my legal counsel has advised me that all these viewpoints being represented are my own personal views and do not represent those of Gobi. Okay, so let's start, shall we? Let's start. I'm going to use movie guides to walk us through what's going on today. And my first movie is, I love Gu Tianle, right? 明日战记, right? Has anybody seen this movie? Okay, it's called Warriors of the Future or Tomorrow's War. And I got to say, like many of you in the room, that, this is probably one of the most challenging markets we've seen in the last 2 decades, right? And so how are we going to navigate through these market conditions and still focus on growth, which is the topic of today's conference? And I don't want to over-dramatize it, but the stakes are high because the choices we make today could determine our future. Do I have your attention now? Yes, okay. All right, so let's go. First movie. So they say movies capture the current zeitgeist. I just wanted to throw that word out because it's a cool word, right? The zeitgeist of society, right? And I don't think there's no movie title that captures what we're all feeling than this one, right? Michelle Yeoh's movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. What's been going on? Floods in Pakistan, hurricanes in Florida, unrestrained inflation, markets crashing, crypto collapsing. Stock markets are so bad, 10 cents is now 5 cents. The passing of Queen Elizabeth too, right? New Prime Minister in the UK, midterms in the US, war in the Ukraine that could become a nuclear showdown. And now monkeypox. Just when I thought I could take off my mask, now we have something in the US called RSV. What is going on? Good question. And to make it even more severe, we also have the 3 C's. What's been on everyone's mind? And I've been given sort of the task to address the 800-pound panda in the room. The 3 C's, right? COVID, Congress, and the Cold War. Now, a lot of people probably think this is a big challenge for Hong Kong, but I would actually group it all together, and I would say this is a vitamin C for Hong Kong. And what do I mean by that? First of all, on COVID, there's been many conspiracy theories, so I don't want to add to any more today, but let me just say one thing. Another perspective is I have a mother-in-law in Shanghai, and many of her friends, they don't want to take the vaccine, okay, if you believe that. And I think that's true. So you got maybe a lot of people, older people in China that don't want to take the vaccine. So I'm just going to offer a different perspective because I was also just in the U.S. The Chinese government has locked down their cities essentially to protect hundreds of millions of elderly people. In a weird way, you think about it, they're putting the lives of their citizens first, almost at the expense of their economy. They're willing to sacrifice their economy to protect the most vulnerable segments of the population. And I was just in the U.S., and you've got people who want to take away women's rights, right, for their bodies, right, the anti-abortion people, and they want unlimited access to guns. So my question is, when the world talks about human rights and protection of a value of life, which government actually protects human life or values human rights more? Okay? So I just wanted to throw that out there, one perspective. The second perspective is, when we look at the Congress, for the longest time, we've been waiting, right, for October 16th. And it seemed like the whole Chinese government has slowed down, right? What's the old saying? 少做少错,不做不错. It's like everybody was waiting. And now the Congress is over, right? I think there's been a consolidation, things have become clearer. And I would actually say that this is an opportunity. Why? Because it's very clear that the U.S. and China are in a competition. Do we all agree on that? This is a strategic competition, it's been said. And so I think the central government, if they're going to compete, they need to focus on 3 things: technology, talent, and funding. And I think the prior speakers have all talked about that. From a technology standpoint, I totally agree with what Dr. Li Kai-fu had said earlier. AI is going to be critical. But let me just summarize from my viewpoint what I think. In the last 20 years, venture capitalists, many of them in this room, what have we been doing? We've been funding companies that make things, allow people to buy things cheaper, and we've been funding startups that make things cheaper. The next 20 years, and I think it's very clear what the central government wants to do is, they want venture capitalists and society to fund startups so people can buy things better and make things better, not just cheaper. What do I mean by that? When we buy things, we have to focus on the circular economy, right? ESG. We can't be buying things and wasting things like before. And I think companies that are making things, you have to take into carbon concerns, decarbonization, ESG, materials, AI, robotics, etc. I think that's very clear where China wants to go. So I think that's the first thing on technology. There's going to be a shift from consumer startups that burn a lot of money to get market share. Right? I think we can all agree on that. On talent, if there is this strategic competition, China's going to need talent. Hong Kong could be a magnet for that, and there's going to be a global arms race for talent. And the third thing is funding. If China and America are going to compete, you got to be able to pay for it, right? So the economy still has to be strong. So I would leave everyone with these some observations, and I think this is actually good. China cannot neglect its economic growth, and will focus on that after the Congress. Now, the Cold War. I was just in the U.S., and although it's a little depressing, because the only thing that Democrats and Republicans can agree on is hardening their attitudes towards China, I did come away with some hope. Because the second thing that everybody can agree on is inflation is really bad. And I just had the idea that if I'm the United States, I could reduce inflation immediately by doing one thing: reducing the tariffs, right, that they've imposed on China. So I think if the United States wants to deal with inflation, you still got to work with China, because China has a lot of excess capacity, and they could turn it on, and inflation would come down immediately. Okay? So those are my 3 C's, and now let's keep going on. So U.S.-China, what does it really mean? Here's my analogy. The U.S.-China strategic competition is Game of Thrones. How many have seen that, right? You guys get it. Look, it's the Lannisters versus the Targaryens. The real threats are the White Walkers. Who knew that George Martin was a prophet of the future, right? This is exactly what's going on. We need more Jon Snows, right, who focus on the real problem, which are the White Walkers. The White Walkers represent climate change, environmental threats, pollution, destruction of the oceans. And Hong Kong has a huge role to play for that. There are many Jon Snows in Hong Kong today who are going to be able to bridge the Lannisters and the Targaryens so we can focus on the real threats, okay? But over the last couple of years, maybe, I feel like there's some people in Hong Kong who maybe have a crisis of confidence. Maybe they feel like they've lost their mojo, okay? And I just want to say that Hong Kong has not lost its mojo. Look at where we've come. We've been talking about this. A couple of years ago, when Gobi first started together with Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, this is the ecosystem. $4.4 billion, I want to focus, that was invested in Hong Kong startups, 0 unicorns. Where are we today? Almost a 9x increase of venture funding, 18 startup unicorns today. That's pretty good. What's next? Hong Kong is going to be integral to China's plans, right? I believe that Hong Kong's importance to China doesn't go down, it only goes up, right? People have always said, oh, the Chinese government is trying to make Hong Kong more like China. No. I think Hong Kong can become the entire incubator or accelerator for all of China. It can become a sandbox for what China wants to do. Hong Kong can do the things that China may not be able to do right now. And that's the opportunity. Imagine Hong Kong as an incubator, the entire Hong Kong as an incubator for China. How awesome would that be, right? Hong Kong can experiment, maybe it can fail, nothing wrong with that. Experiment again, rinse, wash, repeat, until we find the best answers. And that's the opportunity. What's next? GBA, for all of our friends listening abroad. You may wonder, well, what else does Hong Kong have going for it? Hong Kong is going to be part of GBA. I just want to leave you with one word. megalopolis. And I'm going to come back to that, okay? But Hong Kong and GBA, what are we talking about? The GBA, the Greater Bay Area, was something that visionaries like Dong Jianhua and Victor Fung have been talking about for years. It's finally happening. We're talking about a population of 87 million people, bigger than Germany, with a GDP of 2 trillion, bigger than South Korea. And Hong Kong is going to be a key driver of that. You know, we should feel really honored and lucky that we're living, that we're alive at this moment in time, because the government of China is trying to create the world's first megalopolis. Look that word up. It's a real word. I didn't make it up. It is a super city. And that's what we're part of. Everybody in Hong Kong, we're part of this huge experiment to be the world's first megalopolis. How exciting is that? And then the Greater Bay, it's going to be the next startup hub. A couple of years ago, there were only 6 unicorns from the Greater Bay Area. This is excluding Hong Kong. Today, 63. It is the fastest growing startup ecosystem in China, and I would argue that Greater Bay is phase 3 of China's tech development. Phase 1 was Beijing. Phase 2, Shanghai. Phase 3, GBA. If you don't believe me, read it in the 5-year plan. A lot of my friends from overseas say, you know, what does the Chinese government, so opaque, not transparent. Not true. Everything they say they're going to do, they write it in the 5-year plan. Just go read it. Next. And so Gobi, we've been doubling down on Hong Kong. A couple of years ago when we first started, we started with 5 people. Today we're over 20 people. We just opened up offices in Shenzhen and Guangzhou, and we've tripled our office space in the Hopewell Center because we believe that the future is right here. And why do we believe that? It's because, hey, Hong Kong doesn't have to go looking for its mojo. We never lost it, okay? Look how far Hong Kong has come. Hong Kong's only going to become more important. The GBA is a huge opportunity. And I think what's holding us back is we don't have a catchy term. So I'm going to propose one. Feel free to use this. I think all the technologies coming out of Hong Kong GBA, we need to come up with a catchy term. I always thought Canto Pop was great. So let's call it Canto Tech. Okay? And here's what's even more exciting. In Hong Kong, we can connect to the crazy rich Southeast Asians. Okay? In the past, there was a famous saying, go west, young man. And now, I would say, go south, young one. You have to be more gender balanced now. ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It's huge. It's growing quickly, and it's young. And Hong Kong has deep linkages with Southeast Asia. I think in the past, everybody in Hong Kong, we've always looked to the West. Canada, UK, US, Australia. Great markets, don't get me wrong. But let's not forget Southeast Asia. Why? Look how big this place is. As a country, Southeast Asia, 700 million people, 3rd largest in the world. It has a GDP that's bigger than India. Okay? What else? Look at this. By the year 2050, 5 of the world's biggest economies will be in Southeast Asia. Indonesia, and that's why all this money is going to Indonesia, is going to be the 4th largest GDP country in the world. Okay? And let me tell you something. I got to come up with a name. Hong Kong is perfectly positioned to be a super connector. I know we have former leaders who said that. I always thought that was a great word. Hong Kong can connect Northeast Asia to Southeast Asia. And at Gobi, we've given this strategy a name. It's called Crouching Panda, Hidden Tapir. Okay? Again, you guys will notice, this is my 3rd Michelle Yeoh movie. Did you guys notice that? Yes, I really like Michelle Yeoh, yes. Finally, hey, what are the key takeaways? 1, yeah, China, we had COVID. It's become like another Tiananmen moment. when everybody was down on China. And I would say, don't be down on China. You disengage with China at your own risk. Those who maintain the relationship, like in 1989, are going to be beneficiaries. 2, winter is coming. Yeah, I mean literally and figuratively, right? The US-China Cold War is only going to get worse, but I actually think that creates opportunities for Hong Kong. Yeah, baby, it's groovy. Austin Powers. Hey, Hong Kong, we got a lot going for it, for us, right? We don't have to look for a lost mojo, okay? We always had it. 2, rise of Canto Tech. Don't forget, east and west is great, but don't forget north to south. Crouching panda, hidden top here. And on that note, I would say Hong Kong companies also need to diversify. You know, get more people from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines on your team, because you can then connect out to those ecosystems. Finally, I would just want to end with this. You know, and I wrote this down, so I want to read this very carefully. I end with a challenge to everybody here today. You know, Warriors of the Future, great movie. But I want to end with a challenge. Instead of warriors mindlessly fighting tomorrow's wars and repeating the mistakes of the past, I think we need to become warriors fighting for a higher purpose, a greater good. So I think in order to protect the next generation, we got to change our mindset. We can't just be warriors of the future, but we must become warriors for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Amazing presentation. Thank you. We can all stay very, very optimistic since Hong Kong is in this megalopolis. Well, thank you very much, Thomas. Love your presentation. Next, let's welcome, we are going to have a keynote delivered by Mr. Philip Hu, founding member and managing director, Primavera Capital, on the topic Hong Kong and the GBA, where it outshines Silicon Valley and Singapore. Let's welcome Philip.
I would like to thank the entire Cyberport team, Johnny, for putting all this together. I'm honored to be here. As a disclaimer, I'm aware this is a controversial title. I'd like to highlight our firm has offices in all 3 locations and all equally important. These places complement each other with their own strengths. So to be clear, one is not better than the other. This presentation was initially in part a response to headlines from earlier in the year like this, about a Hong Kong exit. But just this week, we are seeing headlines telling a different story. We are already seeing people come back to Hong Kong from places like Singapore. As mentioned, this presentation is to highlight the differences between the regions. One is not better than the other. Each has their own strengths. Earlier this year, Singapore's PM, Prime Minister, spoke about the relationship between Hong Kong and Singapore, and he said, "We are far better to have Hong Kong as a robust competitor. They thrive, we thrive. It's not Hertz or Avis. It's not a zero-sum game. One does not need to lose for the other to win. There's enough opportunity and ice cream to go around." In this presentation, we'll cover topics such as market access, scalability, market environment, digital transformation, and what it means to be an adopter and adapter. In terms of market access, geography matters. Meeting in person can make a difference, be it with an investor, strategic partner, or customer. Being in Hong Kong, some say, is easier to manage multiple markets such as East Asia and Southeast Asia. China has remained the world's largest trading partner of ASEAN for the past 13 consecutive years. Flying from Hong Kong to Beijing or Tokyo takes about 3.5 to 4 hours, while flying from Singapore takes 6 to 7 hours. From Thailand to India, it takes a similar amount of time to get to Bangkok or New Delhi from both Hong Kong and Singapore. Startups should think about which markets they are serving and what makes the most sense for their business. When talking about a target market, it's not just about pure size. Targeting a large single market with the same language, same currency, same culture, and and business dynamics will increase your chances to scale. The EU, with a population of 450 million, and ASEAN, with 670 million, are often compared. Both regions have an amazing diversity of language and cultures, but that also presents additional challenges for a startup when compared to a large single market like China, with 1.4 billion people. The EU has a parliament, a court, a single currency, and a foreign service, all of which ASEAN does not have. For these reasons, ASEAN may be difficult for a startup to address as a single market, so just keep that in mind in terms of target markets and scalability. In terms of ultimate scale, there are more global Fortune 500 companies in China than anywhere else in the world. If you are a B2B startup with an aim to service the largest conglomerates in the world, there is no question which markets provide the most opportunity, which is China and the US. Back in 2000, China had only 10 companies within this ranking, and now it's multiplied by 13.5 times. Back in 2000, the US had 179 companies and has lost around 25% over the same period. Being a startup, you will benefit from favorable market conditions. In China, SMEs contribute over 60% of GDP, 50% of tax income, 79% of job creation, and 68% of exports. In 2020, there were 2.5 million new companies created in China within 1 year. This translates to 22,000 companies per day. There are more SMEs in China than ASEAN, the EU, and the US combined. SMEs are largely underserved in B2B services: financing, advisory, cross-border access, ESG data, hiring critical talent, and affordable digital transformation. This year, McKinsey reported that over 50% of SMEs in Singapore felt digital transformation was too costly. China's government recently announced that over the next 3 years, it will support SMEs towards digital transformation across 100 industries, including auto, textile, and pharma sectors. If you're a startup interested in helping underserved SMEs digitize or provide other easy-to-use and fairly priced SME business solutions, there is a massive opportunity available in the region. China is also supporting the creation of little giants, SMEs that show great strength in strategically important areas such as semiconductors, software, and AI. In terms of number of unicorns, US and China continue to dominate and are considered the world's largest and biggest unicorn factories. The next 10 countries combined have fewer unicorns than China. What is even more telling is that the top 10 unicorns make up 18% of the total value of the world's unicorns. On this top 10 list, China has 5, US has 3, UK has 1, Malta has 1. That being said, Malta represents Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange. CZ, the founder, was born in China and became interested in blockchain tech while in China. So if we give China a half point for Binance, then over half of the top 10 largest unicorns globally are from China. Going back to scalability, Hong Kong and the GBA, in terms of land area, 3 times larger than Silicon Valley, 75 times larger than Singapore. In terms of GDP, it's 2 to 5 times larger. Inflation is about 1/3 to half in comparison. Population is 11 times to 15 times larger. Robots per 10,000 employees. So this is talking about robot density. It's similar to the US and half of Singapore, but that's an opportunity, and more on that later. This semi-annual ranking was started by a UK-based think tank, and it first came out in 2007. It covers over 100 cities globally. Based on algorithms set by the think tank, the ranking is based on multiple factors including business environment, human capital, infrastructure, financial sector development, and reputation. A number of headlines highlighted Singapore overtaking Hong Kong. Many did not specify that this was only down to one single rating point. As you can see, the scores are extremely close, and Hong Kong is not at full strength just yet. San Francisco was also 1 point behind Hong Kong. The top 10 are close, further highlighting the quality of these regions where it is difficult to say one is better than the other. There are opportunities for all. But it is interesting that China and the US make up about 80% of the top 10 ranking. It's been a difficult year globally for equities, and there's no hiding from that. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange volatility this week was just another example among many globally. Even so, in the most difficult times, China has been the most active IPO market in the world for the first 9 months of the year in terms of funds raised. It's easy to forget that Hong Kong and its stock exchange was actually #1 globally for IPO proceeds 7 of the last 13 years up to 2021. 70% of the funds raised in Q3 on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange were from new economy, healthcare tech, and biotech sectors. By the end of Q3, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's total market cap was $3.9 trillion US dollars, which is 4.5 times larger than that of the Singapore Stock Exchange. With all its challenges, internal and external, China will continue to be an important listing venue for some of the largest and most innovative companies globally. For China to remain a competitive and efficient nation, it must automate. Combining the next 12 countries, it is still 30% smaller in terms of China's installation of industrial robots. Combining all of ASEAN would still be exponentially smaller than China. Singapore, while it has one of the highest density of robots per 10,000 employees, it lacks the ability to scale the same way China does. It had fewer installations compared to the year prior. So if you're the next homegrown startup to revolutionize the robotics sector, China is by far the world's largest market and cannot be ignored. In terms of where top-tier AI talent come from, China leads globally. In Asia, it dominates. The raw talent that China has in this field is invaluable, and we will continue to see global leading players founded in the region from schools like CUHK, HKUST, Tsinghua, and Peking University, or from institutions like Cyberport and the Hong Kong Science Park, just to name a few. Hong Kong alone is home to 5 of the top 100 universities globally. I am proud to call Hong Kong my home, and I do not intend to leave anytime soon. Our firm has only been increasing its presence here. For every ranking where Hong Kong is poorly ranked, such as being 50th in the Internation's Expat Insider Survey, you can probably find another comparable ranking like this one, the United Nations Human Development Index, where Hong Kong ranks highly, only just behind Switzerland, Norway, and Iceland, and higher than both Singapore at number 12 and the US at 21. Singapore is 10th on the expat survey, where the US is 14th. The most divergent ranking was Mexico. It's number 1 on the expat survey, but it's 86th on the HDI ranking. HDI is criticized as it implies that a person's life expectancy has an economic value. Hong Kong is number 1 globally for life expectancy. The expat ranking is a survey of 12,000 expats, but the majority of respondents are from Western countries. Internations is headquartered in Germany. No ranking is perfect, but they still hold meaningful value. For example, if you are doing an online search, the number 1 ranked organic search result is 10 times more likely to be clicked versus the one in the number 10 spot. Rankings often never tell a full story. I have seen headlines that say Hong Kong's best days are behind it. I feel the best days are still ahead. A final thought on one of our advantages in today's unpredictable and rapidly changing world. China is both an adopter and an adapter. An adopter of innovation and adapter to rapid change. The Harvard Business Review published a great report last year on what they called the Lived Change Index. They used lifetime per capita GDP over 30 years to track how much economic change a population has experienced. Through the data, looking at the top 40 countries, they highlighted that over the past 3 decades, China has changed more quickly than any other place on Earth. Singapore's per capita GDP grew by 5 times since 1990, while the US grew by 3 times. China has grown a whopping and undisputed 32 times. When we think about China, we often think about its physical landscape and its rapid development in infrastructure. China has built the world's longest high-speed rail network with a total length of 40,000 kilometers. It's larger than the rest of the world combined. What should be equally discussed is the mental landscape of its people as adopters at massive scale and hyper-adapters as a population, having gone through such dramatic and ongoing change. To end this presentation, I would like to quote Harvard Business Review report on the Live Change Index. And this is a bit of a tongue twister, but stay with me. What happens when rapid adoption and adaption become normal for more than 900 million internet users in every social stratum? You get an economic force that can change the terms of global competition. I hope I was able to share a different perspective and one that highlights the massive opportunity available to all of us across all these areas. Cyberport does a fantastic job. They do great work, and they support the startup community across 3 pillars: youth, entrepreneurs, and partners. They have a macro fund, so if you're a budding entrepreneur looking for funding, please reach out to the Cyberport team and Johnny here in the front row. Our firm, Primavera, we currently manage $20 billion US dollars in AUM, and we've invested in over 100 portfolio companies across private equity, venture capital, and credit strategies. Primavera Venture Partners focuses on AI, healthcare, and climate action. We believe in using AI to solve some of the world's toughest problems. For example, we have invested in AI drug discovery companies, exponentially reducing the time and cost in finding new cures for cancer, some of which were once deemed undruggable. We have also invested in non-invasive medical robotics, genomics and informatics, last-mile AI logistics, automotive AI chip technology, infectious disease and tumor diagnosis, next-generation energy storage, hydrofoil mobility, mRNA design and delivery, among many others. If you're interested to learn more, please feel free to reach out. So that's it for me. Thank you so much again for the time and honor. It's been a great privilege to be here, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you. Please be seated. Well, before we move on to our first global chat today, just a few reminders for all of you. Our investor matching is running concurrently throughout the day. For startups and investors who have scheduled investor matching meetings via our online platform, please be reminded to check in for your meetings via the provided link. Please also watch out for our SMS or email reminders. For investors who would like to schedule meetings on-site, please also look for our staff at the investor matching counter at the Cvcf concourse for further assistance. Please also visit our founder stage for the power pitches from local and international startups. Now, let's move on to our first global chat today, which will discuss venture capital ideals in a universal world. We're delighted to have Ms. Rebecca Fennon, founder, Silicon Dragon from California, to moderate the session for us. Joining her, we have several panelists, and they are Mr. Alan Iyer, Venture Partner, Lightspeed Venture Partners, Silicon Valley; Dr. Su Xu, Managing Partner, Amino Capital, Silicon Valley; Mr. Jonathan Chu, Managing Director, Honey Capital, Silicon Valley; and Mr. James Tan, Managing Partner, Quest Ventures, Singapore. Now let's have our moderator and our panelists online. Okay, we can see every one of you here. All right, so Rebecca, over to you.
This is an amazing panel. In getting prepared for this panel, we had one person in quarantine and another person in the hospital. So it's amazing that we're all here together this evening or this morning, whatever time it is. So thank you at Cyberport Venture Capital Forum for inviting us. And we're glad to share our ideas about the free flow of ideas and exchanges without restrictions, and how political views are being shaped by country borders. So I'd like to, these are really idealistic kinds of issues, which is kind of a departure for a venture capital forum. So I have to applaud Cyberport for assembling these issues and for discussion. These are very topical issues around the world with a lot of conflict, Russia, Ukraine, and Greater China issues, and so these tensions are not going away. So let me just start with a few very broad questions. How are your investing approaches, how are they changed by political implications and geopolitical, basically, is what we're talking about. So who would like to start with that? Okay, Anon, how about you? You're here in the free-flowing idea center of the world, Silicon Valley. So how do you think the free expression of ideas encourages innovation and creativity in Silicon Valley? And is this a model that can be transported around the globe or not?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and obviously acknowledging that there's several parts of the world that are in turmoil at the moment, and it's obviously we're watching with sort of bated breath in terms of how these are going to shake up, and it's scary times, right? So I just want to acknowledge that first and foremost, that heart goes out to a lot of people who are kind of struggling with these, and for a brief period of time, my family and I, we spent some time in Europe, and we saw the surge of refugees coming into different parts of Europe, and it was a little heartbreaking to see that. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. But in terms of just investment philosophy and practice, I'd say that obviously there's definitely a trickle effect in terms of what's happening at that scale affects what's happening in the public markets, which trickles down eventually all the way down to in various stages of venture. And I focus specifically on crypto. I focus specifically on crypto infrastructure. Even more so, I focus on early stage crypto infrastructure. And so just to put a different spin on your question, Rebecca, I'd say that more than anything else, at this point in time, I like to think that we go through cycles of sort of infrastructure development. As they say, the very first airplane was built, and there were no airports to support it. Eventually, there were airports, and the airplanes got bigger, then the airports got bigger. And I feel like we're in this airport phase of infrastructure now, and so we're excited about that. And there's opportunities to build really generationally sort of monumental companies coming in this cycle. So there's no, I'm seeing a lot of memes about some VCs taking a step back and maybe not investing as much. I'd say we're very much active, very focused on trying to partner with founders for the long term, especially ones that are thinking about building really healthy, long-term, lasting, sustaining companies. And that's always been an area of focus for us, and it continues to be the case. So yeah, to summarize it, I'd say definitely there's sensitivities in what's happening at the macro scale, but at the same time, it's sort of, I think it's the past cycles, if anything, have shown us that really interesting companies get built right around this time. So we're cautiously optimistic.
Right. And what about the shift geographically with the U.S.-China tech tensions at a very high level right now? I think we are seeing a lot more investment and a lot more funding coming out of into markets such as Southeast Asia. And James, you're in Singapore. Are you seeing this kind of flow picking up in Singapore? And can you comment about whether you think that partly as a result of the U.S.-China tech tensions, the money shifting to another, maybe safe haven?
Thank you, Rebecca, and good morning, everyone in Hong Kong. I understand that previous keynote speakers have talked about the opportunities that Hong Kong presents. In Singapore, we are seeing net inflow from exit from within China itself and from US as a result of the tensions that are going on, and for this capital trying to find a relatively stable and dare I say safe haven during this period of uncertainty. And Singapore has been a net recipient of such outflow from these two countries, primarily from mainland China. With this money is being deployed, of course, into private equity, and venture capital firms here are also a net beneficiary of it. Just to echo what Anand is saying, not just because there's more inflow coming in, but because there's just continues to be a lot of startups and deal flow happening, so investments are still taking place in Southeast Asia. Back to you, Rebecca.
Okay, very good. Well, one of the big issues has been COVID policies, and that's obviously varied country by country. So how have COVID policies impacted your firm's investment case and also approach?
Rebecca, I couldn't catch you. To me? Okay, so COVID, Southeast Asia has emerged relatively well from COVID. The entire region is emerging relatively strong actually, and borders are open, so deals are now continue to be done, and then in fact deals are now slowing down because DD now needs to be done in person whereas we were so used to being Zoom and things get settled within a day or two, and now we have to wait for flights to happen and so on. But this is all part and parcel of what we do, and we really now enjoy and appreciate the times that were gone in the last 2 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that, sure. Sue, do you want to chime in on this? Some of the questions we've already discussed?
Yeah, so I totally agree with the other panelists that during the geopolitical turmoil, actually during pandemic, actually we actually have over 10 companies that became unicorns, and their year-over-year growth could be over 900%, which is unheard of. I think the main reason is a lot of things that happened before in areas like China, supply chain, e-commerce, payment, actually finally took off in the U.S. So that's actually very interesting. Reversed something like because of the competition in China was very very fierce, and now because the pandemic and the supply chain disrupted by politics, and then it is actually very very fast growth pace in the U.S. And then for Amino, we laser focusing on investing data as mode and network effect as growth hacking strategies companies. So that's why we're saying, not just the investment pace hasn't been slowed down, but also the growth rate, I would say, actually accelerated.
Okay, and are political economic issues impacting your investing? Are you shifting gears in any way? Like maybe you're doing more cybersecurity kind of investments, for instance?
Cybersecurity is something that we actually very interested. However, for a lot of the companies we invested, mostly I would say, like if you wanted to find the next Google, next Facebook, you have to use data as mode and network effect. Cybersecurity oftentimes are enterprise software, and we found it's very difficult to take off. So you have to know who to call. So most of the company in our portfolio, which has reached the unicorns, we were early investors, are in three categories. One is consumer, and second is PLG SaaS like Zoom, Webflow, Rippling, and third is actually Web3. So there is no security.
Okay, so that's pretty broad, and there seem to be kind of safer sectors, like these are not semiconductors, which has been at the heart of a lot of debate between the U.S. and China, and who's going to own the production, and so these are issues that are very much front and center. Jonathan, let me bring you in now, because you have done a lot of work in China and in the U.S. So what about this sector issue? What about the semiconductor tensions? What do you think about how this is impacting venture and how teams should be looking at their approach?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And hello, everyone. So definitely, it is impacting us in all ways. Yeah, I, again, personally spend a lot of time doing investment across, Asia and Silicon Valley. So in the past few years, majorly in mainland China, of course, combined with a lot of opportunities in the U.S. So we do see a lot of new developments happening in the past maybe just few weeks. Our team is actually still spending time analyzing the new semiconductor, depends on what you call it. It's a new policies from the U.S. government regarding a U.S. person in China, right, in the industry. So some of our portfolios, well, technically some of the people may have to quit to apply, but of course it's quite complex in a sense that there's still a lot of leg rooms. If you look at the detailed policy, there are leg rooms left there. I don't know if it's on purpose or a lot of basically mitigation can still be done. And but on a higher level, we are somewhat less concerned. Because again, we did see the leg rooms in there. Second is a lot of things are still dynamic. It's not. It's things are still developing. So we won't call it kind of end of day for certain sectors, especially semiconductor, right? Or high end, or high end, what would you call it? Manufacturing needs semiconductors, right? So all those sectors are still in very high development in China, and we do see a lot of talents and capital still pooling. We're still optimistic about it. I mean, on a high level, we do think it's less concerning. A lot of people are thinking, because two governments are still trying to find a good balancing place. And the good thing is kind of creates our new what we call rebalancing or globalization 2.0 kind of situation in a geo in the geometry, right? So we do see the mainland government putting more focus, and also there are a lot of talents from the U.S. still looking for help in this matter. Yeah. So again, we're less concerned, and we're hoping that what we can call it new balancing or the new inflection points will help on it. And
right.
Yeah. So plus there won't be too much unnecessary sensitivities happening, and we are still hopeful about those
right.
sectors.
Okay, so for everyone, do you try to stay within the runway then of what's safe and what is not likely to be restricted by export, import, tariffs, or investments that won't get approved? Or do you try to stay within a safe runway? Jonathan, let me follow up with you on that, because you gave a very strong answer before. Do you try to stay within a safe runway?
Yeah. 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 The answer is so. Again, if we look at all the innovation and the new developments, there's still very good runway for investing. And it's at this moment, I think we're still. I mean, back to your older questions, we're not really shifting our major focuses yet. I mean, especially in terms of geometries. I guess number one.
Okay. So what is it? Mainly China, or it's mainly U.S., right? Or just what is the balance between U.S. and China?
We're still China focused at the moment, with, of course, with U.S. aspect and the U.S. resources and talents. We're still for on the China market, and again, but it's not. It's probably not the same as the 1.0, China economy anymore. Because I guess number one, we do see population growth stop. Right. I guess that's one major factor. I mean, if you don't look at the new geopolitics, if you just look at mainland itself, I mean that's the first major factor happening at the moment. The population growth, which has been there for at least 30, 40 years, has just stopped. We start seeing negative growth in population. So that triggered a lot of other effects. For example, labor costs increasing. And number three, slowing down in building infrastructures, which used to be the major driving factor in the mainland economy. So with all that, I mean, it will never be the same as before, right? So we have to, I mean, kind of rebalancing our investment strategies. For example, instead of consumer focused strategies in before, but we are now more focusing in technologies and more what we call it digital transformation infrastructures, software infrastructures, right? So artificial intelligence, semiconductor, blockchain technology. So those are the changes happening at the moment, but not. I mean, to some extent, it's still what we're doing is still the typical venture capitalist we are not really shipping in a sense that we're not shipping our asset class yet, right?
Okay.
Yeah, it's still same geometry, same asset class. It's just we're putting more focus, different focus in different sectors with what we call new globalization or 2.0.
Very good. All right, thank you. Anand, you're in this crypto sector, which is highly impacted by regulations. Are you going to continue to be in crypto?
Definitely, yeah. Betting the career on it. I think it's a little bit more, in some ways it's personal, and there's a little bit of a, some backstory there in terms of my desire to be in this space. But more than anything else, I moved to the Valley in 2001, in May 2001, right as Web 1 was sort of crashing. And I joined this company called Cisco Systems, which kind of got hit the most by what had happened with the crash of Web 1. And we survived that. And out of that, we saw the confluence of mobile and cloud come up. And, now we call it Web 2. We weren't calling it Web 2 then, but we sort of saw the rise of that happen. And similarly, we're a little bit of a depressed state now. And, the blockchain is a fundamentally revolutionary sort of technology. And I think it can do some incredible things for efficiencies, for optimizations, in various sectors across the board, whether that's finance, or that's the next new consumer application that's going to get built. So, yeah, I mean, more than anything else, and Ravi, who's one of the founders of Lightspeed, recently was talking about this as well. I think we're in favor of regulation, right? I think so far we've been sort of, I mean, even founders have been sort of towing this line, trying to figure out like where the line really is. But and we want to work with the powers that be to ensure that there's sound regulation here, because we want retail investors to participate and take advantage of this technology. It's just that it hasn't been very clear so far, and we don't want regulators to also operate in a vacuum. Like, we want to be a part of the conversation, to be able to educate them, and for them to provide sound regulation for us across the board. And it's moving in different it's moving at different paces in different parts of the world. But absolutely, I think there's I don't think Brian Chesky would have said, I'm not going to build Airbnb because the regulation is not clear, right? That would have been a big disservice.
Right. Yeah, innovators always figure out a way to get around regulations anyhow, don't they?
I would say less of getting around, but again, it's one of those things where, like, just identifying where that line is. And I think, yeah, an investor that I know said this really well once, which is, some funders have the ability to, like, really understand where the line is and get right up to that point, but not crossing it. And I think those are there, I mean, again, we have some precedent for this as well, whether it's Uber or Airbnb. And again, some may have crossed the line, some played well, but more than anything else, out of this came regulation and understanding these software services benefit consumers, benefit enterprises, benefit investors. And I think that's where we are in the cycle right now.
Right, and India has this creative expression of thought. You hear a lot of conflicting ideas there, and everybody's voicing their opinion. So can India come out ahead because of this creative expression?
Well, I'll share my 2 cents. I'd love to hear from the other investors, but I really hope so. I think it's, if any, I think there's a phenomenal thought leader, Balaji Srinivasan, who's been very sort of vocal about in talking about how he feels that India might be ripe for this sort of innovation to really be appealing to. And I mean, wholeheartedly agree. I think there's a lot of different systems at play in India that I think make it, it just makes it like fertile ground for blockchain innovation and for regulation to sort of, again, play well with one another and open up a whole new market. And just, again, I think we need education and, for folks to really not to work in a vacuum. And so I think that's the most important thing. But yeah, fundamentally agree. And I think a lot of emerging markets where this makes a lot of sense. We're already starting to see some advances in Latin America, and maybe, hopefully, at some point in time in Africa, India, and so on and so forth.
Right. Okay. And James, from Singapore's viewpoint, would you like to add anything to the last question I had?
I think Singapore has positioned itself very nicely as a place where you can experiment. with Web 3.0. And next week's Singapore FinTech Festival will continue to emphasize that point. Even with all the regulatory scrutiny, I think it's healthy for the ecosystem to use that kind of level of scrutiny to also level ourselves up to match the kind of comfort that can allow the general public to embrace Web3.
Right. Okay. I liked your word experiment, and that's good. Okay. Let me just bring up one last topic, which we talked a little bit in our prep. So about family issues, and we just have to keep our answers very short here. With family issues, for years I know it was the managing partner would be in China, but their family would be in the U.S. or in the Vancouver. How are family issues impacted by these kind of geopolitical issues for venture capitalists? Sue, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I think that's very realistic questions for a lot of the people that actually are returnees, and so they have to actually take sides, and so traveling between U.S. and China will be difficult for a lot of people, and so I think before you seems like you have really big, biggest market in the whole world, and you can take advantage of, and also you have two funding source in the whole world that you can take advantage of. But now it seems like a lot of the returnees, they actually have to think, either they wanted to go back to China or they wanted to stay in the U.S. to start a company. I think it's a lot of the so for Amino, we really believe that immigrants can actually provide completely different perspectives to solve a problem. And then in our portfolio companies, we actually have, I personally actually invested in over 15 companies that became unicorn, and then two of them were actually first-generation immigrants from China, including one of them is the founder of is from China. But the rest, they're from everywhere, from Russia, from Southeast Asia, from everywhere. So and from Japan as well. So I just think maybe it's actually a very good time window for a lot of the talents. They don't have a plan B. So when they actually wanted to do something in the U.S., they don't have a lot of the money actually from China saying that come back, you have a better market, bigger market, and easier fundraising. So they have to take the most difficult question. Because in Silicon Valley, why Silicon Valley is so important? Because of the competition. I mean, if you can do one thing, there are thousands of people around you who can easily do the same thing. But now in China, you're the only one. So easier for those returnees before, but now it's difficult.
Okay. Yeah, Silicon Valley is a really unique place, a real melting pot of innovation, and it continues to be. Whether it will continue to be the leading innovation center in the world is a question, but I think for now it is. And I would like to thank our panelists for your remarks. I think they were very insightful. So thank you again, everyone, for listening, and appreciate it. Thank you again. I think we're going to end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again for the wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain and stay with us. We'll take a group photo for all of you. Our technical colleagues at the back will be doing this snapshot for us just right at the back. So please smile at your camera, just right at your device. Will be all right. Okay, I think we got that already. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Next, we're going to move on to a very hot debate on Road to Next, Hong Kong's future path for INT Capital Hub. And now, please join me and welcome on stage our moderator and also our panelists for this session. A moderator for this session would be the Honorable Duncan Chiu, Hong Kong SAR Legislative Council Member, Technology and Innovation. Please welcome. Next, let's welcome Mrs. Cindy Chow, Executive Director, Alibaba Hong Kong Entrepreneurs Fund. Please welcome. Next, let's welcome Dr. Gordon Yan, Founding Managing Partner, Radiant Tag Ventures Limited. Please welcome. And then we have Ms. Karina Bellin, co-founder and COO CFORO, Angel Hub. Please welcome. And we also have Ms. Sandy Tan, Head of Ecosystems, Institutional Banking Group, DBS Bank. Please welcome on stage. Thank you very much. Please be seated. And now over to you, Duncan.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. It's good to have Cindy, Gordon, Karina, and Sandy with us this morning. And I think we have some very upbeat sharing this morning about the ecosystem in Hong Kong, the venture performance in Hong Kong and in the region. And first of all, I have to say sorry. I have to take off a bit early. I can only share 5 minutes here. That's the risk of getting a electrical member on Wednesday and Thursday panel. We cannot control our schedule. So I'm actually lining up for a discussion at electrical about e-government legislation, so I have to run. I just want to share a bit about, I'm very upbeat with the sharing in the mornings about the current trends in Hong Kong. I agree very much with the few keynote speakers. Just one thing we have to add, that the reason we have to be upbeat is, I think, with the latest policy address, it actually has taken a lot of the suggestions from the industries, and we can see that we have some very long-term targets set and KPIs, which, I think most government will be very reluctant to put on the paper. But I think that is a good support for what we're going to do in Hong Kong in terms of tech development in Hong Kong. We laid out the funds. You might know about the 30 billion Hong Kong Investment Corp, Hong Kong IC, that has just been put into paper that will be running soon, next year. And 10 billion One Plus, which is like a commercialization platform for university research to bridge the gap between research to commercializations. So these are things that we actually have been pushing or urging the government to come out with, and we're happy to see that as in the policy address this year, and also the talent scheme and all the supports. So we definitely, I think, work hard. I think in LegCo, I can only share that a lot of our topics, legislations, discussions, were around technology, and I think all the members there were eager to, help Hong Kong shape as the technology hub in the region, and the International Tech Center as laid out in the 14 5-year plan. So working hard on that, I guess we are all the way for an upward trend that we're going to build Hong Kong as a hub in the region. I think we have a big discussion about Singapore. I think I have the Singapore phobia at the peak when they had the Formula One, that everyone told me about things that happened in Singapore I haven't heard in my lifetime. I think that is a good competition that we have. I think rivalry will only bring advancement. So a lot of the policy from each city, Hong Kong and Singapore, I think we are actually actively looking into and comparing nooks, so what we can improve next. So I think we have to embrace the competition between the two cities. It's actually, it will only bring advancement, and I think we all well know of what's happening in the south. I think we have this table and chart just now in the sharing that we label the Hong Kong and Singapore head-to-head all the time. I think it's a good note that we need a good places like Singapore, so that we can work together and grow together. So I'll lead from here, and I want to trouble Cindy to take over as moderator and speaker for the two roles. And sorry about that, I have to pick up soon. See you around.
Thanks, Duncan. Actually, it's my pleasure to take over the role as the moderator with such a great panel here. So, okay, first, because I have been tasked to do the moderator just 5 minutes ago, so I have to look at the questions. So I heard from, the presentation by Irene this morning about the outlook for the rest of the year and also for next year. Despite some, some positive signs, it is still very challenging for the VC space going forward in the next 12 to 18 months. So what do you think startups in Hong Kong should do in order to really, break through this very challenging environment? Anyone? Start from you, Gordon.
Okay, I'll start. Now, obviously, I think the trend is similar all around the world. Investors these days are a lot more focused on fundamentals. In the past few years, before I think 2021, we've seen a lot of ventures burn money to acquire users, heavily subsidized scheme. That sort of a business model isn't no longer valid and attractive to investors these days. So even though a lot of startups obviously cannot be profitable, from the get-go, and maybe it'll take a few years for them to get there, but I think investors are increasingly looking for a clear path, clear plan, and you have to be able to demonstrate at least that the unit economics does work in the long run, right? And especially for Hong Kong, I think obviously it's different for different segments, but the local market itself usually isn't big enough, right? Yes, I mean, if you do fintech and maybe enterprise solutions, there's an enough market scale to nurture a profitable company. The question is whether that level of profitability will be sufficient to present an attractive exit for investors, right? That's a different question. So I'd certainly encourage startups to first really sharpen your pencil and work on your unit economics and revenue model and passive profitability. And secondly, really develop a plan for building your business outside of Hong Kong, whether it's the GBA or ASEAN or both. I think that would be my advice.
Yeah, thank you. I actually do have to make a quick plug on what Duncan said about that healthy competition between Singapore and Hong Kong, and I'll get to you in a second, which is, actually, I think I would all just like to invite us to change a little bit our mindset and our confidence. So obviously for startups, it's not either or between Hong Kong or Singapore. They want to raise to regional and global fame, so it will be both for sure. But just looking back, we may have been later to the game, but since 2015, the first time the word startup made it into the budget declaration of Paul Chan, we have given birth to nearly 20 unicorns in Hong Kong. And I think in Singapore, we're even not in the double digits yet. So again, just a little plug for Hong Kong. So we're in the right space. Now, the thing is with venture capital, I do agree, obviously, in times when money gets more expensive with rising interest rates and a lot of uncertainties that are happening around the world, investors obviously understand that they're probably sitting in a seat where they have a little bit more bargaining power. Now, once again, I think what is always, and I'm just going to build on what you say, is really interesting for venture capitalists as we are with AngelUp. And on the one hand side, yes, we do invite people to invest through our platform alongside us, but we also have our fund. So we do assess, companies and then put our own money. And I build on what Duncan was saying. So obviously in these times, it's relatively easier to be a venture capitalist because you will not only see how startup founders are agile and able to adjust their value proposition, giving on, the very, very quickly evolving market demand, but you can also assess teams in terms of their bottom line stewardship. So again, in these days, in other words, I mean, to directly answer your question is, I think the best tip that you can give to startup founders is obviously cash is king. So make sure, you're sitting on enough runway, make sure you don't wait as long as possible to raise again. And there could be a huge temptation because again, valuations right now are not through the roof. But that is one thing. And with that, you can never be too conservative in terms of a top line forecast, right? And you can never be too aggressive in terms of cutting costs. So I think these are really the two advices to founders in these interesting times.
Definitely. How about Sandy? Yeah, let me put in a different spin to the perspective, right, that I think the experts have spoken about. So basically, I look at ecosystems. So what we do is work with corporates, work with startups to see what we can actually offer financing solutions or some solutions in the Hong Kong market. So from the startup's perspective, it's all not that bad yet. Simply because I see a lot of opportunities and interesting ones where a lot of corporates in Hong Kong, a lot of banks in Hong Kong are actually willing to say, okay, we have an innovation fund or we want to do something to work with startups. So for example, even for myself, right, I'm very willing to, I'm out there, looking to see how I can partner with startups to actually see whether we can co-create solutions. right, for the Hong Kong market, for SMEs or consumers in the Hong Kong market. So this is where I think this is also a good opportunity for the startups to strengthen themselves. So I agree totally, right? Economics is key, making sure your cash flow, is there is key. But another way to look at it is how do we strengthen the business? And, maybe it's not just on your own, but maybe partnering with a corporate or a bank could help you strengthen your business and your proposition.
That's very true because sometimes it's not only capital, but also how you can grow your business. And partnering with corporates or banks will be really help for startups to scale and be able to attract investors. And for us, Alibaba Entrepreneurs Fund, of course, we have a big portfolio of over 60 companies. And what we have trying to tell our startup founders is really to manage your existing shareholders as well, because there may be possibility of a down round financing. So how you and these existing shareholders have been, supporting you for a long time. So you have to really engage them earlier and manage their expectation so that they can support you in case of, like a down round financing or to do some cost cutting, etc. Okay. Okay, move on to the second question. So we say that, of course, this is difficult, but you also see that, especially Korea, you see there is good opportunity for investment. So what type of, what sectors will you be more interested in, or what are the trends that you see going into 2023?
Yes, so actually on Angel Up and again with the fund that deploys capital alongside the platform, we do focus on mainly 3 key areas. One, our investments into Web3, and we can look a little bit longer into what type of businesses we're looking into when we invest into Web3 companies. The other one is constantly fintech. And interesting when we talk about, disruption financial services, also the lines between Web3 and fintech are a little bit blurring. And then the third thing is really, we truly believe that there is also still huge opportunity in the tech-empowered ESG space. And when we look into ESG, I think also by now, of course, we're aware that the E stands for environment, but also in the S and G components. So for us, when we look into ESG, we relatively define that in a broad scale. So we can also look into investing into tech companies, so education, I think, which will always be a fundamental growth opportunity with a huge need also for innovation, but also into things as food tech, etc. So we spend that and define that relatively largely. So again, to your point, I think, yes, in general, venture capitalist deployment maybe started slowing down a bit, but also, again, in terms of geographically and then by industry, we can see huge differences. So particularly, obviously, in the Web3 space, where we're arguably just at the beginning, right? I mean, what we're talking, in terms of potential 100, 200 million wallet users versus, 5 billion internet users. So again, I think there is still a long way to go. You can see huge other big investors being very bullish on the scene right now, being able still to invest into to go. You can see huge other big investors being very bullish on the scene right now, being able still to invest into companies that have very sound value proposition, economics, all of that, because they're building the future. So that's definitely something I invite us all to have a very, very deeper look.
How about Gordon? Do you have different views?
Well, on top of that, I think Hong Kong also has very good opportunity for developing services, enterprise solutions for SMEs. And that, I think, will also, because Hong Kong has obviously a very high percentage of companies as SMEs. And we've always so very known for our quality of operations and the high sort of governance standard. And if a startup is able to sort of use Hong Kong as a springboard, right, to conduct your proof of concept, to build your first market, then I think it is a very good starting point to bring that to mainland China or ASEAN countries. Secondly, I think I was very happy to hear from Duncan that the government is allocating more resources and funding to helping university research, commercialization of university research. We have a very strong research base, which has always been around, but I don't think there has been enough patient capital to help commercialize these research results. So hopefully, with the market being the way it is, investors can then focus a bit more on long-term, patient investments in looking at sifting through the large amount of university research. And I think there are always hidden gems, right, in this area. Yeah.
Yeah, and also, funding and also the support to help them to commercialize is very important as well. How about Sandy? You mentioned that your approach to startup will be quite different from a pure investment. Will there be any sector that you will be most interested in, or your client, you see from a client's point of view, they are more interested in?
Yeah, so maybe a few angles. What we hear a lot from, say, SMEs or even corporates is really around how do we digitally transform ourselves. So actually, there are many angles to do that. For example, like what Gordon was saying for SMEs. Could startups think of certain solutions for them to help them with their digital transformation so that maybe they could be operating more efficiently? Or even for corporates, how do we actually digitize maybe some of the procurement processes or the supplier processes? I think there is a lot of things to be done from there. Whereas from a bank perspective, I think there are a lot of regulations out there, and there are a lot of technologies needed. And this is where I think startups can help, really, in terms of maybe knowing your customers, or how do you even build identity that is trusted, that can be trusted by, say, banks and corporates and VCs all at the same time. So I think there are many new areas that we can venture into. It's just about, where do we see the opportunities and how do we actually grow on that. And one more point that Karina said around ESG. So I realized, right, a lot of us focus a lot on the E component, but truly we really shouldn't neglect the S and the G, because in the S, it also talks about how do you serve the underserved markets, includes startups, includes even, SMEs. So what can we do around some of these areas as well? That I think could be potentially interesting areas of development for startups.
Yeah, I agree as well. And actually, we are very fortunate that AEF has one of the startup, Fennel AI, that provide red tech solution, which is adopted by Hong Kong MA. I think this is a really great example of how startups can really help with the G side, right, the ESG side. And I hope that this technology can be exported to other markets, maybe to Singapore, right, one day. Okay, so talking about regulation, maybe we can move on to talk a little bit more about the regulatory landscape in Hong Kong, or how, or I should put it this way, how the government's policies can further help the development of the startup scene here in Hong Kong. So how do you see, from maybe start with Gordon, how do you see like the existing, like the Type 9 licensing condition, as well as perhaps the green channel, the fast track green channel to the GBA area? How do you see these policies, or how you want to see changes in order to further facilitate investments in the Greater Bay region?
Okay, yep. So when it comes to regulatory environment and facilitating the development of the venture capital industry, I think Hong Kong still has room to improve, right? As a lot of you may know, the SFC has issued a circular, I think it was over a year ago, clarifying that even venture capital firms managing funds out of Hong Kong are required to have a Type 9 license, right? And right now, this Type 9 license is the same, exactly the same as what you require for a hedge fund, right? And so, as such, a lot of governments or the governance and requirements under the license is basically the same, right? Whether you're a private equity fund, venture capital fund, or a hedge fund. And we all know, typically, venture capital funds are, the team's a lot smaller. The type of investments involved is very different. And so I think the existing framework is not a very good fit, right, for governing this specific industry. And also, for some firms, I think, it's a very complicated process and task just to get licensed and to maintain the ongoing requirements of the license itself. But if you look at the case of Singapore or even the US, there's a lot simpler registration process for becoming a registered or licensed venture capital firm. So I do hope that there will be simplification in this regard, and which will then allow a lot more venture capital firms to set up in Hong Kong. And the other thing is that, I mean, obviously there are more venture capital firms in Hong Kong than those that are licensed. So what do? There are very complicated and cumbersome ways to sort of work around, right? And that is obviously not an ideal situation. It's not efficient, it's not cost effective, not efficient, and doesn't help the growth of the industry itself, right? So I think that I hope can change.
What do you think, Karina?
Yeah,
I think you got license, right?
Yes.
Yeah, one of the first.
Absolutely, yes. So Angel Hub itself is the very first startup investment platform licensed by the SFC, and I think so far we are actually the only ones holding a license. I think originally the question was pretty broad in terms of what can the government do to support the tech and innovation scene. But let me just specifically reply on regulatory frameworks, which is one, right? Definitely. Not the only one where the government can intervene, but one. And I think that's typically the point where it's very easy to talk badly about regulations and being a showstopper. And of course, regulators can never go first. But I would actually invite us to look at regulations really also as a very sound infrastructure that needs to be put in place. I fully agree with you, to avoid actually then people bypassing or working without control, which is not going to help in the long run. Obviously, I'm saying that now being licensed, but the thing is, though, that I definitely would like us to invite is, yes, regulator cannot go first, but they can go at different speeds, right? And I think that is something that I feel we're ready to put the foot back on, the gas pedal. I compare it to 2019, which was a brilliant year for fintech in Hong Kong, where the HKMA, the SFC, and the insurance authorities really made leapfrogs forward by looking for the dialogue with people that are in the space. So I agree with you that if we, under the current framework, look into understanding, what is actually possible, what actually helps when it comes to, you talked about, digital assets regulations, that really, without compromising on investor protection, but really actually reflects the underlying vision, mission, and also value proposition of the scene. So again, if you think about limiting access to digital assets only to professional investors, it's obviously going to be a showstopper for the entire industry. So I think just a huge invitation again to the regulators to come and talk to us in the space and try to understand how we can go faster together.
Sandy, do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything specific to the regulatory framework, but maybe just let me share some of my perspectives. So what I see in the market is that, and as in for any other, even in the banking world, right? Late stage startups tend to have more access to funds, as we all know. And it's really the early stage startups who are really, who do need funds and do need, more help than ever to actually help them succeed. So if there is anything that the government could do to actually provide more initiatives to support all these early stage startups, that would be great. Because I do see quite some initiatives coming out, and some of them are really a lot targeted at the later stage startups. So anything that can be done to support the early stage startups, that would be good.
Yeah, talking about funding and also support to startups, the government has announced, and also Duncan just mentioned about the extra funding that the government has earmarked, namely like this strategic tech fund that we are going to see to be deployed very soon. So in terms of managing the strategic tech fund, I think there are still details to be announced. But would you have any suggestions for the government on how this should be deployed in terms of how this is going to be managed, and also the sectors that the government should directly invest in?
Okay, For sure, I think it's a very good thing for the government to be allocating more resources, as I said. And if you look at Hong Kong, the ecosystem of Hong Kong, I think earlier speaker mentioned, illustrated how much we have grown, right? Last year, it was a total of 40 billion Hong Kong dollars, right? About 5 billion US. That, if you look at that as a percentage of our GDP, it puts us as around 1.5, 1.6%, which is almost at par with the VC investment, right, in the US as far as their GDP is concerned. But we typically had also looked at Israel, for example, which has always been drawn as a comparison to Hong Kong because of our population and all that. And I think Hong Kong is always striving to be more like Israel with as far as hard tech and research is concerned, right? Commercialization of university research. But if you look at Israel, their VC investment is up at 2.6% or thereabout, right, of the GDP. So it means there's a long way for Hong Kong to go, and it requires patient capital, as I said. And I hope, government could be part of that. 30 billion could be patient capital allocated to drive a more commercialization of research.
Very quickly, actually, two really hopes. A, don't go alone, and B, be bullish. So don't go alone means, being a venture capitalist is a full-time job, and again, it requires know-how, it requires access, it requires a lot of things that Gordon talked about, and actually, I think that is, associate yourself with people that are in the space for sure. The second thing is be bullish. Is if 80% of the P&L of a startup are salaries, you cannot go wrong in investing into startups as a government.
Sandy?
And actually, just to add, and to actually repeat what Karina said earlier, is the speed, right? Yes, the government could be investing into certain industries that we want, but hopefully, the way the money is being granted and being directed toward the startups, it can be done in a really fast and easy way for startups to receive the funding.
I think we have reached the end of this panel. Time is up. And I enjoy our conversation. Hopefully, we can continue our conversation later on. And once again, thanks for joining this panel.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now, would our speakers please get together and get a photo together? All right, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause again to our panel for sharing the latest perspectives. Also, thank you, Cindy, for taking up the moderator role. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussion, a quick reminder, the CVCF quiz has actually started at 11 a.m. So do scan the QR code to complete the quiz. And the first 5 winners getting all answers correct will receive a big prize from Klook. So winners will be announced end of today here. Stay tuned and stay till the end. You'll see if you are the lucky one. That's amazing. Well, we're going to proceed to our next panel discussion, which they will be discussing the topic, GBA, the growth engine for startups and investment. Now let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Hendrickson, MH, co-founder and vice chairman, CMGE Technology Group Limited. Please welcome Hendrik. Joining him on stage, we have Mr. Chong Yin, managing director, Greater Bay Area Homeland Investments Limited. Please welcome. Also have Mr. Raymond Yip, Chief Liaison Officer, Guangzhou Nansha Service Center in Hong Kong. Please welcome. Next, we have Ms. Yvonne Wong, General Manager, Tianhai International Liaison Services Limited. Please welcome. We actually have 2 more panelists joining us from the mainland. They are Dr. Tony Zhang, Co-Chief Investment Officer and Deputy General Manager, China Resources Capital Management, Innovation Committee Member, Investment Consulting Committee Member, China Resources Group. And we also have Mr. David Lin, Assistant General Manager, Da Heng Qin Macau Corporation Limited. Now, when we're ready, I'll pass the mic over to you, Hendrik.
Thank you. Thank you. 咁啊，好開心啦嚇！咁我哋轉翻個台做廣東話啦嚇，好開心嚇！因為今日我哋請咗幾位嘉賓嚇，同我哋做呢個分享，做呢個交流嘅話，都係大灣區嘅經驗好豐富嘅嚇。咁我覺得都係 我哋 Cyberport 嘅 community 好想學到好想知道更多嘅資訊嘅領域因為包括我哋嘅20大又好 policy address 都好，都講好多灣區嘅一啲嘅機會。咁我哋希望就係我哋有最新嘅信息啦，同埋我哋有機會同呢啲即係專家可以有呢個緊密嘅一個機會去學習咁或者事不宜遲啦咁我問第一條問題先啦咁我問呢個喺線上嘅張忠博士係華潤資本嘅聯席首席投資官張博士你好。
你好，你好。
咁作為一個專業嘅投資人，你認為初創嘅企業應該要先揾到市場嘅問題，即係個市場嘅 pain point 再去找呢個解決嘅方案作為創業嘅題材定係用新嘅技術產生之後，再去發掘呢種技術去解決乜嘢市場嘅問題呢？想聽下你嘅寶貴意見，張博士。
好，謝謝主持人。很抱歉我這個廣東話不好，所以只能用普通話來回答您的問題。其實我想您剛才的問題 ，first of all， 我覺得應該首先是為在創業籌備的階段這些創業者提的問題，可能是更準確一些。那等到這個企業已經進入到了這個創業執行的過程當中的話，再考慮這樣的問題會稍微有些晚。第二呢，我的理解也是很難給一個非此即彼的非常簡單的答案，可能對不同的類別的，尤其是不同行業的創業企業來說的話，答案不太一樣。以我們的投資的實踐來看呢，比如說像在生物醫藥在創新器械這一類別的創業企業裡面，那毫無疑問，他們肯定是先有非常清楚的、清晰的技術儲備、研發的方向。與此同時，它的市場並不需要特別的去考慮，因為它目標是非常清楚的。那麼，也許是說先有技術，後有市場，這個考量是蠻簡單的。那對於另外一類企業而言，我們投的也比較多的就是人工智能的這些企業。那這一類的初創企業，恐怕他們在具備一些這個常規的普適性的一些科技的同時，他首先要去創業的話，真的應該想想清楚，這個技術比較適合能夠解決哪些市場裡面的實際的問題。在沒有想清楚能解決哪些實際問題的時候，貿然的先去創立了企業，再去慢慢去找，在尤其是當下這幾年的市況之下的話，要活下來恐怕真是不太的容易的。所以我想在不同的階段，在不同的行業裡面，大家剛才的那個選擇會是完全不一樣的。另外呢，我再加一點是說，其實對初創企業而言，從誕生之日起，甚至在籌備階段到後面的發展成熟的過程當中，有可能會發生很多的變化。這個過程一直都是在市場和技術之間不停地去尋找新的平衡，不停地去尋找一些真正的對接。而這個對接最終的意義是在於要用合適的技術，不見得是一個特別絕對領先的一個技術，而是合適的技術，考慮到經濟的成本等等各方面的因素，去解決真實的有一定規模的市場的需求，找到市場的痛點。那只能夠解決一個小問題的話，這不足以成為一個企業獨立生存下去，也更不足以成為一個獨角獸，或者是有一個長遠發展前景的企業。其實舉個簡單的例子我們之前投過一個港科大創業的項目，那麼在4年之前呢，它是一個人工智能的初創企業，在它誕生之後，其實有很多的想法，而實際上華潤集團這邊我們是一個多元化的產業集團，有各種各樣的場景，無論是消費類別的，還是基礎設施、地產等等等等。那麼我們就幫助這家企業和我們集團內部的產業，在不同的場景需求之下去做對接，嘗試了很多以後， 那发掘出来有几个会是比较有可能形成规模化，那除了华人之外，那市场也会有广泛需求的，那也帮助这个企业不断的找清楚自己未来发展的方向。在这个过程当中，首先是一直在不断的变化，其次是需要勇于探索，不断尝试去创新的。而到底是先有技术还是先有市场？用刚才的例子就很能看得出来啊，其实我们这个答案未必在任何时间段都是一个唯一的选择，很有可能是在不断的发展变化过程当中的适时的调整。我就简单做这些反馈，谢谢。
谢谢张博士，真的是非常精彩的分享哈。所以这个答案是动态的哈，要看市场，看你的阶段，也看不同的时候，可能也有可能不一样的变化哈。所以大家都可能学习到了哈，谢谢张博士哈。那第二条问题，我想问尹总哈，就是内地推出这个科技货币哈，成为全球推进央行数字货币的领导的国家之一哈。您认为香港的金融科技初创，在这里我们很多 FinTech 的初创哈，可以从中得到什么的商机呢？
谢谢钱总啊。那个关于这个问题呢，我觉得有几个观点吧。第一呢，我们觉得就是大家都知道现在的金融科技，包括信息技术 FinTech，这些发展非常快，迭代的非常快，所以这个数字经济的这个大潮呢，我们觉得是滚滚而来，不可阻挡。我们看到各个国家呢都在非常重视这个点。我们也看到那个国际清算银行有一组数据，全球应该有90多个央行，已经明确宣布呢要采纳或者说试点甚至探索这个央行的数字货币。那在这个当中呢，那我们的国家肯定是走在前列，这是第一。第二呢，我们觉得香港呢在这个方面呢其实是可以大有所为。在这个数字经济的这个大潮中，我们觉得香港有它得天独厚的优势。当然，这既包括了我们有丰富的金融科技的人才，包括金融服务的人才。同时，我们有非常完善、成熟的金融的法治以及基础设施。再有呢，我们香港作为连接内地和海外这样一个桥梁，其实有非常好的这样的一个机会在。我们其实也非常欣喜的看到，过去数年呢，其实特区政府其实在这个发展金融科技、在数字经济、探讨这个数字港元以及这个对数字资产进行监管这方面呢，做了很多努力，也有很多卓有成效的这个成果。我们其实也非常期待就是下周的这个金融科技周上，对政府可能会发布的这个关于虚拟资产的这样的一个政策的一个框架，我们作为业界都非常非常期待这一点。对我们觉得，过去和现在，香港是当之无愧的这个国际金融中心，我们也希望在未来，香港在数字经济这样的一个时代，也能够脱颖而出，我们成为这个全球的数字金融中心，这是我们共同期待的一点。那关于这个FinTech 这个创业呢，我们觉得可以从2个方面去思考这个问题。第一个方面呢，我们觉得在这个未来这样一个数字经济、数字金融这样一个数字金融这样一个时代里面，这个范畴里面，所有的传统的金融服务，它都应该会有它的一个映射或复制。我们大家可能比较熟悉的是，现在过去这些年发展很快的数字资产的交易所，某种意义上说，它就是我们传统的这些证券、商品、期货交易所在数字资产这个范畴下的一个复制。当然这个里面有很多的监管的一些 issue 在里面，需要去我们去规范去解决。但以此类推呢，我们觉得未来像银行、像证券、保险，像私募的资产管理，可能这个里面都会有面向数字金融时代的同样的这样的形式存在。这些呢，我觉得不仅仅是一个传统金融服务的一个数字化，它更是它面对的这些对象和资产，过去是传统的资产。未来可能更多的是面向一些数字资产，这个 digital asset。所以这个里面呢，我们觉得可能部分是现有的传统金融机构的一个升级转型，但是对于我们的初创企业来说呢，我觉得这个里面仍然有大量的机会，包括系统的一些研发升级，包括这种金融服务的创新，包括甚至监管科技，其实这个里面我们觉得有大把的这个机会和发展空间。这是第一方面。第二个方面呢，我们觉得在数字金融这样一个时代和领域呢，里面一定会诞生出很多全新的业态，这种业态呢是不同于过往我们传统的金融服务的，全新的东西，它可能是一个改进，甚至是一个颠覆，那就也是像我们过去这些年大家看到，这个从业内喷涌而出的，比如说 DeFi、DEX， 还有 NFT 种种，其实某种意义上，当然它也有一些问题存在，但是我们不得不说，这样的一个大潮， 其实是滚滚而来，我们觉得是不可阻挡。这个里面有很多东西需要我们去解决，但是我们觉得，只要我们的创业者，坚守用金融科技的这个手段去服务我们的经济、实体经济，去为社会创造价值，我们觉得这个里面一定会产生出很多非常优秀的企业出来，其中这个我们其实也作为一个投资机构，我们在香港也有很多的这种投了很多初创的企业，我们也在跟他们一起去探讨如何利用金融科技、用 blockchain 的技术去赋能我们的实体经济。特别的，我们可能在，比如说，我们举个例子就比如说，香港其实是一个亚洲的知识产权的中心，大湾区规划里面也在提要建这样的一个中心。那我们觉得，如何是用 blockchain 的技术，能够跟知识产权、跟版权相结合，使得香港从能够这个知识产权中心能够进一步的在这个数字经济的时代有一个升级，能够进一步的连通内地和海外的这种版权的交流这种种这样的一些活动。我们觉得这样的事情就是很有意义的，对，谢谢。
非常精彩的分享哈，所以对我们数码港的 FinTech 公司来讲，就是要拥抱就是这个市场带来的机会，对吧？还有政策带来的一些红利加上自己的自身就是装备好自己，把握这些机会。也希望尹总就是作为大湾区这个共同债券投资机构的老板，多关注我们数码港的 FinTech 企业谢谢。然後呢，就是林木總，咁橫琴橫琴嘅機會，想問下你橫琴粵港深度合作區成立之後呢，對香港初創嚟講，喺橫琴帶嚟有啲咩新嘅機遇呢？咁請你同我哋分享一下。
好，各位主持人、各位嘉賓各位觀眾現場的觀眾大家好。我想呢，横琴的这个新的这个合作区成立以后，那么它的这个机遇所带来给香港初创企业所带来的机遇呢，我想从3个方面来看。那首先呢，我们要看看这个横琴合作新区它成立的一个定位战略定位。那么横琴新区呢是就是2021年9月17日挂牌成立这个是国务院在9月5日呢也发布了一个就是横琴医药深度合作区的一个建设总体方案。那么横琴新区的成立横琴新区的成立，它的初心就是为了澳门产业这个合作区的成立，就是为了澳门产业的多元发展创造条件。那有关这个建设总体方案里面也强调了它的一个定位，那就是立足粤澳的这个资源的领土和发展基础，那围绕着这个产业多元化的发展这个主攻方向，那么加强政策扶持大力发展新技术新产业、新业态、新模式。那我觉得这些强调这个新里面呢就是为我们香港的这些初创企业以及创新型的企业提供了很多的一个市场机会。那规划中呢也强调了4个主要的产业发展方向。第一个就是科技研发和高端制造业。那第2个呢就是中医药中医药因为传统是澳门的一个这个传统产业那第3呢就是文理会展商贸产业。那么第4个就是现代金融业。那从传统上来看文理会展商贸这个服务业，包括现代金融都是我们香港传统上的一个比较成熟的一个产业我觉得未来香港的初创企业可以在这里面找到很多的机遇这是我们看到它的一个战略定位那第2呢，横琴新区就是合作区，包括新区成立、合作区成立以来呢，那么出台了一系列的这个改革创新的措施和优惠政策，那么鼓励和扶持香港的初创企业来横琴创业和发展这里面呢我可以看到我们一些数字那么截止到今年的4月这个合作区就推出了这个622项的改革创新的措施并致力构建和以港澳自由港政策相适应 以国际规则相衔接的创新机制，打造一流的营商环境。那我觉得这个营商的环境也非常重要啊，特别是对我们香港的企业来说啊。同时呢，我们出台了这个港澳青年的这个创业优惠政策、扶持政策。那这个政策涵盖的面是非常广的就是从人才、从市场到办公研发，到企业和个人的税收等全方位的出台的优惠政策。那这名优惠政策，我们刚刚谈到有600多项的优惠政策。那这些政策呢，都是为了港澳青年的创业以这个大力的扶持和帮助。那这里面呢，我们有一个就是在已经举办了2届的成功的举办的2届面向全球的科技创新创业大赛大奖赛的我们第1名呢就可以无偿资助的金额就高达1亿元1亿元人民币这个可以说是最大的一个这个金额的一个资助对这些创新创业这个企业来说是非常好的一个那合作区成立我们看到成立1年来以后呢这里面我有一些数字那可以跟大家分享一下为什么说这个红旗现在是一个热点也可以说是一个非常热的热点。那么截至今年的8月今年合作区成立以来，那么累计新增的外资企业我们达到了7800家，7800家。那么新增的外资企业呢，就是1年内已经有971家落户。那其中呢，澳资企业的数量现在比较多就是突破了5000家。那么港资企业呢，目前来说也突破了1000家就是说整个在7800户里面的新增的外资企业港资企业已经超过了1000家落户到横琴那其中我们大横琴澳门公司投资的在香港我们投资的5家企业，其中1家已经注册在横琴，那其中2家正在办有关的这个落户的一些手续那么大概就我们可以看到横琴现在来说无论对香港来说或者是澳门企业来说，那都是非常热点那第3呢我们针对这个香港的初创企业，那么在不同的发展阶段的需求我们进行大力的扶持我们知道初创企业，那么它在不同的发展阶段它对资金对市场对人才，那么以及到上市的一些辅导它都会有不同的需求。那我们针对它不同阶段的需求进行大力的扶持落户横琴的企业成长壮大那我们以数码港进行紧密合作。那我们成立了一个大横琴的数码港的一个创投基金我们在数码港是有一个创投基金，是2017年成立的整个这个投资的额度成立这个基金的额度是2亿港元那么我们就通过这种互动和这个香港的互动，那么搭起一个香港和横琴2边的这个科技产业的这种进出通道实现香港科技资源以及横琴产业发展有效的一些对接那同时呢，我们刚也谈过，我们现在通过这个基金，我们已经投资了5家在数码港的这个初创企业那其实这5家的企业也取得了非常优秀的成绩无论他们的营收以及市场规模都有很大的这个成长那同时大横琴集团就是从我们公司来说，那么我们也在横琴以及澳门投资建设了多个产业园和产业的创新中心载体，那去支持呢落户横琴澳门、香港这些初创企业那同时我们下属的一个大横琴股份香港公司，那我们在今年刚刚拿到了一个4号和9号的金融牌照就是私募的这个基金的牌照。那我们也未来呢，那我们也利用这些香港和香港的一个紧密合作，利用基金的投资、股权投资和资源对接的多种手段，我们来支持初创企业到横琴的创业发展这是我们 这个大恒金集团利用我们现有的这个平台来进行支持对香港的初创企业进行支持和扶持。那么同时呢，大恒琴我们的澳门公司正在全力打造这个海外的投资和财富管理中心以及国际产业发展中心那我们有的这些各种这种手段无论从资金载体以及政策方面那么我们可以为香港的这个到横琴入户横琴的这个企业，那么也可以提供这些全方位的服务和支持最后呢，我想说一下，就是大恒金集团的这里面我说一下大恒金集团的澳门公司。那么我们主要是作为大恒金集团这个海外的业务总部那大恒金集团我们刚谈到也是主持人也介绍过，那么我们是一个市属的国有企业，目前来说，它在市属的企业里面，国有企业里面的资产规模是排名第2，我们的资产的总规模已经超过了1000亿人民币。那所以我们成立的这个海外的业务总部我们主要是做了几件事。那么第一呢，就是通过海外的这个投资的中心坚持这个产业投资加上基金的投资我们来双轮驱动。那么同时呢，和各个机构知名的金融和投资机构我们进行合作持续的聚焦刚我们谈到的4大，就是我们说新区包括合作区就是要横琴合作区那么这个聚焦在我们的这个集成电路以及刚谈到的4大产业方面这个高端制造、生物人工智能通过以投促引以投促产的产业的这个发展模式，那为我们这个香港的初创企业提供这个全方位的服务，这是也是我们澳门公司的一个使命也是我们的一个任务我的演讲就到这里谢谢
非常感谢林总非常详细的给我们就是介绍了这个行情尤其是合作区跟我们数码港的初创有什么的一些就是支持还有一些措施听起来很大力度的听起来刚才的数字也提到，就是已经有1000家香港的企业过去，我相信的话，在4个他们支持的重点的领域的话，应该是可以发挥得很好。也感谢就是林总的基金在数码港里边也做蛮多的投資也希望你繼續支持我們好，那下一條問題我想問下葉總關於南沙咁國務院發布咗廣州南沙深化面向世界嘅粵港澳全面合作嘅總體方案之後，你認為對香港初創，包括我哋數碼港嘅初創，帶來一啲咩嘅啟示或者係機遇呢？
好，唔該。南沙咧就係廣州市嘅一個區域啦。咁呢個區域咧個特別嘅地方喺邊度咧？佢就係全廣東省唯一個全國家級嘅新區。咁國家級嘅新區喺國家嘅定義咧，就係喺改革開放裏邊咧，肩負一啲重大嘅戰略性嘅任務嘅一啲區域。咁南沙就係肩負起一個非常重大嘅任務，因為喺個總體方案嚟講咧，到2035年咧，佢係要喺大灣區喺世界嘅競爭同埋合作咧，係協同港澳咧發揮一個引領性嘅一個地位嚟嘅。咁南沙最大嘅優勢咧，就係佢嗰個區位個 location， 佢就係成個大灣區嘅中心。咁就係而家我哋講緊一個半小時嘅生活圈，咁啊可以喺半個鐘頭之內咧係去得到大灣區嘅所有嘅城市啦，主要嘅城市啦。咁而家距離香港咧係高鐵咧係35分鐘嘅啫。咁呢個地理位置非常之優越。另外一個咧就係佢嗰個政策啦。 咁國家俾南沙嘅政策亦都係非常之係走得前啦，亦都特別係好優惠。咁喺扶持呢個科技嘅政策，佢有好多唔同嘅獎勵，好似一啲重大嘅科技嘅平台咧，如果落戶南沙咧，係最高可以攞到2億嘅，包括一啲元宇宙嘅科技。咁另外人才嘅落戶亦都有獎勵啦，亦都有特別嘅計劃咧去扶持呢個青年人嘅。咁青年人喺南沙嗰度就業或者係創業咧，都有唔同嘅獎勵嚇。咁如果就業咧都可以，譬如攞到51.5萬喺3年裏邊嘅。咁就另外亦都係喺科技方面咧，同香港有好多對接啦。咁如果你香港特區政府攞到嘅funding咧，佢亦都可以根據香港嘅呢個funding去配對翻同一個金額，係 up to 係100萬嘅。咁有好多唔同嘅優惠啦，咁亦都有好堅實嘅產業基礎。咁南沙而家呢個產業有火箭嘅產業基地，啱啱落成咗，咁每年可以做30隻火箭嘅，係一啲商用嘅火箭啦。有製造汽車嘅工業啦，呢個豐田嘅車廠而家嘅產量係1年100萬台啦，咁亦都研發緊好多係自動嘅駕駛嘅汽車啦。咁有造船業啦，咁亦都係全國嘅跨境電商入口最大嘅一個中心。咁有好多好唔同嘅優勢，咁我哋絕對係好歡迎香港嘅年青人初創企業，甚至或者其他企業咧，都係進駐南沙。咁我作為香港南沙嘅代表咧，就絕對樂意為你提供你哋所需嘅資訊咧，同埋你嘅支援嘅。多謝大家。
剛才聽葉總講嗰啲即係支持措施啊，講到2個億嘅時候，我見到好多人眼都閃亮起嚟嚇。咁希望大家可以跟葉總多啲溝通嚇，了解多啲南沙嘅一啲嘅政策啦嚇。因為我相信嗰個力度我都聽過好多次，係力度支持港人力度係好大嘅。同埋就係我諗頭先提到嘅半小時生活圈啦嚇，的確係好便利我哋港人嚇。咁所以多謝葉總嘅分享嚇。咁Yvonne啦，到前海啦嚇，前海又係我哋好熟悉嘅一個港人合作嘅一個重點地區啦。咁喺20大嘅報告入邊提到咧，加快構建新發展嘅格局，着力推動高質量嘅發展。咁你認為喺深圳同埋前海嚟講係咩嘅啟示咧 ？Yvonne？
好，大家好啊，唔該 Hendrik。咁我知道 time up 嘅，但係我相信大家唔介意俾少少時間我繼續講。好講翻咧喺20大裏邊咧，其實咧有9個對大灣區嘅啟示嘅。不過我當然我唔會講晒啦。咁除咗中國式現代化之外咧，其實咧係會講翻呢一個新發展格局。咁咩叫新發展格局咧？就係講現代化產業體系、高水平嘅對外開放同埋區域嘅協調發展。咁咩叫現代化產業體系咧？其實就係包括譬如話一啲交通嘅強國啦、製造強國啦、網絡強國啦、數字中國啦等等嘅嘢嘅。咁而區域協調發展其實 within 喺個區域裏邊，我哋要自己城市群之間嘅城市真係唔好有一個太同質化嘅競爭咯。我見到今日咧有橫琴啦，有南沙嘅代表喺度啦。其實我哋3個咧並唔係一個競爭關係嚟嘅，係一個朋友嘅關係。咁我哋其實大家選擇去邊個發展，其實都冇乜所謂。咁喺前海方面咧，其實大家可以留意翻嘅，其實我哋咧係喺國家政策上裏邊，我哋嗰個深圳咧有一個咧社會主義先行示範區。其實呢一個亦都同咧今次20大裏邊報告咧中國式現代化咧呢個係息息相關嘅。咁另外啦，之前咧其實有出過一份咧係應該上年年尾嘅全國統一大致場，呢個咧就同雙循環有關嘅。我覺得大家應該咧去留意翻，其實國家嘅政策你唔好當嗰啲14.5啊、20大報告啊，粵港澳大灣區係冇關係，其實係大家都係一脈相承，大家係有一個同一個目標咯。我哋喺一個1+N 嘅體系之下，咩叫1+N 咧？就係一個粵港澳大灣區呢個規劃綱要政策底下，再加 N 嘅政策，包括南沙有南沙嘅政策，頭先橫琴有橫琴介紹嘅政策，包括我哋前海都有我哋嘅前海嘅政策。大家會係我哋會有一啲4種 大嘅措施咧係俾香港人嘅。第一咧就係一啲便民措施，或者一啲類近國民待遇嘅措施，例如專業人士嘅執業。第二種啦，就係一啲稅務嘅優惠。咁其實南沙有南沙嘅稅務優惠，前海有前海嘅。咁成個大灣區裏邊，最終嘅目標都係做港人港稅。咁跟住啦，仲有一啲大嘅規劃啦。咁另外啦，就仲有一啲係產業扶持嘅政策。你無論你係做科技又好，你做生物醫藥又好，等等嘅，其實你都可以揾到你嘅政策。如果你大家真係想知多啲嘅，其實我哋前海港澳醫站通有同事咧，真係可以服務到大家。咁大家咧，如果今日我知道時間關係啦，講得唔到啦，咁我11月10號咧都有一個 seminar 嘅，咁你可以繼續大家詳細介紹。唔該晒。
係啊，我諗大家都意猶未盡啊，但係因為大會嘅時間安排，我諗確實係有啲 constraint， 咁我哋嘅今日嘅討論可能就到此為止。但係大家可以就係線下再揾我哋幾位專家，我相信橫琴又好、南沙又好、前海都好好多嘅政策，大家都應該就係了解多啲，睇下邊個最適合自己。呢啲都係利我哋嘅初創嘅政策。跟住當然我哋今日仲有2位重量級嘅投資者啦咁都係我諗都係好寶貴機會可以同佢哋交流咁再一次多謝各位今日參加嘅嘉賓謝謝線上的朋友我們今天的討論到此為止謝謝。
好，謝謝。請我們線上的2位嘉賓保持在線，我們來一張合影。我哋咧台上嘉賓一齊咧企埋，我哋咧影一張合照，連埋我哋線上嘉賓。那線上的嘉賓只需要看着你們鏡頭就可以啦。我們來一張合照。好，多來幾張。Once again, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to this panel for sharing so much with us. Thank you. Thank you very much also to Hendrik for moderating for us. Thank you. Please be seated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the last session of this morning, Managing Funding Challenges Amid Economic Uncertainty. Our moderator for this session will be Mr. Gary Chan, Chairman of ESG Chapter, Forbes Global Alliance. And joining him on stage, we have several panelists, and they are, before I invite them on stage, I'll just introduce them first. They are Ms. Hester de Casper, Regional Head of Operations East Asia and Pacific, Head of Office Hong Kong SAR, International Finance Corporation IFC. Ms. Louisa Zhang, Head of Investments Asia, HSBC Ventures HSBC. And joining us from Macau, we have Mr. Joe Ngai, JP, Chairman, McKinsey's Greater China Office. Now please welcome our moderator, Mr. Gary Chan, to come on stage. Please welcome Gary. And also we'll welcome Ms. Hester de Casper and Ms. Louisa Zhang. Okay, and we already see Mr. Joe Ngai on the screen. All right, please be seated. And now over to you, Gary.
Thank you. Well, I've been told that we are running short in time, so I'll go straight into it. And welcome joining us online, Joe. I understand that you're in Macau. Right, so I'm going to turn to the first question. I'm going to turn it over to Hester. Okay, so people have been talking about a funding drought, right? A funding winter. I mean, since with your position, you are looking at the big money flow and pulling strings at the top level. What are we really looking at here? Are we simply looking at a winter drought or capital drought, funding winter, somebody call it a funding winter, or are we looking at something bigger?
Well, thanks, Gary, for your question. And so I represent the International Finance Corporation. For those who don't know us, we're part of the World Bank Group. So we're a development finance entity, and we provide investment to emerging markets and globally. And in Asia, you know, so we just had our annual meetings in Washington, D.C. with the IMF. And of course, the news coming out of there was quite grim from a global economic perspective. The headwinds are quite strong, and they're coming from many different directions. I think inflation, geopolitical tensions, trade challenges and supply chain challenges, compounded by the sort of the aftermath of COVID, and a variety of other, you know, sort of climate-generated difficulties that we're going to see even more of going forward. Those are all combining to create a really, really tough situation in financial markets. And traditionally, actually, when you get this combination of low global confidence with kind of aggressive tightening from the Fed, what happens for financial markets in the emerging markets in particular is you get a financial crisis. So this could be something that is, as you said, much bigger than just a funding drought. We could be entering a period of recession globally. And of course, this will have impacts on the funding environment for startups and entrepreneurs across the region. We have a particular focus on the emerging markets, of course. And what we're seeing is that there is retrenchment. The big money from the US, from Europe, is pulling out. There's money that's shifting from China towards the markets in India and Southeast Asia. But I think overall, this is going to impact primarily sort of more mature companies. And there is, as I think the presenter from KPMG said during her presentation, there's a lot of dry powder for earlier stage companies that are in the region that are showing strong fundamentals. So it's kind of a mixed picture. It's tilted towards the downside, though.
Interesting. So it's not all doom and gloom. There's still some optimism out there. What about you, Joe? What are you seeing on the ground? I know you travel around Asia a lot as well, and you must be having some interesting observations on the ground.
Hi, everyone. Obviously, right now, we're going through a difficult time, right, for corporates, for investors, for startups. I do think that, you know, this is a point in time, you know, in the last 20 years where we've seen economies around the world all suffering at the same time, right? I think in the past, we've seen, you know, maybe something going on in the US, but, you know, China was okay, or maybe something going on in Europe, but, you know, the US economy is quite strong. So I think that, you know, it was actually, you know, we had a good, you know, run, right, of a rather benign environment. And I think right now is a big test for everyone. In these environments, obviously money actually go towards less risky assets, right? And so I do think that we'll see funding becoming more difficult. I do think that quality is very important. And I do think that, you know, the investors group that are most conservative these days are going to be the ones who have not seen these downturns, which I think is a lot of new capital in the last 5-6 years have really not seen, you know, a drought, as you call it, as severe as the one we're seeing right now. I think those are the ones that are going to be most risk averse. The silver lining, if there is one, is that quality will become more important. And I think that the vintages of investors that are investing right now may actually see outsized returns, given depressed valuations, given perhaps a little bit more selection that they can actually, you know, rely on. So I do think that, you know, for the brave and for the through cycle thinkers, right now is actually not a bad time to be in the market.
Thank you, Joe. Interesting. So somewhat consistent with what Hester shared with us. So it's not all doom and gloom, but at the same time, there's still a bit of silver lining as long as we pick the right quality or being able to identify the right quality. Before I move on to the next question, Louisa, would you have anything to share or add to that question?
Yeah, I know. I think the two panelists covered, you know, the macro headwinds very, very well. I want to focus a little bit on the silver lining piece because, you know, if you're just looking at kind of VC fundraise in the last 2 years, actually 2021 was a record year for VC funds. So I think just looking at US VC funds, they closed over $150 billion. And I think everyone had the expectation that this year, this is going to kind of come down quite a bit. But I think just looking at data as of kind of July, we actually, the amount of VC funds closing fundraise is actually even higher than last year. I think what that means is there truly is a lot of dry powder sitting on the sideline. So, you know, as these macro constraints remain, I think something not to forget about is there is actually a lot of supply just waiting to be deployed. If you think about kind of the deployment cycle for our VC fund is usually 4 to 5 years. A lot of these funds are getting into the time where they're looking to deploy and patiently waiting for the right target. So, if we're going to focus on the positive, I think that's one to take away from.
Thank you, Louisa. I think that's a very interesting comment, especially you represent the VC community. So you mentioned that there's a lot of dry powder sitting on the sidelines. So for those that are looking for fundraising or planning to do fundraising exercise in the near future, we have a couple of other panel speakers have shared that quality is important. So to you, what good quality looks like from a startup business?
Yeah, sure. I think this is a feedback that's echoed across the investor community, which is being a lot more disciplined and focusing on startups that are of good quality. So how do we think about what's kind of good quality? I think, actually in good markets, if you are a startup founder, there's actually a lot of distractions, right? Like you have to fundraise probably once to twice a year. You're constantly like fending off investor inbound interest. So there's actually a lot of distractions for you to, focus on the core business. I think as a founder, how to focus on quality really is going back to the basics. So taking a look at your business, are there, operational improvements you can make that improves your unit economics? Going back and seeing like, are you truly offering something that has product market fit, listening to your customers, improving metrics like customer retention. These are really, really important things that investors are focusing a lot more on as they look to select the winners for their next deployment. So I think those are the key things we want to see. And at the same time, we also really appreciate startups that's taking this opportunity to think about things like inorganic growth. If they were in a position where they are sitting on a healthy cash position, to think about what are other ways to grow in this rather limited resource environment. I think those are also things that investors are looking out for.
Thank you, Louisa. Hester, would you have anything to add?
No, I think just from an investor perspective, what we're looking for, of course, is, as both speakers mentioned, is the quality business with good fundamentals, that something that has good management and good prospects over the long term. We are hoping that the investee companies that we're focusing on right now are hanging on to the cash that they have, that they're, again, focused on the fundamentals, that they're looking at value addition in places like loyal customer retention, and then thinking about things like reskilling or upskilling for the growth areas in the future. And some of the companies that we invest in, for example, in the e-commerce space, they're going to be doing embedded finance in the future, most likely, so that they need to acquire those skills and maybe try to right size if they've been doing a lot of aggressive hiring over the last year or so in the boom times, and then maybe renegotiating some contracts and trying to find ways of saving money and retaining cash for better times.
Thank you, Hester. So it sounds like the advice from our two panel speakers on the stage is that it's no longer an environment where entrepreneurs or founders could simply be simply focusing on growing the top line, improving the sales skills. But at the same time, they need to start looking internally and improve the operational efficiency and so on and so forth. All right. Joe, and I'm going to pass it over to you. So the next question is, we have, with the low interest environment that we have been seeing for the last decade, so it seems like for many startups, virtually all of them have very much adopted the raise and burn kind of strategy. So given the current environment that we're looking at, what would be the right strategy or the more sustainable strategy that you see on the ground, and whether they are anything that could be more widely adopted by the startup community?
it's an excellent question. I think that right now, when I talk to, more like the unicorns, right, who have been actually burning cash at a very quick pace, right? Everyone is trying to conserve cash because no one actually wants to fundraise in this environment, especially no one wants to do the down round, right? So you're seeing a lot of conservation of cash positions right now, right, across the industry. You're seeing a lot of people who are trying to stretch out, right, for maybe wait this out a little bit more. Look, I think that's a strategy if you are quite mature, right, and you actually have kind of a cash burn that may be running out in 12 to 18 months, right? I think that's I'm very sympathetic, right? Like we'll understand why we're doing that. However, if you think about venture capital as an asset class and what investors are looking for, look, I think at the end of the day, of course, it is a stage gate process. Of course, we're looking at fundraising, going to the next milestone, and then fundraise again. I think there's no getting around that, right? I mean, you're not going to raise around and then this could be your perpetual capital, right? No one is actually going to fund you for that, and no one's going to reward you for that kind of growth, right? You're still going for growth, right? But I guess what is a little bit out of vogue right now, right, is where you are heavily reliant on things like heavy marketing, right, that is actually fueling customer acquisition, right? You're looking at things like you're trying to make sure that your proof of concept is really around having a sustainable, profitable kind of point before you scale. So I think there are things that we are doing right now to, in some ways, either mitigate or maybe de-risk a little bit, right, the fast burn, right? But I think that mentality of it's still a stage gate, right? You're still running through your cash into the next round, right? And then you're proving, right, that you can actually scale, and then you get rewarded for the next round in both valuation bumps as well as cash infusion. I don't think that it needs to change, or you can get away with that, right? But the ways you do it, the time frame, how you think about it, and perhaps a bit more tactical around how you want to reassure to investors that you're on track to something that is going to be sustainable, is going to be at a premium right now.
Thank you, Joe. What about you, Louisa? You represent the VC community. What's your view on that subject?
I think it's, all the points we've already talked about, which is, focusing on quality, focusing on kind of sustaining cash. I think I just want to maybe emphasize a little bit more on, I think we've talked so much about like conserving cash, but actually I want to focus a bit more on the point of like the being opportunistically focusing on growth as well. Because, I think if we're looking to a lot of Hong Kong startups, actually the nature of actually a lot of Hong Kong startups is that some of them are actually profitable, right? Like, I think majority of Hong Kong startups are the ones that usually runs in a very efficient way. They have a very profitable business model, but maybe what some of them lack is that massive TAM, like that massive market opportunity, or it could be something that like they're not focusing entirely on how to like use more technology, build more intelligence into their business. So I think for this type of startups, it's a really good time to think about if you have a profitable business, what can you do with that, right? Like, I've actually recently in the market seen quite a few cases where, you have Series A or even bootstrap startups acquiring assets from like much, much bigger competitors, or even, these unicorn companies, because I think nature of startups are very different. So there are some companies that's running business models that's a lot more capital intensive. And in this type of environment, they tend to struggle a little bit more. So, if you're a startup that has this type of profile, it's a really good time to, look to your competitors, look upstream, downstream, reach out, have a conversation. whether it's a merger, acquisition, or just acquiring a piece of asset. Like you see a really awesome piece of like SaaS platform, instead of spending all that money to build it yourself, it's a good time to reach out and see if you can just acquire a piece of asset. So I think that's something every startup can keep in mind as well, while you're staying very cautious of your own cash situation.
Thank you, Louisa. Sounds like you have seen some very interesting thing on the ground. You're seeing maturing startups maturing too early, not growing fast enough. Right, we only have a few minutes left. Since we are covering a very interesting topic, it's about funding, and to many startups, I suppose there will be some questions from the ground that would be that you would like to ask our panel speakers, whether it's Joe on screen or on stage. So a couple of questions on the ground. Any question? No, we're good? Okay. So I guess that's all the time that we have, and thank you very much, Hester, Louisa, and thank you, Joe, joining us from Macau, and I'll pass it back to the organizer.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's have a photo together, and Joe, please also stay on the camera, and we'll take this photo together with you as well. All right, just stand right in front of your chair. That will be fine, because we want to make sure we get Joe as well. Right. Wonderful. That's a wonderful discussion on, about challenging that funding will raise. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big round of applause again to our panel. Thank you very much. This also marks the end of our morning session here. On-site audiences may use the lunch coupons in your attendee pack at our selected restaurants at Cyberport Arcade, or enjoy 15% off at the outlets of Le Méridien Cyberport. Coming up will be a series of lunch talks on various innovations in the technology and applications of alternative investment and digital assets. Feel free to join us. In the afternoon, we'll be breaking out into 2 parallel tracks. We have Venture Track, Investor Strategies and New Venture Voyages. InnoTrack, Sector Spotlight and New Growth Engines. A warm reminder of any investor matching meeting scheduled for today, startup clinic booking for tomorrow, and points collection for gift redemption, as well as digital takeaways download for each session. Don't miss the chance to win your prizes. The afternoon on-site sessions will begin at 2 p.m. I'll see you later. Thank you.
Success. What does it take to make it? For those who believe an idea can change the world, we are here. We cultivate talents, promote entrepreneurship, and support startups. We foster industry development, integrate new and traditional economies, and empower strategic collaboration both locally and internationally. We aspire to be the hub for digital technology, creating a significant economic driver for Hong Kong. Welcome to Cyberport. We are a key platform where startups generate ideas. We enable and strengthen connections between enterprises, investors, and tech companies. We implement a series of programs and set up signature events, cooperating with industry stakeholders to promote entrepreneurs with dreams.
The Cyberport University Partnership Program was a life-changing experience that offered an overseas bootcamp and invaluable mentorship.
Because of the Cyberport Creative Microfund, we received financial assistance to transform our ideas into a prototype.
From the Cyberport Incubation Program, besides funding, we benefit from mentorship and networking opportunities. building a foundation for our business, and becoming Hong Kong's first virtual insurance company.
With Cyberport Accelerator Support Program, we received the testing ground, business matching opportunities, and financial assistance to accelerate our growth and expansion.
We have been able to expand our business to mainland and overseas markets, thanks to Cyberport Overseas Mainland Market Development Support Scheme.
Cyberport Microfund supports us through co-investment funding, helping us position ourselves strongly in the market.
Today, we live in an increasingly technology-driven society, and Cyberport is in a leading position to empower applications of fintech, smart living, digital entertainment, and esports. In an environment of constant change, artificial intelligence and big data, blockchain and cybersecurity are gaining in importance. Now is the time to innovate.
Keep learning to become better.
You have to be really adaptable to change.
Dream big, press on, and you will see.
To achieve your vision, it will take you late nights of persistence, and you may go through endless questions of doubt and great depth of insecurity. But there's always a path from a dream to success.
Because connection means expansion. Our experience makes us a strategic super facilitator, accelerating the development of innovation. From Hong Kong to the world, Cyberport, your springboard to success.
Now, welcome to our lunch broadcasting featuring seasoned startups sharing great insights on trending tech areas. The first lunch talk is Opening Up Alternative Investing with Applied Digital Asset Solution by Dr. Florian Spiegel, founder and CEO of Evident.
Hello, I'm Florian, founder of Evident, and I'm here today to share with you a perspective on how Web3 is changing investing into alternative assets and actually also investing into impact assets. We're really looking at a phase of opening up of this entire space in the coming years to more investors and to see more capital being channeled to worthy, to impactful assets. I'm going to use my company Evident as an example. Evident is an investment platform for alternative assets with a positive impact to also illustrate to you how Web3 actually can be applied and how we're moving beyond just the innovation, the speculation into real-world applications, in our case, in alternative assets. So if you look at how things are evolving in the 2020s, we can say it's really a new era in alternative investing, alternative assets. And there are 4 drivers behind that. The first one is a powerful one. Beliefs are changing. Belief systems are shifting. And we are now, all of us, completely digital, completely remote in our work, but that also flows into other areas. That also flows into how people invest. So digital is the new normal, and you have to be digital first and mobile first, also in the world of investing. The second change driver is adoption. We see a growing demand and in fact an exploding demand for alternative investing and at the same time for investing into impactful assets. The third driver is regulatory changes. Yes, regulatory innovation is always behind tech innovation, business model innovation, but we see the change already. We have seen the change gradually in the adoption of alternatives, in the adoption of now digital assets, crypto assets in the regulatory frameworks. And more importantly, we see the commitment of countries and regulators to this new asset class. And that opens up the field to different business models and, in fact, new businesses that we see emerge based on that. The final driver, the fourth driver, is technology. We've seen this now for more than 10 years since the origin innovation of blockchain in Bitcoin, now to a very wide field of Web3 applications, of what we can look at as the next iteration of the internet, and that being applied or opening the possibility of being applied to very traditional sectors, including alternatives. So I want to focus in on one of these four drivers, and that's really how people want to invest their money and how people specifically want their money to make a difference. If you take a few steps back and we look at the current situation today, we have many challenges, probably more than we've had in the history of humankind. We're looking at climate change as, for example, one massive factor. And these challenging times require visionary solutions. They require new solutions that we're not even thinking about. And to develop these visionary solutions, to actually be able to come up with ideas and test them and fail and then try again, requires risk capital. So we will need a lot more capital to actually solve the challenges that we're looking at. And this is, I think, a hallmark of our time, and this is what we're looking at over the next decades ahead. And that will run across various sectors, from the startup world to everything that has to do with renewable energy, infrastructure, education. There is a massive capital gap and capital need, but also an investment opportunity. And that leads me to looking at the two sides of this equation, the investment opportunities and the investors. Modern investing has to be both. It has to be for profit and pro-value. Let's dissect that. Let's first look at impact. Impact needs capital, as I just pointed out. And to double click on that point, there is a $3.7 trillion annual funding gap for us to have a chance to reach our UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, by 2030. And I think it's fair to say that we are not even close to achieving that funding that is required. So it is questionable if we reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Trillions of US dollars are required for us to progress meaningfully on that front. Second, we all know ESG is a debated term. Greenwashing is a big problem. So we've seen this topic evolve in institutions, and we look at the situation today and it's far from satisfying in terms of real impact. And finally, if you look at the flip side of this, also to expand on what I said earlier, solving some of these hard problems, for example, decarbonizing the global economy, present the investment opportunities of our lifetime. If you think about where to put your money today, investing them into people and companies who try to solve these really significant problems are the investment opportunities you want to look at and you want to put your money behind. So that's the impact side. Then, of course, you have the investors, and investors seek purpose. That's increasingly true, but especially true of the next generation of investors, of millennials and Gen Z. They want their money to make a difference. They want to support projects and people and companies who make a difference and who try to change the world for the better. It's a very significant change we're seeing in investment behavior, and that will only get stronger over time. And let's not forget, this young group of investors, they are now starting to make money that allows them to invest meaningfully, and maybe more critically, they stand to inherit trillions of US dollars. And so they will both be decision makers, but also have capital to invest, and their mindset of investing is really different. What also is true is for this generation is they want to have a more direct connection to what they invest in. Alternatives is one way of achieving that. And that allows these investors to behave in different ways, to have a stronger bond to what they put their money in, to really have engagement with that asset. And you also see that in the professional investor world, in institutional investors. LPs, for example, they are evolving to want to have a stronger say, take a more active role in investing into funds, for example. So these two sides evolving in their own way. And actually, if you look at it from a very generic level, everything is great. You know, we have more demand for capital, we have more supply for impact investing, but it's not quite as straightforward, because the challenge we're seeing is these two sides, the founders and assets and the investors, they don't really connect very well, because direct investing in alternative assets has not arrived in a digital age. We're looking at this $10 trillion private market sector, and it hasn't really changed in terms of its inner working for 70 years. The main problem are actually outdated processes that underpinning the alternative investments world. And you and I and we all are very aware, and we're all dealing with these challenges and outdated processes on a daily basis. So if we categorize them, it's really four things. The first one, it makes the entire space exclusive. Because of the inefficiencies we're looking at, we have high investment minimums, and maybe even more than that, you need to know the right people to get access. A lot of my personal investing into startups and other things actually happen on private chat groups, for example. So access is not really there. Second, once you're investing, it's all very inefficient. It's paper-based, it's manual, it's overhead heavy, and it's expensive, and that connects, of course, to the other problems. So we haven't really seen a real involvement and a real reinvention of the processes. And with reinvention, I mean going beyond saying, oh, let's move from paper to PDF. That's not really reinventing. That's, you know, chipping away at small efficiencies, but we need to see a reinvention of processes to be really efficient. The third challenge is the entire investment is illiquid. Usually you are stuck in a negative sense, or you hold your asset for years before you can exit and before there is a liquidity event of some sort. And that, of course, also changes investment behaviors. That limits how I can risk manage my position. That limits how I can maybe get some liquidity, put it into other things. So in short, it restrains my active involvement and my active repositioning of my portfolio in alternatives over time. Finally, investing into alts is unengaging as it is today. Especially for younger people, there are definitely more interesting things than putting your money into a type of black box, a fund structure, a PE, a VC fund. That is well as a bedrock of investing and works well for them. But there has to be more. There has to be stronger engagement, stronger connection to the asset, some way of learning something from investing. We see this in our research very strongly. And again, a challenge today is, you know, investing into alternatives is not really engaging. So we at Evident, we are here to solve this. We look at these problems and we fundamentally want to solve them. So I want to run you through a little bit of what we do and how we do it to illustrate different ways of dealing in alternatives. So as I mentioned, Evident is an investment platform for alternative assets with a positive impact. So we exclusively deal in assets that we feel change the world to the better. And what we're very focused on as a platform and as a technology product is actually connecting humans. We are connecting the founders with the investors. And our platform as a marketplace wouldn't work if we don't bring benefits to both sides. So for founders, we help them realize their specific vision of how a better world looks like. We help them take the risks they need to take to truly innovate. For investors, on the other hand, we allow them to get direct exposure to businesses that create that next generation of wealth and impact, to businesses that work on something that's meaningful for the investor specifically, because it's a very individual thing. And both sides benefit from this complete transparency and new approach in investing. That's really at the core of what we do at Evident. And we are very focused on a few things to make this work. And actually, we know we have to be very focused and do these things on a world-class level to have a chance of providing value. First, we go out and we scout. we find world-class assets. We find exciting, impactful startups. For example, we find interesting infrastructure investments. And for that, we heavily tap into our existing network of investors. We use this across our internal team. We work with scouts and with others and lean on our relationships to get early access to this type of assets. And to some extent, doing things differently also helps us get access, because founders that work on interesting things are also interested in new ways of fundraising and new partners that they can work together with, and that has helped us to get early access. Second, we tokenize these assets. We invested heavily for years into the legal innovation and the technology innovation to really be able to structure the asset and issue it in digital format in a way that complies with and fits into our well-established existing regulatory and legal frameworks. So compliance was the top of mind, and if I look at just raw innovation, that is probably the most important part for us, because that allows us to lift this entire process on a digital level. And the tokenization step, getting it right, is critical. If you don't have legal enforceability of the assets that you create, or you're not able for them to exist within established frameworks, your platform, your model just doesn't work. Third, once assets are on the platform, we allow investing and trading. Here, we build the platform from the ground up on blockchain. We're working on the Algorand blockchain, which, by the way, is carbon neutral. So this allows us to present a very efficient peer-to-peer transaction of shares in anything, essentially, based on our tokenization approach. And that also allows us to take a step out of just being a marketplace, just being an exchange, and be very focused on the assets and on making them accessible and allowing investors to transact in these assets and units directly between them with minimal or actually non-existing settlement risk, since these two parties are technically connected directly on blockchain and by leveraging smart contracts to make this work. Finally, engagement. We apply this philosophy, strategy, the technology of Web3, the principles really to allow people to connect with the underlying asset. That can be voting, that can be other ways of getting connection. So those are the 4 things that we're very focused on and that I would also look at as differentiators. You know, we have a lot of successful and great examples of digital platforms that open up this investment space into alternatives. I would consider them Web 2 versions, and we are from the ground up built as a Web 3 alternative to that, doing these 4 things. Now, I want to go a bit deeper into what do we even mean with tokenization, asset digitalization. Asset digitalization is the creation of a digital representation of rights on blockchain. So we're using blockchain to record the rights of the parties involved. It's as simple but also as complex as this, and there's nothing more to it really. We're using established legal concepts. We just record them in a new format that is code, and that is also human readable format in the form of so-called Ricardian contracts. And as a result of that, you get what we call DApps, digital asset-backed securities. So as the word says, we consider these assets, of course, still being securities. They're completely digital and natively digital, very importantly. They are not some contract on PDF. They are natively digital in code. And of course, they're asset-backed. They're not Bitcoin. They're not some other crypto asset. They are backed by real-world assets. Digital asset-backed securities. That's what we're dealing in, what we create in this step of tokenization I mentioned. And how we do this, just very briefly, on a very high level to give you an idea. If you look at an asset and an asset owner behind this asset, that can be a founder, that can be a company that owns the asset, we will build and structure an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, that holds a portion of this asset. And the only job of this SPV and the reason to exist is to 100% hold a portion of this asset. We then tokenize the units in this SPV in the form of tokens on blockchain. And then on the Evident platform, finally, we allow investors to invest into these fund units that are represented in digital form in the form of tokens. So we still call these technically tokens, but for us, we're simply keeping a digital ledger on blockchain. That's all we do really. And of course, once you're digital and once you're on the platform, you can do all the rest in completely digital format, from KYC and AML checks and onboarding, enforced and automated compliance, everything around custody, reporting, the engagement of investors, the entire process is digital once you take the structuring and digitalization steps first. So that allows us actually to combine the best of both worlds. Asset digitalization enables a hybrid approach, and that's very important. That is at the core where we bring in Web3 elements. And let's run through the elements of traditional funds that we're all aware of. Obviously, we get all these benefits. These are established and flexible structures. They're established in the market. People understand them. There are ecosystems around established SPV structures, for example, from auditors to legal firms that support this and others. And so you can build a structure fully compliant, of course, with existing laws and regulations. And finally, you can set them up, importantly, in a tax-efficient manner, again, building on years and decades of experience. We don't have to reinvent anything. So we build on traditional structures, but we add these Web3 elements. So what are some of these Web3 benefits that we get from it? And again, it's a summary, but the main things are really, for example, we can build voting mechanisms right into this fund structure, completely automated, all running on the blockchain. We can make a secondary market, as I mentioned. We can build end-to-end, truly digital processes, not improving, but reinventing the processes. That allows us to build a completely mobile-first, user-friendly platform, which is just not possible in a lot of ways if you follow the traditional approach. That allows us to build automated compliance, where it is not dependent on humans paying attention, but certain things are just automatically enforced, which gives us a much more compliant platform and setup overall. And finally, all of this is built, as I mentioned, on the carbon neutral Algorand blockchain. By today, it's actually carbon negative because of the use of carbon credits. So it all fits very nicely together as a technology system that brings these Web3 benefits, but also includes traditional elements. And that's the Evident approach. So, of course, we have an end-to-end digital experience. As I just said, it goes from onboarding KYC to discovering assets on a marketplace, to doing due diligence in a digital data room, to looking at what is the current price of this asset, how can I make a trade, to all the way managing your portfolio and engaging with the asset. For example, voting on certain things in the context of this asset. All of that on mobile, on desktop, completely digital. That, as a footnote, includes relatively boring things like reporting, but it's not a small deal. Investors have all this information always in one place. No more emails with PDFs attached or things coming in different formats at different channels. It's all in the platform. If I want to see an update, if I want to check the latest numbers, that's in the reporting section of my asset in my portfolio, and it's always there, and I can always go back in history. It works the same way for every asset. That just takes away a lot of that burden and overhead for investors as well. And again, these are small things we can enable with a natively digital process. So what do we actually have on the platform, and what do we do on the platform? Just a few examples. And of course, I'm happy to engage with you to discuss that in more detail. First, the asset we used as an example and that we started with is an LNG carrier, so a ship that moves around LNG, liquefied natural gas, across the world. And I really like this asset because the shipping industry is moving towards being more environmentally friendly, and using LNG as a source of power is a big step in that direction. And so investing into this climate-aligned ship actually invests into this future of shipping. At the same time, it's a very attractive asset, right? It's income-producing asset, creates cash flow every day that gets distributed to investors. And finally, what I like about these type of assets, I have the same investment exposure and outcome like the person and the company behind this asset that are professionals for decades, in this case in the shipping industry, and don't make mistakes basically. So it's the same exposure that I get that the professionals get from this industry, and I get access to this asset class in smaller amounts. So that's one example of assets that we can take, digitalize, and provide easy access to. Then of course there are others, and just to be on the other end of the spectrum in terms of types of assets, there are of course also intangible assets like carbon credits that can be digitalized and make investable, and so on and so forth. So pipeline is strongly growing also with startups that are in the environmental space, that are in the recycling space. There's a lot of activity, and we want to help investors get access to these opportunities, but also channel more capital in this direction and allow these companies to really thrive and grow and do very well and add their part to a positive future. For us at Evident, in the end, investing is impact. So to summarize, we take Web3 approaches, we take Web3 technology to reinvent how investing into alternatives works, and to really build on this trend of impact investing, direct exposure to meaningful assets. And we'll be on this journey for a while. These are long-term, large and long cycle type of changes that we're looking at. If you have an interest in engaging with us and learning more, please reach out anytime. Thank you for your attention and for being here.
Thank you very much, Florian, for the insightful presentation. Next talk is how technology is transforming alternative to mainstream. Let's welcome our speaker for this session, Mr. Jake Chan, Managing Partner, Altiv.
Hi, I'm Jake. I'm one of the managing partners here at Altiv. Today, we're here to talk about how technology is transforming alternatives into mainstream. Now, the first question to ask is, what is alternative? Alternative investments are basically anything that is not on the public market. Anything on the public market like stocks, bonds, mutual funds, these are all public market products. Anything else, we call them private markets or alternatives. Now, a lot of people used to think that alternatives, as its name sounds pretty scary because, well, nobody knows what it is. But in fact, if you think about it, in your public market, we call them stocks. In your private market, we call them private equity. In your public market, we call them bonds. And in your private markets, we call them private credit. They're actually not that much difference, but the return profile is massively different between the two. Public markets are very susceptible to correlation, meaning when the market drops, let's say 30%, right? Chances are your stocks are going to drop 30, maybe a little bit less, 20%. When the market is volatile on bonds, let's say 20%, chances are your bonds are going to go down 10 to 15. When it comes to private markets, if you invest in private equity or in private credit, chances are you're going to be less correlated towards that volatility or that choppy water. Another key difference between the two is public markets are talking about relativity to the market itself. So when the market goes up, your performance goes up. When the market goes down, chances are your performance is going to go down with it. That's relative return. When you talk about private markets or alternatives, we give you much better absolute return because the performance of the asset is not as correlated to the public markets or any external factors like geopolitical risk or the credit crunch or anything like that. So let's do a bit of an example in private equity, right? When a company starts in its infancy, a startup, they really start gathering momentum by going out fundraising. And they take venture capital, seed capital, or angel capital, things like that. That's really coming from private markets because, as the name suggests, the company at its startup stage can't go public, so it has to get its funding from the private markets. As it progresses through its lifetime, from VC all the way up to round A, round B, round C, when it's ready, then it will go public. So most of the growth of the company, think about when you start a company at 10 people, 20 people, all the way until a unicorn company of thousands of people and $100 million or $1 billion valuation, that growth is really captured by these venture capitalists and private equity investors in the private market. When it goes in public, yeah, you'll still get some return and stocks do go up, but that return is much lower than what you would have gotten had you entered at a private market stage. Take another example, a real-life example, like Meta, right? Better known as Facebook. So when Facebook started as a small company out in the US, by the time it got to an IPO, its return profile was actually 1,200 times, 1,200. When it went public, from public IPO till now, that was an 8 times return. Still very much, but nothing in compared to the 1,200 times return that you would have gotten had you entered as a private investor. So alternative investment sounds amazing, right? How do you get access? Traditionally, these investment opportunities are only available to institutional investors, insurance companies, sovereign funds, mega tycoons. They get access to these products because they can write very large checks, 10, 20, 100 million US dollars per ticket. Of course they get access to it. So how do individual investors gain access to private markets? There are 2 hurdles to overcome: information transparency and large ticket size. On the first point, the industry pain point is information and analysis about private market investments are very limited to, well, an even smaller and limited group of investors. Individual investors have very little understanding or very little access to this information, which is why they really need a one-stop technology investment platform that contains information and analysis about the private investment opportunities. You can only invest in what you know and what you can see. Another hurdle is the large ticket size. The industry pain point is they can't justify to process your KYC and onboard individual investors given the small amounts that you contribute. What you need is an AI-empowered KYC solution to fasten KYC process from weeks to days and achieves much better costs than the traditional way to meet KYC requirements. You also need a fee-to-fund structure to aggregate individual tickets and deploy capital as a lump sum. Coupled together, you can now get into private market investments with a much smaller ticket size. According to a study by McKinsey, institutional investors typically invest between 30 to 50% of their assets into alternatives, while individual investors had just about 2, if not less, % in alternatives. The same study projected that the share of individual investor has the potential to double or even triple in the next 3 years. McKinsey estimates the trend could add between 500 billion to 1.3 trillion in new capital into alternatives. With technology, you could now be one of those investors capturing this trend. By investing into alternatives, investors are able to enhance your long-term return potential, diversify your portfolio, and most importantly, have a peace of mind from chasing after the volatile stock or bond markets. In short, we believe technology can empower investors to get access and information about alternatives. A technology platform like Altiv is really here to allow and empower investors to go into private markets seamlessly. Previously, a lot of Asian investors weren't aware about private market investment opportunities, and Altiv is here to solve it. By using our proprietary technology, we're here to bring the best investments in the private market space to you, and we hopefully see a lot more mainstream investors go into this particular alternative stream.
Next talk is Having Future Because of AI FinTech by Mr. Yip, Head of Big Data Hush.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. This is Peter Yip, one of the victims of Hong Kong Pension Fund MPF member. If you live in Hong Kong, you should know the Hong Kong Pension MPF has lost over Hong Kong 300 billion this year. On average, each people lost about Hong Kong 40,000. In this webinar, I will tell you why Hong Kong's MPF system needs key reformation and why our fintech solution, Dynamic NFT Microcredit, can help MPF members. Why this happened? One main reason is because there is no hedging methods for members to manage their risk. Moreover, high fees, unattractive returns, a reliance of paper-based processing, and a blanket approach that offers few incentives for members to pay more into their MPF portfolios. These are some of the issues that need to be urgently adjusted in a system which covers 80% of the employed population in Hong Kong. Inadequate financial literacy hinders MPF members to make informed decisions about their portfolio. And a lack of fund hedging and post-retirement investment policies also hinder the transformation of Hong Kong's pension system. Making efficient use of technology is an essential next step for the MPF system. It is currently far too dependent on paper process and government centralized management. This pushes up costs and doesn't enable members to track their investments easily. In our solution, we make use of FinTech, Web 3.0, Dynamic NFT, AI, blockchain to build a decentralized microcredit ecosystem. This would contain a traceable record of all MPF members on a decentralized platform shared by service provider, members, regulators, and government departments. The decentralized platform can also be used to streamline hedging process using our utility, which would provide faster and more efficient investment automation, lower cost of operations, and greater customer satisfaction. We believe technology and segmentation can lead to cost saving in MPF accounts, improve the engagement, and even some consolidation in the industry. The regulator should revisit the investment options available to members from time to time and improve the pension system is necessary to reduce the risk of projected shortfalls and to ensure a profitably managed fund that can fulfill its financial obligations to members. So let us see how our dynamic NFT microcredit work. If you want to join this investment opportunity, please feel free to drop us an email at info@bigdatahush.com. See you.
That's the end of our lunch talks. We'll see you at 2 p.m. for our afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session for the CVCF 2022 will begin shortly. Please be seated for on-site guests and let's get ready for our online audience. We'll see you later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of CVCF 2022. This afternoon here, we are at Venture Track, Investor Strategies and New Venture Voyages. This afternoon, we'll take a deeper dive into a number of hottest venture trends in specific spaces of interest. And let's start with a keynote speech by Dr. Finian Tan, founder and chairman, Vickers Venture Partners, on the topic Venture Investing in Tech Breakthroughs.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Fannin. I'm the founder and author of Silicon Dragon. We're here with Finian Tan. He is a venture capitalist, entrepreneur, and the founder and current chairman of Vickers Venture Partners, an international VC firm with a presence in Singapore, Shanghai, New York, Hong Kong, Silicon Valley, and San Francisco. Before he started Vickers, he was managing director and head of the Credit Suisse First Boston's group of banks in Singapore and Malaysia. And prior to that, he was founding partner and managing director of Silicon Valley venture capital firm Draper Fisher Jurvetson, ePlanet for Asia, where he made a very famous investment in Chinese tech giant Baidu. Prior to this, in 1997, Dr. Tan served as Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the Singapore government. Hello, Finian. How are you?
Hi, I'm very good. Thank you, Rebecca.
Very good. So today we're going to be talking about developments in clean tech, biotech, energy, and other emerging sectors that matter a lot as they unfold rapidly around the globe. And so, Finian, you are one of the leaders in chasing these kind of opportunities and staying ahead of the curve. And so you're doing this not just for a financial gain, but for a bigger purpose, right?
Yes, our motto is funding a better world. So one of our criteria is impact.
Okay. So what is the most important ingredient you look for when you make a new investment? Is it the person? Is it the team? Is it the business model? What is it that makes you want to go ahead and do an investment?
I think the first thing is the technology. It needs to be of a breakthrough nature because since we are deep tech venture capitalists, we don't really invest, in Web 3.0 or cryptos or blockchain very much. We generally invest in things that have a dying need, and a breakthrough technology allows that need to be met. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the stage at which we invest, because deep tech investing can be very long term. And so you need to pick the point of entry very carefully. And so we have a bit of a Goldilocks zone. If it's still a dream, it's too risky. If it's already ubiquitous, then it's probably too expensive. So our sweet spot is around 100 million valuation or thereabouts. We invest about 10 million, and generally they would have already achieved proof of concept.
Okay. And what are the markets that you invest in geographically?
Deep technology is not just an idea from a garage. It's typically deep R&D over a long-term period. And that requires an ecosystem. And generally, the developed countries are more ready for such R&D and for such discoveries. So I would say the US, Europe, Singapore, Japan, Korea are generally the places where deep technologies come from.
Okay. So why are you investing in deep tech? What is it about deep tech that is so intriguing?
we used to be a generalist VC, investing in, logistics, e-commerce, social networks. And we found that we were better at deep technology. Why?
I see.
Mainly because we're a bunch of people with advanced degrees and PhDs, and many of us taught in universities, etc. And so we are true techies in that sense. We live and breathe tech. We don't necessarily understand the markets so well. So predicting the next TikTok or Instagram, I don't think we have any crystal ball that allows us to do that better. But trying to decipher whether a technology will or will not work, well, that's our bread and butter. So I think that's the first thing. And secondly, we found that in deep technology, it fulfills many of our own personal dreams, which is wanting to make a better world. So when you combine the two, it was obvious that that's what we should do. So 2 funds ago, we became a deep technology VC, and now we're very happy doing it. It's a very uncharted territory. Not many VCs do what we do. Most VCs have very similar portfolios. They would have a game company, e-commerce company, a social network, Uber want to be, or Airbnb want to be, and then maybe one deep technology company. For us, it's just the last. That's all we do.
Okay. And how can the returns compare in this kind of sector, in this deep tech sector, compared to some of these other categories you just mentioned, like e-commerce or gaming or these other more generalist type of fields?
Actually, if you think about it, venture capital started as a deep tech business. It's only the internet that changed it into a commercial business, and MBAs and generalists started to come into the fray. But in the past, VCs were all engineers, mainly, because it started in the 50s with the semiconductor age. And then it went into the PC revolution, and then it went into the internet, and now it's very general. It's guessing where the next fashionable, hot app is going to come from. So I think in terms of returns, VC is basically the riskiest end of the spectrum. And the business model is that, you have a few failures and you have many failures and you have a few hits, but the hits are so large that they cover the losses. So you can have that in tech, you can have that in generalist VC. So the business model is roughly the same. The difference is the risks. There are 3 types of risks. There is IP risk, there is technology risks, and there is market risk. So IP risk is, can you protect the IP? Technology risk, does it work? And market risk, will people buy? Most VCs, generalist VCs, take any and all risks, any combination. We try to limit our risk to the tech end. So we hardly take market risk to the same extent. So let me give you some examples. If you have a game company, there is no tech risk because the game works. The monkey jumps, it catches the ball. It works. There's no tech risk. The IP risk, well, you developed it. It's a software code. Nobody can copy it. People can copy the functions, but they cannot hack into your system and take over your monkey jumping up and catching the ball. What you are risking really is, will people like the game? And you hope you have a crystal ball and guess whether people will like it. And if people do, you made it big. For us, it's different. It's like a cure for cancer. The market is there. It's known. Just go to who.com and you will know what's the prevalence, what's the mortality, what's the morbidity. You will find out everything you need about that. The solution is there. So what risk do we take? It's a tech risk. Does the drug work? Will it pass clinical trials? And that's all. There is no crystal ball gazing here. We need to ascertain whether we believe in the science. So we are on a completely different end of the spectrum. If it works, there are some regulatory risks, of course, but if it works, you are far and away the leader, and it's a monopoly for a while. Because you already know people in clinical trials, phase 3, phase 2, phase 1, and there are none of them there. You're the only one. And if you can cure, pancreatic cancer, then, you're 1,000 times larger than you were before. And you are in the realm of $100 billion. So the hits will surely cover the losses. And if you spread your bets, you diversify. And if you are good at ascertaining whether the science makes sense, then you probably have a very good fund.
Okay, that's great. What are some of the lessons you've learned in using that strategy?
We, as a VC, you have so many failures that you have lessons all the time. But, when you fail, you only lose 1x. But when you win 100x. So actually, the lessons don't come so much from the failures. It comes more from the misses. Because when you miss 100x, that's such a pity. So as a result, VCs have this slightly FOMO attitude, fear of missing out.
Right.
Because the worst thing that they can have is a huge miss that they allowed to pass through their fingers for whatever reason. So we always try to ensure that we go through it very, very carefully and we make very good decisions. So the filter process is very important. VCs need 3 parts to their game. They need to know where to fish, how to fish. They need to have a good net that catches the right type of fish. And thirdly, once they catch the fish, they must grow the fish well and quickly. So you need to do 3 things right. And if you find that your deal flow is not good enough, hire more people, open more offices. If your filter is not good enough, you lack gray matter perhaps, or you lack experience. So you try to get IC members who are better at this or better at that. If you don't know how to help companies grow, maybe you lack experience, maybe you lack gravitas. Maybe your approach to persuade the companies are not good enough, so you try to improve on that or this. But generally, you need to be good at 3 parts of the game.
All right, good. So in the current economic climate, how are you finding the deal making for these kinds of early stage and deep tech kinds of deals? How are the valuations? What's the competition like? What are you seeing? Because I'm hearing there's quite a few down rounds these days. Are you seeing that?
Oh, for sure. The VC world is not immune to the current crisis. The world is not a happy place. It's got many problems. It's got an energy crisis. It's got supply chain disruptions. It's got inflation. It's got rising interest rates. So we need to stabilize all these before I think markets will start to correct itself and pick up again. The closer you are to the late stage of about to IPO your company or list it, the harder it is felt. The earlier you are, the less you feel it, because you can't go cheaper than $5 million or $3 million valuation when you're a startup. Otherwise, the entrepreneurs just will not own enough of the company, and the amount they need is always a few million. So they give up 30-40% of the company, and you can't really change that. Anything worse than that, and you lose the alignment of interest with the entrepreneurs. So I think at a very early stage, valuations don't have much room to go down. Of course, there's less money around. It's a funding winter. So fewer companies get funded. But I don't think at the very early stage there's much pressure on valuations. At the later stage, there is as much pressure as the markets are experiencing. So if the markets are down 70%, 50%, like the biotech space, then later stage clinical companies would suffer exactly the same, or if not worse, because there is less appetite for risks. So it's a spectrum. At the early stage, not so much impact. At the later stage, a lot of impact. There is a flight to quality, and most people are preserving cash to fund their own portfolio because it's harder to raise outside money. So that's where we are. People are saying venture capitalists are becoming vulture capitalists. I don't think so, because that's not a sustainable model. Venture capitalists are partners. They share the risk and they try to reduce the risk as far as possible. Obviously, if there is less competition for that particular investment, you can get better terms. And today, because of a funding winter, VCs are trying to get more protection, like higher liquidation preference and other types of structures. But ultimately, a VC is in it with you. They take equity. It's not debt. So if the company dies, liquidation preference is useless. And if the company succeeds, they make 100x. So that formula is the same. So I think not very much change in the fundamentals of the VC's business model.
Okay, well, very good. Let's leave it like that for now. And let's thank Finian for joining us and your wonderful remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan, once again, and also thank you, Rebecca, for facilitating this session for us. Coming up next, we'll tap into the dynamics of IPO, de-SPAC, or M&A. Are these wider options for tech companies? We're delighted to have Mr. Philip Law, Lead Partner, Southern Region China VCPE Program, Lead Partner, Technology, Media and Telecom Industry, Hong Kong, Deloitte, to moderate the session for us. Please welcome Philip. And joining Philip, we have panelists, Mr. Alan Lau, Chief Business Officer, Animoca Brands. Mr. Mohammed Amani, Managing Director, Head of Asia Pacific Financial Sponsors Group, Morgan Stanley Asia Limited. Please welcome. We also have Mr. Michael Chan, Senior Vice President, Global Issuer Services, Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. Next, let's welcome Mr. Paul Chow, Head of Investment Banking and Global Capital Markets, Ping An of China Capital, Hong Kong. Welcome. And joining us online, actually, from Israel, we have Mr. Dennis Ban, General Partner, Our Crowd. Hello, Dennis. We can see you there. All right, so when we are ready, I'll let our moderator take it away from here.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion. IPO, SPAC, M&A are seen by companies as powerful growth engine to boost their revenue and scale. Let me show you a graph. It's just the data you see on screen is extracted from Deloitte's 2022 M&A Trend Survey, a global study with On Research that interviewed 1,300 executives in private equity firms and companies with revenue over $10 million US. You can see from the survey data that many companies are exploring alternatives to traditional M&A for their corporate transactions. Although traditional M&A strategies are popular in life science industries, However, for all other industry, you can see that they are looking for alternative. Today, we have an amazing panel of thought leaders from regulator, investment bank, venture capital, and even Web 3.0 arena. I can't wait to hear their views on options for tech companies and their investors in this challenging market condition. So let's get right into the discussion. Okay. Most technology enterprise require substantial capital and for research and development prior to their commercialization. Could you share how existing capital market infrastructure can help them raise these funds? Maybe Paul, could you share with us your idea? Okay, hello, Michael. Yeah.
Sure, thank you, Philip. It's a very timely question. Just last week, HKEX published a consultation paper on expanding Hong Kong's listing regime to permit listings of specialist technology companies, helping them raise funds in the public market as listed companies, just as you mentioned, to support R&D investment to bring their products and or services to commercialization or to scale up their business. So this proposed chapter define specialist technology as science and or technology applied to products and or services within an acceptable sector of a specialist technology industry. And there are 5 specialist technology industries, namely number 1, next generation IT, for example, cloud-based services, artificial intelligence. Number 2, advanced hardware. So it would range from robotics and automation, semiconductors, advanced communication technology, electric and autonomous vehicles, advanced transportation technology, aerospace technology, advanced manufacturing, quantum computing, and metaverse technology. Number 3, advanced materials, synthetic biological material, smart glass, nano materials, for example. And then number 4 is new energy and environmental protection technology. So it will be, new energy generation, new energy storage and transmission technology, new green technology. And last but not least, the 5th one is really new food technology and new agriculture technology. Now, these 5 industries are very varied in they vary in nature, and we do acknowledge that changes to our list, to this industry list, and acceptable sector are likely to be expanded. So these new industries and sectors will emerge over time for us, and we'll from time to time review it. Now, one of the main reasons for this proposed chapter is really to enhance our market competitiveness. And we had been encouraged by the success of our diversification of the markets following the 2018 listing reform. And so we intend to further enhance the market to keep pace with the US and mainland China, which attract a large number of these companies belonging to what we call the specialist technology industries. And during our preliminary discussions with stakeholders, most commented that this specialist technology companies present investment opportunities with high growth potential that have attracted substantial investments and significant sophisticated investors in these private funding rounds. So therefore, they should also present a good investment opportunities for investors in public markets as listed companies. So very timely question indeed, Philip.
Okay, thank you, Michael. This is really an important new page for capital market. Maybe Paul, from investment banking perspective, do you have any share with us?
Thank you so much, Philip and Michael. I'd just like to supplement a few lines. I've been in capital market for 26, 27 years. I think when we talk about how the capital market can serve technology companies in terms of their fundraising needs, I think basically two major parts, right? One is the capital market generally refers to the profit side. So on the profit side, I think Hong Kong has been consistently innovating itself. Back in 2015, I joined the listing committee of Hong Kong Stock Exchange. I finished my term last year. Before that, technology company will also include biotech company. So now we have a very successful 18A charter in Hong Kong. So that is really, really good. Following Hong Kong's launch of 18A, we see in Shanghai has launched a biotech charter. And now Michael just talked about the 18C. Elsewhere, Shanghai also has Starboard. So what I want to say is that the technology companies should explore their options as to where is the best to raise their fund. And obviously, I think Hong Kong has a very strong appeal to the technology companies. Now, I want to share a little bit on the private side. I mean, unlisted company or unlisted fund. I think apart from the venture capital and private equity world, I'm particularly delighted to see Hong Kong government to set aside 30 billion on the co-investment fund to invest in enterprises who are able to set up their business here in Hong Kong. Obviously, we want to see more details out of it, but I think that is a major, major milestone as well. So I think that should be really, really helpful for the technology company to explore these options. Thank you, Philip.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I know that Israel has incubated a lot of successful technology companies, and its dynamic venture capital investment ecosystem attract lots of global investors. Hi, Dennis. Can you share with us from your perspective, what is your observation in the market?
So good afternoon, Hong Kong from sunny downtown Tel Aviv. It's really wonderful to be here. So maybe just historically, if you go back a little bit. So, 2.5 years ago, March, April 2020, when, everything was crashing, everybody was guessing what will the recovery look like? Will it be a V-shaped, very, very quick recovery? Will it be a U-shaped, meaning very slow, or it's going to be an L-shaped, which means it's going to maybe not come back? And the best description I saw was actually, somebody came up with it, which was a Y shape, which means a V, very quick, like Zoom and its friends, the real tech companies. And then there is an L, which means those companies who didn't digitalize, and they basically didn't come back. Now, 2 years later, after a phenomenal, 2021, we are again asking the question, how long this is going to take? It's definitely not going to be a quick recovery, a V, right? 50% of NASDAQ is down with more than 50%, and if you look at the specs, even more. But now, I'm a venture capitalist, right? So when it comes to private markets, the scenario is very, very different. It seems like there is a total disconnect, right? And the reason for it, that on the private markets, the valuation adjustment usually has a 2 to 3 quarters time lag. Now, because companies raised so much money in 2021, this even extended now to 3-4 quarters. And actually what we saw in numbers on the private markets, that really the major adjustment started in Q3. This is also true for Israel, by the way, but in a much less extent. And if you are a private VC investor, like me, we do two things, right? You have a defensive focus, meaning on existing portfolio, and you do constant health check and try to help the portfolio bridging them. But at the same time, on the private markets, you go totally offensive, because the best deals surface in these times. So obviously you need to have a stomach to it, and you have to have a risk appetite. But usually when you invest in these times, and you only have a couple of these cycles in your lifetime, this is the time to really go in. And Israel, again, it's a little bit of microcosm of what's going on in the world. We have seen 100 unicorns, which is basically almost 10% of the world's unicorns coming from Israel, and the highest per capita investments coming into Israel. But what we see in Israel, there is the adjustment is actually much lower, much smaller, and the reason for it because it's much less B2C oriented, retail oriented. It's much more deep tech and much more early stage oriented, which is much less effective.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Probably the valuation adjustment may be an opportunities for investor as a whole. Apart from direct listing on capital market, many tech company actually right now they are looking for alternative, such as de-SPAC and M&A. Actually, how these options adjust the fundraising list of this tech company, and how can they meet the Hong Kong goals as a international financial hub and technology hub? Maybe may I invite Monham to share?
Yeah, thank you for having us. Look, I think when we look at alternatives to IPO and we talk about M&A, the one thing I will say is that obviously M&A invariably has a strategic nature to it. Most founders and management team are open to alternatives idea in this market, but when you think about M&A, you'll typically think about synergies, maybe sort of expanding in new technology on your market, maybe teaming up with a larger group with a balance sheet. So M&A typically is more for strategic compared to an IPO where you're effectively going it alone. You raise capital to grow, to invest in your R&D, or maybe use it as a currency to fund your own M&A. Look, the SPAC, in my view, having worked on it, has always seen it as a hybrid. The end result looks like an M&A, but in kind of the middle, in terms of the sausage making, looks very much like an M&A product. And it's an alternative, obviously. We see some attractiveness there in terms of the process itself, but it's clearly that now in terms of management are very much open to consider all those options. Now, the second part of your questions around Hong Kong, in my view, it's all about ecosystem. We hear that from before, and I think some of my fellow panelists will agree to that. So when we look at sort of funding, we need to think about companies that you need to fund, are attracting innovators and technical founders, but giving them the hardware and the software. We talked about the fund that the Hong Kong is putting in place, but that's just enough. We need to make sure we've got the VCs, the private equity, but as well the angel investors, especially early stage. So do we have the family offices? Are people coming and setting shop? And then obviously, do you have access to the talent pool? So you set up a company and you need to do R&D. Do you have access to these engineers, this PhD that's going to help you to create that technology? So it is about the whole ecosystem. And Hong Kong, historically being an open society and a welcome society, in my view, is very well placed in terms of winning that competitive attractiveness across the region. And maybe it's not just Hong Kong. Obviously, Hong Kong has benefit from China, the Great Bay Area. So it's got a lot going for it.
Okay, thank you, Monham. Hi, Paul. From your perspective, do you have any more thing to share with us?
Yeah, thank you, Philip and Mohan. And I think on M&A, do we have the slide on, or it's later on, right? Yes. So the M&A one. There's another slide on. Yes. So this I put together this slide, but not going to go into detail. But in an environment like this, what I would like to supplement is that the technology companies need to think a lot harder in how it can create strategic value to the business partner, in its ecosystem. Let me use an example. This is part of my daily job. I talk to entrepreneurs and technology companies a lot of time, and quite often that party A will have internet traffic. It's a platform company. Lots of internet customers on the website. And party B will be a technology solution company, a SaaS company, or others. So this day, I think it's very important for the two sides to think about the strategic benefit of working together. And quite often, I encourage the parties to think about setting up a joint venture. I mean, joint venture is one of the examples of these strategic options. So when we talk about raising funds, we can be more innovative. We can think about setting up a joint venture with your business partner, where both sides push, let's say, invest into the joint venture, and this share your part of the burden by the technology company. So I think MAA, including joint venture, is a very important form of raising fund in an environment like this. So I would like to use that example. And we can go to the next slide. When we talk about D-SPAC or MAA, these days we often talk to our clients on whether a dual track strategy or even a triple track strategies, whether we conduct IPO or D-SPAC or MAA. We need to conduct some certain DD, and at a certain stage, when you get closer to a time where we need to decide, then we will advise on the client based on the market circumstances, whether it's best in the client's interest to do a MA or is to do a IPO versus a D-SPAC. Now, I understand this is quite a complex topic, but so my key point really is that companies need to think rationally and get the best advice and to decide what is the best to do in the current environment. So that I think is worth considering. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Paul. Particularly for deep technology companies, it typically requires longer terms of investment commitment from investors. And they typically sought funding from private equity or venture capital. And will the new fundraising options in the public market become an essential sources of finance for this type of deep technology companies? Could our panelists share their views with us? Probably, Dennis, could you share from your international perspective? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure we heard what Michael said, which is absolutely wonderful and very, very interesting what the Hong Kong X is doing now. I mean, if you look at the US, I mean, we witnessed this year. There's no it's not news that there's a shutdown of basically the IPO and the SPAC pipeline. And by the way, and the SPAC phenomenon had really the promise of, especially for many of these deep tech companies, we probably, I think we had 5 or 6 SPACs on our deep tech companies. They really had a promise of restoring a broken IPO market, right? The number of public company listings in the US really halved basically over the last 20-25 years. However, this whole SPAC phenomenon, it turned out that it was really driven by near zero interest rates, right? So it's pretty much crashed. And I still think that for deep tech, and I hope I'm not too much of a pessimist, but it really, for deep tech venture-backed companies, 90% must rely on, or maybe 80%, 90% must rely on the M&A market for exit. And by the way, we saw it at the largest acquisition in venture history, I think, is what we saw a couple of weeks ago with Adobe's acquisition of Figma for $20 billion, should it pass regulatory scrutiny. What another thing, two more interesting phenomenon that we witnessing on this market. One is that I think what we don't see on the surface is actually secondaries. I think secondary can bring real not just liquidity, but financing for these companies, and actually we don't see them because it's a secondary transaction. So I think that we're going to see much more of this kind of transaction. And then other phenomenon, which is really interesting, that in the last couple of years, what we saw that hedge funds, like the Tigers and Friends, entered private, the private markets. But now what we saw that it's actually happening the opposite direction. So there is kind of, I think, the Washington, the Street Journal calls it like the kind of the blurring of lines, where what you see that public entering private, right? We saw that what's happening, but now private is entering public. So we see that some of the major venture firms that they are purchasing actually more stocks. It used to happen that after the lockup period they sell immediately. Instead, they are holding, or even more, they're buying their own company stocks. But even more so, what we see now with Sequoia, Andreessen, that they actually buying public tech firm stocks, which are not even theirs, right? So these new variables on the marketplace will create actually a very interesting new activities that I think we have never seen before.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Yeah, Michael, after the introduction of 18C, do you think that the new fundraising options in the capital market will become a trend for these type of deep tech companies?
Well, based on most of the discussions we've had or the preliminary discussions with stakeholders, most of them agree that there is a demand for this, a platform for these deep tech companies or a specific chapter for deep tech regime. And we do expect investors will generally welcome this new regime, given that it does provide a diverse, investment opportunity for the market. And these tailored requirements, under this 18C chapter, should facilitate investors better assess these deep tech companies or specialist technology companies and attract investments from institutions. And in turn, it will provide these issuers greater liquidity and trading of their shares and greater fundraising capabilities going forward.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Hi, Alan. I understand Annie Walker Brands is in Web 3.0. This is a very exciting arena. Do you think that the existing capital market infrastructure can help those Web 3.0 projects? And from your experience, what are the major differences for the fundraising between traditional technology project and those Web 3.0 projects?
First, I think having more financing option is definitely great, especially one that is going to come in Hong Kong just at our doorstep. So I think the industry, including ourselves, is very much looking forward to that. As many of you would know, Animoca has kind of gone through the whole range of financing option. We were a Hong Kong homegrown company listed in Australia and ASX. We were delisted, and then we tapped into VC, we tapped into PE company. So, I think it's quite interesting, and, certainly if the option that, I think right now Hong Kong is contemplating is available at our doorstep, it is something that we very much like to consider. At a broader industry level, I think what's interesting is from a Web3 point of view, while it's still a very early industry, there has been, through crypto winter and DeFi and NFT summer, and now we had a downdraft again, the industry has actually created some very big companies that has over $1 billion in valuation, right? If you look at OpenSea, it was traded, the last financing round was 13 billion, for example. So, I think that now, while it's still in very early industry, many companies are at a scale which, when public market listing would be interesting, when de-SPAC could be interesting, right? So I think, maybe traditionally people, when they think about Web3, they think startup, very small company, but I think through the last couple of years, the industry has got to a stage where there are a lot of large companies where, I think the additional financing option that we're talking about would make a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Yeah. Other than fundraising, we should also take care those petitious investors. Right now, the financial market crash this year has had a big impact in the capital market, thinning overall transaction volume and the liquidity of individual stock. From our panelist perspective, what exit strategies should investor and consider when choosing between IPO, de-SPAC, or M&A? Yeah, maybe Moham, do you have any insight for our audience?
It's a tough question in this market environment. Although we saw an IPO this week with Mobileye, so things are never quite shut. But look, I think there's an interesting thing about secondaries as well. So and I think we should add that, because actually, I cover private equity and VC, and I talk to the LPs and the pension funds, and there's a lot of topic about liquidity and DPI in the private market, not just in a public market. And we're seeing tools in terms of the secondaries being very active as one of them. In terms of we've got to look at a normalized market in this environment, because valuations are quite depressed. So whatever you will consider, you will not get an optimum valuation. Having said that, we do see activities. There's a lot of money being raised in the private side, and I think what you will see is, well, the public markets are probably shut for now, given some of the interest rate environment we are in, and the quantitative easing sort of pullback and so forth. The private market is a very good alternative and fairly vibrant at this stage. I think that's the short term. I think you will have to project over the medium term and think that there is a functioning market. I think the chapter, the 18C, is super important for Hong Kong. I think the biotech is seen as a global success, and hopefully it's a blueprint for the chapters 18C when it comes to innovative companies in Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Paul, could you also share your advice to our investors?
Thank you, Philip. I fully agree with Mohan. Right now, there's so much negative sentiments around us. I do not need to push any negative sentiment to you guys, but I want to share some positive news. I think deals are being done. There's a transaction last week announced by listed company, about 12.5 billion Hong Kong dollar. The deal is priced at 18 times price to earning multiple. I mean, in a market like this, it's not bad at all. So I think the deal parties have worked hard on the synergies, etc., as we discussed. So I think there are still the hope there. I actually want to put one line, is that on the exit strategy, which is a very interesting point. How about for listed company? To share with you, we are also working on privatizations.
Okay, thank you. Okay, a final question. Could you share with us what can Hong Kong do to make the market more attractive to global technology companies seeking a listing in Hong Kong? Any of our panelists have interest to address this question?
Philip, maybe I'll go first. I think we've been looking into these issues for a number of years. I think in terms of regulators here in Hong Kong, investment banks and advisors here in Hong Kong. I think the key issues for them is liquidity. Coming to Hong Kong, and whether there's a sufficient liquidity for them, and the fundraising ability, etc. So I think it's very important for those companies to come Hong Kong and be able to join the Connect program, which I think is possible through the primary listing right here in Hong Kong. Thank you, Philip.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for on this panel. We can see that there are many new alternative opportunities for a technology company to raise funds in the existing and coming capital market infrastructure. Thank you for our panelists' great insight. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for moderating the session for us, and thank you, the panel. Let's have a group photo together, and Dennis, you are also invited for this photo. So please stay on the camera and put your big smile on, and we'll have this photo together for all panelists. Once again, thank you very much for the wonderful exchange on the capital market landscape and what the latest strategies are for different exit options. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause again to this panel. Thank you. Well, before we move on to the next panel, just a little reminder for everybody. Today we have a quiz game for attendees to win big prizes. So just scan the QR code and answer all 3 questions online. The first 5 attendees who get them all correct will win K-Look coupons. Winners will be announced by the end of today's program, so please stay with us and see if you'll be the lucky one later on. And now we'll move on to talk about green finance and carbon investing, which are another hot spot in the market. We'll start with a keynote by Mr. Plato Yip, Chairman, Friends of the Earth, and also Cyberport Community Company, Tree Lion, who will share the topic, the prospect of voluntary carbon market trading in Hong Kong.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to join this very meaningful conference. First of all, I am Plato Yip. I am with Friends of the Earth, and I'd like to share with you some of the works that we are doing in Hong Kong and in the region on climate change. And I think it is a very important issue we are facing every single day around the world, in the region, in Greater Bay Area, in China, and in Hong Kong. Now, actually, climate change, by definition, is that we are going to hit by more extreme climatic events or more weather events, such as typhoons. It will go extreme. A lot of the time, people think, okay, winter is getting colder. Well, it is true that climate change doesn't mean it is necessary to be always getting warmer and warmer, but we are definitely facing more extreme weathers, flooding, typhoons, colder summer and harder summer and colder winter. So these are the extreme weather events that we are facing. Now, this is a very interesting picture here. Now, we face, in Hong Kong, we face a typhoon every year, right? And it is big balls on the left. The typhoon is big balloon. The typhoon Mangkhut, you may have recorded this typhoon that hit Hong Kong direct. That cost about 15 billion RMB just due to one typhoon. Of course, it depends on different years. So we got hit by different size of typhoon with different severity. It's a direct hit or just passing by Hong Kong. But anyway, we will be facing more and more typhoon if climate change is going to happen, more in future. So what can we do? I mean, back to my very first question, what can we do as Hong Kong as a capital center? Can we do anything to help this? Or are we just, looking at all these events and just sit down here and do nothing? And a lot of people say, no, we should do something. We can do something. As a matter of fact, that we are a leader in global financial market, and as a leader in global financial market, we talk about trading. So naturally, we think about the other countries started to trade carbon, be it mandatory schemes like EU ETS schemes, or the voluntary carbon market. We actually think voluntary market actually could be a better market for Hong Kong to take the lead. Now, let me explain in more detail to you. Now, many of you, of course, you're aware about different trading schemes or the carbon trading mechanisms, the different labelings or different standards, if you like. Now, we have the CDM. Of course, it's under the UN structure. And of course, there are some other voluntary organizations. They come up with their own standards and certification scheme, such as VCS, Gold Standard. Now, all these two are selling very robustly and very high prices per ton of carbon credits certified under their standards. CCER on the right-hand side, of course, you also know about it. It's in China. It's Chinese, scheme. And now Chinese government has opened the CCER market to also compensate or allow the mandatory market to absorb part of the 5% to 10% of the voluntary market to use in the mandatory market in China. So all these kind of I would say different standards are being certified and being traded in different carbon exchanges. Now, of course, different schemes they focus perhaps on different sectors. For example, VCS, as you can see on the right-hand side, they focus more on forestry and land use and renewable energy. Gold Standard, they have renewable energy and fuel switching. And the CDM, they focus more on industrials and renewable energy. So they have pretty much some similar focus, but they have differentiation in their certification schemes. But the idea is to really involve as many industries to participate as possible. Now, there are other carbon exchanges around the world. They already opened, and they're trading those schemes I mentioned earlier. And Hong Kong government has been contemplating or thinking about doing establishing an exchange of our own. And we, of course, we are looking at the possibility to work with China. Naturally, start with the Greater Bay Area region. Okay, why are we going to do this? Why I said voluntary carbon market is something that we want to focus. If you look at this trend, it's amazing. These are voluntary participation not by those mandatory guys, like if you are an oil company, cement or power company, you have the quota, you have government mandatory targets to meet. But these days more and more institutions such as financial institutions, insurance companies, banks, airlines, etc., they're all looking at their own carbon reduction schemes or zero carbon initiatives or low carbon initiatives. So they come in and they wanted to contribute. By doing so, the whole society as a whole, we can go a lot more easier towards the achieving our city level zero carbon objective. Now, why VCM is expected to increase in such a manner is because there are national net zero commitments, because there are carbon emission information disclosure requirements. Now, these disclosure requirements, very often they are required by financial regulators, they are required by professional associations. So if you are you feel the peer pressure that you want to do something here and contribute. And there are also voluntary corporate actions like the science-based targets. A lot of companies, they participate in the SBTi initiative. And on the right-hand side, the International Aviation Industry Association, they accept the CCR, for example, in China. They also accept other standards, certified, and they want the airlines to participate in these kind of tradings. So you can see the regulators, the industries, the professional associations, the financial guys, the aviation industry, all these people are getting more and more serious when they want to disclose their carbon footprint. They want to be part of their ESG program or CSR program, that or they want to contribute to the net zero target of their own city or their own country. So people are getting more and more serious, and people are investing in this space. More and more these days, as you can see. Now, future market size forecast, as you can see, we are talking about 15 times fold by the year of 2030 vis-a-vis 2020, and we're talking about another 100 times fold factor by the year of 2050 vis-a-vis 2020. So this market is exploding. I mean, this market is nowadays. I believe the total trading volume of carbon credits around the world has already exceeded 100 billion US dollars. So it is a huge market, and people are even talking about, well, perhaps in future the carbon market is larger than the stock market, and that's why in many countries, such as in the Middle East, in Asia, even in China, and in future we have in Hong Kong, you will see a new market. Emerging market on carbon trading, which is a substantial volume of financial market. Well, let me go back to the very beginning. Why we think Hong Kong can do something and how can we lead? We talk about a lot about this VCM market size, and why Hong Kong? As I said, we will be the first to get impacted by this rising of sea level and stuff like that. But it's all the more important that if Hong Kong as a capital market, as an international capital market, can we really lead? Can we help this situation using our edge, right? I think you've been hearing a lot about Hong Kong want to set up a carbon exchange, and we are going to collaborate with China, because we don't have much industry here, and for most of the carbon credits to be generated, it will be coming from China. But we want something tradable with very high standard, with very authentic data. These carbon credits are genuine. So how can we utilize our edge as a capital market to drive the real economy, like to really encourage more low carbon startups, technology startups, or other startups to help help us achieve this whole thing by utilizing our edge on the other hand, the capital market to drive this whole thing. So if Hong Kong government or Hong Kong Exchange is going to put up this trading platform for VCM, voluntary carbon market, what are we looking at? First of all, okay, it's a new mileage, of course. Hong Kong's been doing a lot on green finance. Primarily in the area of issuing green bonds. I myself, I bought green bonds issued by Hong Kong government, and hope you all do. And then also, we've been very, very keen to establish something like, I know there are professional bodies working on taxonomies. Now we want to, get aligned with the international market, with China, and we want to lead the whole thing. We want to become a hub for the region. We want to outcompete Singapore, for example. So these are the things that we can look at if we are looking at a new growth area on our green finance initiative. Now, carbon trading perhaps is one of the most ideal market that we can look at, because there's just huge demand on the other side, and we have this international financial market to support that kind of issues. And it's also, as you know, the SFC now request all the listed companies, public companies, to report ESG in their annual filing. So there are areas that we are doing to support the future development of the carbon market. And of course, we have a very vibrant business ecosystem. Right? Hong Kong is perfectly situated to a position to cultivate the carbon-related derivatives, because we know we have a huge crowd of financial professionals, legal professionals, technology professionals, and environmental professionals that we can work together and structure something that will really work and work out very, very effectively together with our counterparts in China. If Friends Cvcf is going to recommend something to Hong Kong government or to this new initiative, we would say, now, first of all, we look at the products. Okay, the carbon credits, perhaps we start with something with higher standard, not in terms of volume. That we don't want to focus on CCER, for example, but we focus on like the VCS or gold standard, or what the Hong Kong Stock Exchange already come out and say they want to do a Greater Bay Area higher standard carbon credits to be migrated, to be traded in Hong Kong future carbon exchange. That is the product side that we want to look at. And of course, there are system level. How can we design a system? How can we attract investors, more investors, more transparent system, and give the confidence to the market that these carbon generated from China or from elsewhere in the world and to be traded in Hong Kong Carbon Exchange is authentic, it's genuine, it's of high quality and high standard. Of course, it's higher price. And of course, we want to utilize different technologies. We are aware there are blockchain technologies to be used to authenticate, to verify and certify and transfer all these very authentic or genuine carbon credits, and do on-chain certification, verification, and transferring to the carbon exchange at the end. And these are all the possibilities that we can talk about, we can look at, we can design. So if we are going to start something new, we have to think about we doing it effectively, efficiently, and do it in a bigger scale. We don't want to create some especially if the Hong Kong government is trying to take the lead of this initiative, that we are looking at something quite a bit of a large market, because nowadays in China, as you may know, the mandatory market is already the largest market, carbon market in the world, in China. And it is very likely if we push this voluntary carbon market trading in Hong Kong, it might well become the largest voluntary carbon market trading in the world. So if we're looking at such a scale, we want to make sure that things won't go wrong. We want to have a seamless process, high quality carbon credits. It's a very secure transaction. It's very transparent to all the stakeholders, buyers and sellers, to regulators. It's all transparent, and we want to provide people from all parts of this platform, one-stop shop service, so that it's very convenient to trade, it's very convenient to recognize these high-quality carbon credits, and it's even very convenient to find the price of these carbon credits on this trading platform. All right, so in a nutshell, what we are trying to propose for a reasonable or a workable platform in Hong Kong is that we want to identify, we want to register the carbon at source when the carbon credits is generated, and then we want to see the third-party verification process been done on the blockchain system online, and then it's on-chain validation by all parties, regulators, buyers, sellers, certifiers, or everybody's on the chain. So we are transparent to each other. We are monitoring each other. We are validating each other on the blockchain system. And that's why, and that's how we can generate high quality carbon credits. And towards the end, these carbon credits can be migrated or transferred to the carbon exchange, and the carbon exchange can work on different financial derivatives afterwards based on very genuine and authentic carbon credits. This is the system, the ideal system that we're looking at. I'm not sure whether we can do it at one time. If not, it's all the best that we can start from somewhere, and we can talk to different professionals, as I said, environmental professionals, financial professionals, and technology professionals to make it happen. I think this is all I want to say today, and I thank you very much once again for this opportunity. And you have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Plato, for your sharing. Thank you. Next up, let's welcome Mr. Anthony Zheng, Managing Director and Head of ESG Polymer Capital Management, to share his views on how to use ESG data in identifying risk and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are getting the stage ready, and we're going to welcome on stage Mr. Anthony Zheng. Just a warm reminder for those of you who are joining the quiz game, do stay tuned, and the winners will be announced by the end of today's program. All right, now please welcome on stage Mr. Anthony Zheng.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anthony, and thanks for having me here today. So now we have just learned from Plato about the future of the carbon trading and the opportunities for Hong Kong as a green finance center of the world. Now, in the next 10 minutes, I would like to share with you all on two things. First of all, from an investment standpoint, how the use of ESG data will be able to help us to identify risk and opportunities. And the second one, we will then look at how to navigate across ESG data and analytics. Right, so this is the what we call the spectrum in terms of investment. So on the very left-hand side, you've got a traditional investment, which has nothing too much to do with sustainable, responsible investing. On the far right-hand side is philanthropy, right? It's about impact, but not too much about generating returns. So what we've got in between, we call it ESG investing. You will see it's like 6 major buckets. In fact, it's defined by the GSIA, the Global Sustainable Investment Alliance, as the major ESG investing strategies. Now, if you are if you are looking down there, you'll see the impact intention. Some of them are pretty passive. You will see strategies like passive, a negative screening or positive screening. They are like do no harm, so they avoid the bad stuff, right? But some of them actually have extra or more punchy thing that they want to achieve. So down there, you'll see benefits including like either help you to manage the portfolio ESG risk or help you to identify alpha opportunities in terms of investment or managing your portfolios. Now, people are asking, so why ESG investing to start with, right? And many would probably, and some of you probably say, oh, because you want to obviously, like generate positive impact to the environment, as Plato has just outlined, or to the society, to the community that we live in. Now, I would say yes, but before that, there's one thing it is even more important, which is making money. Okay, so and for institutional investors, we call it alpha generation. Now, if you look at this slide, this is the most quoted academic study in the world. It's a meta-analysis of over 25,000 academic studies over the last 25 to 30 years, and examining the ESG performance of the company across the world, and also the CFP, the corporate financial returns, which includes share price return as one of the key metrics. Now, the interesting part is right there, on the red box on the right-hand side, emerging markets, where Hong Kong, China belongs to. So China accounts for, so taking MSCI as an example, index as an example, China's account for more than 60% of the emerging markets benchmark. So Asia, ex-Japan, Latin America, or even EMEA, these are where ESG works the best. Okay, I think that is something that we'd like to look at. Now, if we drill into a little further, now the yellow line that you are having is the MSCI EM benchmarks that I've just shared with you, right? The blue line is actually the secret recipe for portfolio manager, which I used to be running emerging market mandates back in London. And that's the secret recipe to get you to be the top rank or top percentile portfolio managers in the EM space. So probably some of you will recognize, the deep V that we have experienced over a decade ago, the global financial crisis, right? 2008, 07, 08. And since then, the interesting part is if you invest in good ESG company, as defined by the blue line, so using very simple metrics of MSCI ESG rating of AA or above, in the emerging markets, the blue line is the alpha that you would have generated over the last 10 years. The interesting part is, if you look at it on an annualized basis, it's not just outperform in the good years, but also, not just outperform in the bad years, because some people would say ESG companies are quality stocks. So for markets like, we are facing this year, then of course, ESG is going to do well because it's lower beta, lower volatility, blah, blah, right? Not quite so. In fact, with the exception for I haven't got 2022 here because we still have got 2 months to go, but with the exceptions of 2018, which is like largely in line, like losing by 40 basis points, you could actually see that there's on average more than 400 basis points of outperformance if you invest in good ESG company in the emerging markets over the last 10 years. And I've seen some of the very seasoned investors here, but I guess, to find one which could consistently outperform at that rate would not be the easiest task, in the world. So that's the opportunities and the benefits. I think it's very clear. Now, the next thing is about obviously on the risk side, right? So the list that you are seeing is something that a lot of institutional investors would call exclusion list traditionally. And here, at my firm, because we are actually long-short fund managers, we actually have a more, nimble approach, and we could actually express our ESG risk on both long position and short positions. As a result, there are names that we would actually bucketed it as, heightened ESG risk. What you are seeing, some of them will be traditionally viewed as, like the scene industry, right? The weapons, the gambling, etc. So not creating a lot of positive social impact. But what we are seeing here is we want to see, something that's, decades ahead. So for example, we care about, whether decarbonization or net zero is happening. So as a result, we are also putting fossil fuels as a very heightened ESG risk in the portfolios. So, these are some of the things that we have been putting in mind and helping us to identify not just short-term, but also longer-term risks that would be pricing in. In fact, you would be seeing that a lot of ESG data vendors are starting to look at companies' returns profile, for example, CFROI, cash flow return on investment, at different carbon prices. So, for certain companies, CFROI could be, ranging 8 to 10%, over a 5 to 7 year time horizon, or even look at a like 20 years long cycle. But pricing in carbon prices at 50 or 75 or $100 per ton, the CFROI just drops significantly from 10% to 5 to 6%. And that is where we need to price in our valuation model. Now, the second part, how to navigate across data and analytics. So I heard that, there are some very exciting ventures and platforms within Cyberport which are, pioneering the development of, fintech in the ESG space, which so allowed me to share 2 cents about, as a user and institutional investors, what would make sense. Now, obviously, I'm sure those some of those ventures would be in the red, boxes, right? That's where you are seeing the flow of the ESG data information across the whole ecosystem, and and that's where you will be, inputting via sell side or brokers or analysts to asset managers like us, and even the asset owners, which is the ultimate holder of, the biggest, AUM globally. I want to share with you the story about people sometimes could be like, data are meant to be scientific and methodological. I would like to share you the other side of the story, which is the superstitions of it. So this is one of the research that is actually very well known, that they are checking with a lot of institutional investors globally about what do they think are the best source of information to learn about a company ESG performance. So basically, ranging from 41% doing in-house proprietary research, which people should be more proud of, to reading or digesting or dissecting company ESG report, 50%, to 55%, where you were given direct access and meet with the CEO of the company and to learn about the sustainability strategy. Unfortunately, they all ranked on par or below than corporate ESG ratings. Okay, so I think this report actually, and together with all the big names, which some of you may probably come across, I'm sure, this is something that this is the reality of the market. Investors are heavily rely on corporate ESG ratings in assessing corporate ESG performance. So the questions now for the floor is that, is ESG investing just about evaluating scoring, or there's something that's beyond that? Now, my 2 cents for it is, obviously, it's a good starting point. So there are several ways that I've suggested here, either to complement or supplement the investment research that institutional investors do, or to actually not just evaluating company level, but also on portfolio level ESG performance. But more importantly, is actually help us in terms of the engagement process. So engagement is when investors talk to portfolio companies and say, not just the margins, but also how's the ESG performance and strategy trending for the company as a whole in the longer run, and what are the biggest industry trend that is affecting the business. And that's changed the behavior of the corporate world, because you will be directly interacting with the C-suite and ultimately shaping their strategy. Now, this is something that I would like to share with you, or IOSCO, which is the International Federation of the Financial Regulators, now being chaired by Ashley Alder, the CEO of SFC, has just completed a consultation last year, and that's the consultation conclusions out last November. It's actually saying that international financial regulators are looking very closely, if not scrutinizing, the ESG data space. So essentially, there are several limitations that the financial regulators looks at. So this is the first piece of advice. Do take a look of this consultation conclusion. The second part is, so what's the way forward? And my very honest answer is to address the pain points of the asset managers. Here, I'm sharing with you 5 of them, which we believe that asset managers would struggle with the ESG raters and analytics. Some of the data are a little bit, quite backward-looking, not forward-looking. There is over-reliance of company disclosures, and also, especially we talks about the coverage of this part of the world. Some of the ESG raters particularly have a country focus in China or Asia, which is trying to address that. So outside developed markets part is actually improving a lot in the last 24 months. But the conflicting signals is something that the IOSCO consultation has also been very critical on. So and finally, in terms of transparency. So my 2 cents is that for all the exciting platforms that is going to not just helping the financial markets of Hong Kong and also developing or generating positive impact for the environment, do pay attention to these pain points of the institutional investor sets. And that was going to differentiate you from the rest of the pack. So with that, thank you very much. And now I'm going to learn from all the other panelists and from the representatives from the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you. Please be seated. Now we'll move on to a panel discussion on ESG investing practices, progress, and challenges. But before that, since one of the panelists cannot make it to join us in person today, but he has recorded a video and shared with us on the industry insight key steps ahead for decarbonization. And he is Mr. Ken Chu, Head of Carbon and ESG Product, Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited. Let's hear from Ken.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ken Chiu from Hong Kong EX. Thank you for Cyberport to invite me to speak into today's forum, especially during the afternoon section, which is about transiting Hong Kong into a green finance and carbon trading hub. It is important not because I'm leading the team to develop the carbon market in Hong Kong, but more importantly, ESG, carbon market, net zero, or decarbonization, all these terminologies have stepped into our day-to-day lives and also into the business world. This is especially important following the nationwide commitment to the 30-60 dual carbon missions, as well as the release of the Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050. So I think what is more important is to have a preliminary understanding, which is not late, because we're still at the very early stage to the implementation of all these measures, and to have a right understanding how all these plan or commitment will impact on the business. Of course, I would love to talk about the carbon market, but throughout my day-to-day interaction with different corporates and institutions, it is really important, or maybe alarming, for us to have a right understanding how all these changes will impact on the business. So the first thing I would love to share with you today is a couple of scenarios that, or views, or facts that we have observed from our counterparties or partners in terms of the way of doing business. The first scenario that we observe is that some of the corporates have to entirely change or re-diversify or redesign the business, especially as a result of the decarbonization requirement. A good vivid example is about the conventional oil and gas company, and obviously a lot of them have a very thorough and in-depth study regarding all these net zero policy, disclosure requirement, ESG matrix, how all these will impact on their business. Quite a lot of them have already react and act proactively to diversify their business from, for example, the traditional oil and gas mining, extracting, distribution, to even a new and renewable or electricity business. What does it mean is, to all of us here is, the first thing that we need to aware, rather than we talk about just carbon market, it is very important to have understanding how all these changes will impact on the business. Of course, that is the first scenario, is the worst case scenario, whereby some of the business will have to really rethink what business they need to pursue, and after all these changes, and they have to make all these changes early enough in order to secure their market position. So this is really the first scenario that we understood from the market throughout our interactions with the relevant names. The second scenario is, based on all these changes, you can continue with your existing business, but obviously there are a lot of requirement. Can be a disclosure requirement, can be a mandatory requirement in the foreign jurisdiction that impact on the way of doing your business. A good example is transportation or logistic company. I understood that some of the like transportation, the public transportation company will start to think about like 5 to 10 years down the road to formulate the appropriate strategy to decarbonize, to form the baseline, how much they need to reduce, what sort of measures or actions they need to take in order to achieve the mission, and for the unabatable version, what sort of instrument they can use in order to neutralize the unabatable footprint. So some of these companies, for example, if a public transportation company would try to acquire EV-powered vehicles instead of continue to acquire the fossil fuel powered vehicles in order to help them throughout the net zero journey. Aviation company is another good example whereby they will start focusing on, for example, investing into technology about sustainable aviation fuel, because it is really an international requirement for them to follow in order to achieve the mission. More or less, they have no choice, and they have to adapt the way to do their business in order to continue their BAU. So the second message I want to deliver here is we should do it and take action early enough to understand if there are any measures that will need to be taken in order to continue the business, but probably you need to do it in a different ways. The first one and the second one will also derive different, I would say, funding requirement, but also funding opportunities for other financial institutions, which is very relevant to nowadays about ESG investing or transition financing. So all these would relevant to the business a lot on the real terms. And finally, for the unabatable version, and the corporate need to cross the last mile. They need to adapt the right instrument. For example, they need to use IREC or REC or carbon credit if they are not fall within the coverage of the mandatory market in order to achieve the net zero mission for disclosure requirement, for other different purpose. One good example I observe is, for example, supply chain company. They need to, in their home jurisdiction, probably there may not be a direct net zero or decarbonized requirement. However, in order for them to continue their business, like to export their goods to Europe or the States, they need to follow certain mandatory requirement in order to continue their business. So adapting the right tools, for example, after they have taken all these measures to decarbonize to a certain level, they need to go to the voluntary carbon market, for example, to acquire carbon credit in order to fulfill the foreign jurisdiction requirement in order for them to export goods. So the third part is really either to use carbon credit rightly with an appropriate net zero strategy, or they need to acquire all these instruments in order to continue their day-to-day business. So all these three scenarios are the key scenarios that we have observed throughout our day-to-day interaction with the corporates as well as financial institutions. Not to mention because corporate has to adapt to the new regime, and they have to change the business, or they have to change the way of doing the business, or they have new needs. So they also create a lot of opportunities in the financial world. For example, like what I mentioned about the transition financing, or the green loan, green bonds, and all these familiar terminologies that you might have heard already from a day-to-day basis. So I throughout the very short sharing, I would like to deliver the message across that it is very important to take action early to understand, to analyze how all these changes will impact on your business. Especially during this forum, I know it's a venture forum, so very important to strike a balance between fulfilling the environmental requirement as well as continue to do the business with a very good business model. So that's really something that I would love to share with you on the first part. Last but not least, I would love to share with you a little bit of what we have done. I mean, Hong Kong EX have done to help or to assist corporate in their net zero journey. A couple of highlights for this year. In March this year, we have signed an MOU with the Guangzhou China Emission Exchange Guangzhou, which is CEX Guangzhou. We're trying to explore how we can work closely with all the cities in the Greater Bay Area to facilitate the nationwide dual carbon mission in the region. In the same time, we also publish the preliminary assessment report about the opportunities, carbon market opportunities in Hong Kong via the Cross-Agency Steering Committee. So trying to analyze how this will impact and bring opportunity in the financial industry. These are all the follow-up actions from previous ESG journey or ESG actions that the Hong Kong EX has taken. In July, we launched the Hong Kong International Carbon Market Council. There are 12 leading enterprises and institutions who join us. And thanks for their help and efforts. They provide us a lot of valuable opinions in terms of the climate-related products, trading protocol, cross-border connectivity, and standard, and so on and so forth. They give us a very important, insightful, holistic view in terms of how we should develop our carbon market in Hong Kong. So the final highlight I would love to also share with you is about the potential launch of the carbon market in Hong Kong. Like our CEO Nicola mentioned, that we're very close to the launch. So I would love to share with you good news in the near future, and wish you best of luck in the business and good health. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ken, for the sharing. Now let's welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Victor Yim, Head of FinTech Cyberport. Let's welcome. Joining Victor, we have Mr. Stephen Zhe, President and Co-founder, Portage Bay. Mr. Albert Yip, Chairman, Syndicate Capital. Dr. Alfred Shang, CEO and founding partner, Bidrock Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists here on stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. It's really proud to be able to moderate this panel. First of all, thank you for our keynote speakers. Thank you, Plato. Thank you, Anthony, and also Ken. I guess I don't need to emphasize how important ESG, green finance, etc., to our economy as well as for the future of Hong Kong. So this is the FinTech session of the whole CVCF. So that actually illustrates ESG is indeed a strategic focus for our FinTech development in Cyberport. So just like how we have been facilitating the development of InsurTech, WealthTech, and virtual asset ecosystem, which we already seen a lot of momentum. We want to make Cyberport a hub for green and sustainable FinTech that supports Hong Kong mission in the green finance and carbon trading space. So ESG integration and ESG factors have been developed rapidly in the space of institutional investment, just like what Anthony has explained to us. So before we jumped into how ESG factors affect the VC space, let's warm up a little bit. And may I introduce our first speaker, Stephen, who is the co-founder of Portage Bay, one of the key Cyberport ESG startup. Could you let us understand a bit of the latest trend of ESG and sustainable investment, like with your background and with what you are doing from Portage Bay's perspective?
Sure. Thank you, Victor. Portage Bay, we are a Hong Kong-based AI ESG company, and our mission is really to help institutional investors accelerate their ESG initiatives. And so what this means is we help financial institutions develop their in-house ESG capabilities. We're a Hong Kong-based company and proudly a Cyberport incubator as well. So thank you for having us here today. So in terms of trends that we're seeing investors really focus on a few things. One is really mitigating greenwashing and incorporating more sustainability elements into the investment process. So this includes research, portfolio management, risk management. And there's a couple of trends that I'll just highlight briefly today. So the first is something that Victor, as well as the previous speaker, Anthony, mentioned, is reducing reliance on third-party scores. And this is one of the biggest shifts that we've seen. Investors really recognize the need to form their own views when it comes to incorporating sustainability into an investment decision. Much like, if you were an analyst and you were looking at Moody's or credit or S&P credit ratings, you wouldn't solely rely on that to make an investment decision. You really have to form your own view, and I think investors are coming to that conclusion quite rapidly. The second one is really just around incorporating more ESG data analytics toward finding investment insight. And this is partly challenged because there are data gaps in terms of corporate disclosure, but this is improving quite rapidly, in no part, at least because of the regulators as well as investor demands. Investors are also demanding tools that offer them a 360-degree view, both from a qualitative and quantitative perspective. Investors are also really pressed for time. They have incredibly busy days, and they just want to focus on the most important questions. What ESG factors should I look at? What matters most for which companies? How do I quickly do the benchmarking and focus on the most important elements? And so we've developed a solution that addresses many of these pain points, collecting and processing data at a massive scale, making ESG analysis simple, accessible for investors, a generalist investor. We also have, the ability to create your own scores in a really simple way. It's no longer a chore, very, very easy to execute. We provide transparent information across the 26 SASB topics, the Sustainable Accounting Standards Board. So you have that 360-degree view. And we provide investors ultimately with the tools to create their own views. And the third observation is really investors are really keen to find ways to scale up their human capital. ESG specialists are very few today, and as well as experienced investment professionals who have that ESG lens are also few, but growing over time. And so the question is, how do we systematically augment the capabilities of these folks to supplement this desire to scale up internal ESG capabilities at financial institutions? And so these are some of the trends that we're seeing today in the market.
Thank you, Stephen. So let me introduce our second guest, Alfred Shank, the CEO and co-founding partners of Bedrock Capital. Hi, Alfred. We are very excited to have you here. As an experienced investor in several leading fintech companies, can you share with us what are the major ESG considerations that you might have from an investment standpoint? And also, is there any particular more heavy-weighted factors that you put emphasis on?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cyberport, and thank you, Victor, for inviting me to this panel. We are a fintech and digitalization-focused venture capital. This is our 5th year. We are based in China, in Shenzhen, and also Singapore. But we do invest in Hong Kong local company. I'm from Hong Kong originally, and one of our earlier investment is 1 Degree, which is a Hong Kong cyberport incubator company as well. So as far as ESG is concerned, I think there are a few factors that we really pay attention to. The first and foremost is whether their mission and vision has embedded what we call ESG consistent phenomenon in their company's setup. Because we are a venture capital, we are a fintech investment, we don't specifically target so-called ESG companies per se, but when we look at fintech companies or SaaS companies, the mission that they set out to do need to be consistent with a ESG. So that's the first factor. And then secondly, we also look at how they build ESG considerations into their research, into their technology and product development. We know that, and also talent retention. We know that ESG is increasingly becoming more important among talent, among the younger population in particular, and also within the consumer segment. So ESG, if they can leverage that capability, it's actually a very powerful tool for them to build their business, for them to acquire customers, for them to develop the right product for the right segment and the right market, and also for them to differentiate among for the startups to differentiate among the competitors. In markets like China and Southeast Asia, for example, a particular segment of startups that we look at is on financial inclusivity. In Southeast Asia, as an example, only about a quarter of the population have access to holistic modern finance, meaning 3/4 of the population, they don't have access to modern financial services. They will need to borrow money from the local loan sharks. They will need to transact on cash basis. They don't have credit. They don't have credit card or debit card. And so financial inclusivity and accessibility is a key focus for us in markets like Southeast Asia and other emerging markets. So for us, when it comes to ESG, we really look at the mission, the culture, their product focus, and also the segments that they try to target. Now, at the end of the day, as a venture capital, we focus on financial return. That's our key KPI. So we do need to understand how the startups are going to create sustainable value for their ecosystem, for the segments that they look at, for the society that they serve, and also the customer segments that they target. So being able to monetize on their capability, including ESG capabilities, being able to grow on a sustainable basis and create value in the system is ultimately the most important factor that we look at. But everything is so-called integrated or intertwined, and we do consider different factors when we conduct our due diligence and post-investment, how we serve and how we help the startups.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Yeah, Alfred actually made a very good point that the integration and everything all like comes together. Like Anthony and Stephen also talks about SASB. In fact, for commercial bank, the SASB material topic is one of them is capacity building and financial inclusion, which is echoing what Alfred just mentioned. Like when you look at ESG, that doesn't mean it doesn't help to make more money. Financial inclusion for Southeast Asia, like that helps the financial institution make a lot of money, but at the same time is aligned with the ESG target. So last but not least, we have our friend Dr. Albert Yip. So in fact, I really want to thank him again. He's very busy. This morning there's another ESG conference, the ESG and Green Finance Opportunities Forum. So he finished that meeting and just rushed to join us here. So Albert, thank you very much. And I understand you are like an early advocate of ESG. You have been like practicing ESG for many years, whereas people have no idea what it is. And now you are a co-founder of your own VCs and family office. So in your investment process, how do you make use of ESG to help you to make decisions?
Thank you, Victor, for inviting me and putting me on the stage. Actually, it's my pleasure. Okay, even though it's quite headache running from the previous sections from ESG and green finance that held by the Chamber of Hong Kong listed company as well as Hang Seng Index. I feel so much happier of running to here because I see that we have a very good atmosphere for the ESG, particularly in investing as well as on the green financing. For Synergy Capital, we set up about 20 years ago. We have a strong focus on ESG as well as on fintech investing. Well, recently we also established a ESG fund where we have an AUM about 100 million of US dollars. That we try to mingle technology together with ESG. I think in the previous sessions, Plato have a very good presentation about this, how to make good use of blockchain, such and such, right? And well, the reasons why we want to plug in the technology with ESG. Now, if you go back to like 8 years ago, personally, at that time, when I was working in State Street, we are the frontiers and helping on developing the ESG MSCI index. And at that time, I'd like to say most of the focus has been put on the S elements, the society, all right? And nowadays we find that quite a lot of practitioners, we put a lot of focus on environmentals. Well, this is the thing that I can observe in Hong Kong. like in year 2000 time, sorry, in year 2020, being a commission members of the United Nations ASCAPs, we have produced a report and found that even for Hong Kong, well, a lot of, well, many, I mean, the MPF fund, there's not too much elements that invest in ESG. So what I can see is there is a big difference during, I mean, these 10 years of time. I can still remember the early days when we work on ESG, people see me as a dummy. All right, we have a lot of pushback. When you talk about ESG, something like a CSR things, no one feel interest because it's not money-making things. Until nowadays, well, environmental, solar energy, green tech, prop tech, okay, becomes something more commercialized. We see a lot of people going into these such as ESG areas. And I see a lot of people giving me the pushback, become the practitioners in the market. Whenever you go to the central, people keep talking about ESG. I feel happy with that because I see the big changes. And well, in the last 6 months, a lot of people talk about NFT, all right? Well, we are now having the crypto winter and other kind of climate change, all right? And now people go back and talk back on ESG things. I think, well, what we are still need to look at is the missing part. S and G element is still the missing part in our ESG investments. When we talk about ESG investing, we are still very focused on environmentals. It's always good to think about what is the substance and core value of the ESG. But you look at the environmental things, governance things, it's all for the well-being of this planet as for the human beings, which is the core and the heart of the ESG, all right? So I think when all the practitioners are here, or we see, the key message that I would like to deliver here is when you have the investment, try to find out the niche areas where you have a bigger room to explore opportunities. And S and G are always the missing part, but it's quite profitable. But everyone is doing the same things, well, the marginal return will be decreasing. So try to look into some investing opportunities or helping some startup where they really focus on the S and governance perspective.
Thank you, Albert. So going back to Alfred, so I think you also mentioned a bit about your invested portfolio. I happen to be the judges for the insurance award, so I get to know the campaign from 1 Degree, which is pretty S-focused. So can you tell us some of these interesting ESG stories of your portfolio company? And do you actually orchestrate those development as an investor?
Well, no. So in the interest of time, let me, I think, tell you two examples. But to answer that question, we are a venture capital investment. So we typically take a minority stake in the startups. We do participate in their board and help them set the overall strategy and direction. But when it comes to specific product development and the tactics to go to market, is entirely up to the CEO and the management. So on 1 Degree, I do believe Alvin Kwok is somewhere either in this room or outside, so do talk to him if you're interested in InsurTech and how ESG is going to be helpful in that area. The example that Victor mentioned is the recent, or not so recent, a few months ago, which is a advertising campaign, and they developed a home insurance product that include the segment on LGBT to be an acceptable customer segment to their customer base. And I think that on one hand is an inclusivity innovation. It is a segment that has been excluded from the financial services community for quite some time. And because of the data availability now and also other technologies that 1 Degree developed, they're able to include the LGBT segment in that. Now, in addition to that, I think that campaign, including the product, the advertising, and some of the social media campaign help enhance the brand image of 1 Degree. I think it's also beneficial for the talent, so for the talent recruits and the development within that company. So that has been quite a successful campaign as far as I'm being told. I do believe, Victor, you're part of the judge, so there's recognition and endorsement from the community as well. So that's one example. Another example I can share is there are a lot of supply chain finance companies in China and in other markets as well, including trade finance tech companies. They have started to leverage blockchain and AI technology to digitalize some of the data that they have, the data along the supply chain, the data along the trade flows that integrate logistic data, warehouse data, the actual physical goods, and also the IoT data. Now, what that helps, what that benefits is, it's again back to the theme of inclusivity. Because with all the digitalization and with all the data available, they're able to work with commercial banks and other money lenders to extend credit to the SMEs, especially the smaller vendors. So think about the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 suppliers along the supply chain. And so that's how fintech is able to help with the ecosystem by extending credit to the SMEs, and how technology is able to provide the facilities. Even though the company as a startup, they are probably not thinking about ESG per se when they started the business. They were looking at how finance are being derived in the supply chain and what are the pain points within the SMEs, and why do banks and money lenders do not extend credit or did not extend credit to those companies. And they try to solve the pain point using technology. But the impact that they have and the value that they've created is ESG consistent. So again, back to my earlier point, which is the companies that we look for, ESG consistent or enhancing, and they are able to create sustainable value in the ecosystem at the same time. So that's, I think, the sort of the center theme that I like to bring out.
Thank you, Albert. So back to Albert. I guess here or online, they are all like Cyberport community. So we have a really strong community of investors, of corporate, of technology innovators. So how do you advise us to like form a bigger ecosystem and work together to create more good companies, good solutions for the ESG ecosystem? Again, to support Hong Kong as a whole to grow ourselves and to excel in the international space.
Thank you, Victor, for the questions. I think Cyberport has been well positioned itself for digital entertaining as well as a supporter for the Web3 as well as on the blockchain areas. Taking examples like what Alfred mentioned, okay? Blockchain is really a solution that helps to address some of the pain points of the carbon markets. I need not to tell too much about the pain points because I think Plato as well as Kane has mentioned that quite well. When you look at what the carbon market is doing for a time being, take it as a use case, you find that, well, it's quite manual. The supply chain is very traditional. It is a lack of transparency, poor data integrity. The whole supply chain is very manual. Now, you can imagine, if we continue this kind of manual system to run a carbon trading, I need to say the carbon net zero is very good things to have, but the market is really, really not a good solution. I would like to say that it is perfectly an imperfect market. Now, the solution here is the blockchain. It really helps to streamline the whole process. And with that, we can increase the liquidity and trading volumes. In that way, we can speed up our target timeline for the 2020 as well as 2050. Imagine if all the trading liquidity is really slow, how can we address this target? So Cyberport also play a critical role on the whole ecosystem. They pull in like the regulators, investors, like what we are doing on the Cvcf forums, putting up other stakeholders together and helping the startups, providing the blockchain solution, technology solution to address some of the carbon market pain points. I do think, well, as a community builder, Cyberport is doing a very good job. I hope I can see more of this kind of events, try to put and networking all those stakeholders all together and also with the governments. In that way, we can speed the whole process.
Thank you, Albert. So we only have a few minutes left, so let me ask the last question to Stephen. So I think we have talked a lot about the market and a lot of emphasis on blockchain. I know your company is focused on AI. So from AI perspective, Could you share with us a bit of the uniqueness and like how your solution help address some of the challenge or even help firms to grab some of the opportunities from the ESG space?
Sure, I'll keep my comments brief. So I'll focus less on the technical aspects. I mean, we could talk all day about data challenges, validation, explainability, and all that. But I'll just focus perhaps on some of the applications and how we're deploying it in ways that our clients find useful. So the first one is, maybe I'll break it into 3 buckets broadly. So the first one is really about larger scale repetitive tasks that help, that are quite useful for technology. So for example, collecting some of the quantitative and qualitative data that I mentioned, mapping it to standard taxonomy. We have a news system, for example, that classifies news across the 26 SASB topics with additional tagging for financial materiality. So those are quite well suited for those types of tasks. The second type of application for AI is really around tools that help with the insight discovery process. So this is, for example, looking at finding ESG factors that matter and don't matter for the investment research process. So this could be finding relationships between, say, reducing carbon emissions and credit spreads, or higher rates of diversity, and maybe it's forward valuation. So these are some of the types of questions that we can answer using machine learning models. And these first 2 examples tend to be quite transparent to the user. They don't say, oh, that's an instance of AI, which is quite a nice thing. The third bucket is really around helping investors create that integrated research approach involving AI. And so this is where we can help scale up the human capital that I talked about previously, embedding certain human elements into the system with a feedback loop where their views are inserted in along with the quantitative and qualitative data that we have to create a more bespoke approach that's think of it like as a dedicated AI analyst that helps the investors. So that's a third application that that we've deployed as well.
So time is up, and thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Alfred. Yeah, your sharing has been tremendously insightful, and really thanks for your time in joining us here. And I think that's the end of the FinTech section. And please stay tuned for the next section, and thank you again.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the wonderful discussion. Let's get a photo together. We'll fast a photo together. And thank you very much, Victor, for moderating the session for us. That's a lot of insight on ESG investing, really. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause again to this panel. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Now we're going to welcome on stage our next panel, who is going to talk on the topic, FinTech investment in a turbulent market. This session is powered by Hong Kong Computer Society. Now we'll welcome on stage the moderator for this session, Mr. Peter Koo, convener, FinTech Specialist Group of Hong Kong Computer Society. Please welcome. Next, let's welcome on stage his panelists. Joining him on stage, we have Ms. Iris Lee, Investment Director, Ant Group. Please welcome. Next, let's welcome Mr. Ivan Wong, Managing Director, Deloitte. And we also have Ms. Viola Lam, Founder and CEO, Found Solution AI Limited. Please welcome. All right, so now over to you.
Okay, thank you, MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, glad to see you all here. I actually find this is a very interesting topic, and then with all the interesting speakers. Well, on my right, you can see Iris is actually more from an investor perspective, Iris Lee, investor director from Ant Finance. And then in the middle, we actually got a gentleman. This gentleman is my former colleague, managing director of corporate finance of Deloitte, Ivan Wong. Then we actually got a professional service firm representative. And the far end, we actually got my sis, Viola Lam. Then she's a representative from startup. Then more from the Cyberport Startup Association chair lady. In this sense, we may actually get different angles and perspective from different stakeholders. And, well, allow me to use my cheat sheet. And it seems like the market situation is very bad, a bad economy, bad all the time. and then whether this is a good time or to do investment, what does it impact the emerging technology and fintech. But on the other hand, it's kind of interesting. According to the Master of Science I'm studying and doing the M&A global trend, it talks about, well, by theory, this is buy low, sell high, the best moment. Because in the M&A cycle, in this kind of bad economy, it's, well, the best timing, well, to buy low. There are lots of good companies, well, with low or lowest valuation you can buy. And with this contradictory viewpoint, then maybe we can actually start with the investor. What do you think, Iris? In this sense, with such a bad market situation and negative sentiments around the world, how does this affect your business or even your investment directive?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think pandemics impacts us, in every ways. And we've seen a rising trend of in the payment world that a lot of the payments moving from offline to online and cash dominant to increasingly digital and inclusive. So I think in that way, it's a silver lining of the pandemic. And so with that said, we actually see this as an opportunity for the digital payments. So I think from an investment perspective, it's always wise to keep a close eye on the capital market and to leverage the cycles. But as a strategic investor, we are more tuned to our business strategy and also our shared vision, which is making small yet beautiful changes. So that's how we search for the target companies. So I think recently, as you can see, we've had a strategic partnership with 2C2P, which is the regional payment companies. And then that deal enable us to be a majority shareholder in the space, which we join hands to accelerate the digitalization of payment in Southeast Asia. And in August last year, we also invested in Chope, which is F&B food tech company. So that is also to accelerate digitalization on the F&B sector. So I think we take our own pace. So in the turbulence of the market, yeah.
Wonderful. Then obviously you are taking the opportunity to buy low. Okay, Ivan, what do you think?
I think pandemic alone, we don't know when exactly it's going to end, but the most immediate impact that we're seeing affecting fundraising these days is actually the capital market. Because a few years back when we were, because this is actually my role, because I don't get to decide who gets money, and then I'm actually standing between the buyer, the investor, and the sellers, which are the companies. But the trend that we're seeing being changed due to the pandemic or the recent downturn in the capital market is that a few years back, a lot of all these companies, startups, or emerging businesses, they have a very optimistic business plan. They probably have multiple milestones ahead of them, but the last milestone that we're seeing is being profitable. What they're planning to do is they want to do multiple rounds of fundraising and then keep diluting their shares, and at the end, they go for IPO and then just keep everyone happy with high valuation on the stock market. But with the recent downturn and recent geopolitical situation, it's actually removing a lot of the exit options. The best market for all these companies to get listed, NASDAQ is getting very difficult. It's very challenging for Chinese companies to get an IPO done there. And then at the same time, if they came back to choose Hong Kong market, a few years back, it may look like a good opportunity for the Hong Kong capital market. But as we have seen these days, even if they choose to come list in Hong Kong market, it doesn't really give them the same valuation or liquidity that they used to have in NASDAQ. So I think in general, from the perspective of fundraising, I think a lot of all these businesses that we work with, they're getting a lot more realistic. So instead of planning for endless cash burn in the next few years, they're actually being more conservative, and then instead of having a cash burning forecast for the next 10 years, they're actually planning for a lot earlier kind of break even. And then at the same time, they are actually much more open to letting go control. Because, I mean, in the past, they're all getting money from financial investors who are actually getting minority stakes. Those financial investors probably not going to help them that much in terms of the operation, because they're all minority shareholders with a very small stake in the company anyway. So what we're seeing as an alternative in the market is that a lot of all these businesses, they're actually talking to strategic investors. So they may not give them a high valuation, but they're not cashing out either. And then these new investors who are actually in the business actually can help them a lot, because a lot of them, not only fintech, but in the TMT and high-tech space, we're seeing a lot of companies who've been burning a few years of cash with some good result in R&D. But I mean, they were expecting new money coming in to help them commercialize the products. But I think with the capital market kind of dried up. So they actually turned to strategic investors to come in, not only to give them money to fund the growth, but actually giving a lot of help in terms of building a network with the market and trying to commercialize the product. So I think that there's a very, very practical move with the entrepreneurs and these emerging businesses. And I think it's a healthy development, because I think the investors and the company probably cannot really count on the capital market or IPO as an exit option anymore.
Thank you, Ivan. Then, like we were saying, it seems like where the liquidity and even the funding may be a little bit tight, whereas there are still opportunities in the marketplace. Then, Viola, what do you think?
So today I'm like on the other side of the corner, but seeing from startup side. So literally, I'm running a startup. My company called Find Solution AI. I'm a CEO and founder. The core thing from, especially after pandemic, I say is after. I hope it's going to be after. Let's put it in that way. But the point is, after 3 years, especially for startup running during COVID, that everything's changed. Especially if you're working on high tech, AI, things like that. Everybody before COVID, they're using a lot of fundraising, burn a lot of money, get a lot of customer as much as they can. But the point is, now after the whole thing went up, so what's next? So it comes to the end to a startup is, what is your business model? Is your business model going to be having a very strong continuity, sustainability in everything? So to be honest, for startup-wise, I will say now is a golden moment. Literally, you can expand some of your team, work with some of the M&A, find some very good founders that you can work together. So literally for our company, we're quite lucky, I'll say in that way. So during COVID, because we're working on AI, especially on education, we also moving a little bit forward on fintech for education as well. So we raised 6 million 2 years ago. And then we are raising another round, and then going to have some good news very soon, telling for in next quarter. So, but the end of the game is, have the startup make good use of COVID. That's the first thing. Second thing is your R&D working in place, and then the commercialization is doing really good. And that is the core thing. So for us, literally, lately we are also working on metaverse. So in the past, AI, it's a very gadget word, but now everything going to metaverse. So it's the startup make good use of the opportunity. So that is another part. So I think it's not just crisis, but it's a good time to review your company, also review your portfolio, also think of, is there any way that you can expand your business in a good way?
Thank you. Then you meant there are risks, there are also opportunities. Provided you have good projects, making good money, then the money is still going to your port. Okay, I'll try to get more targeted questions for Iris. Can you tell us more about, well, the direction of your fund? What you're looking for in this kind of market situation for emerging technology? Then how did you proceed with your star search, well, process? Can you share with us?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So I think for us, as a strategic investor, the key things we look is the synergy, with our business and also shared vision. And the deal types varies from case to case. And then we invest from early stage to later stage. That's also flexible based on each of the project. And on the Star Search, the approach we adopt is pretty top-down. So every year we will comb through our strategies together with our business team, like what's the focus for this year, and then what's the capabilities that we're gonna be built by ourselves, and what's can be complementary from like the external investment. So that's the kind of top-down approach that we are adopt internally. And then when we are clear about the sector or the verticals that we're looking at for every year, and then in each of the sector, we try to explore for the category leader. So just as the other financial investors, we also do the exercise to look at the scale of the target, the growth trajectory, whether it has a valid business model, right? The unit economics, whether it works, and also the team, the people are very important. So I think we have a combination of both, our internal business needs and also the healthiness of the company, like the other investors do. So that's basically how we do our search. Yeah.
Thank you, Iris. Then coming down, Iris again, to talk more about what do you think about the emerging trend? Like we were talking about the category for this year or these 2 years. Well, what kind of fintech or high-tech, technologies you'll be of interest to you and to your company?
Okay, so I think what we are interested in is that, especially in these years during pandemic, as I mentioned, the transformational trend of payments, shifting right from offline to online. So like digital payments, this digitalization is definitely something we like. So ever since we launched our Alipay Plus, the global cross-border digital payments and marketing solution, it has already connected to like 1 billion users in the region. So that's the backdrop of this thesis behind it. So just to say, like, one thing is that merchant digitalization is one of the trend that we like. So we're like, in the pandemics, we see people, the lifestyle has been more digital and users are more tech savvy. So that, having that said, like on the merchant side, we believe that's also a trend to roll out in Asia. And secondly, I think, digital marketing is also something we look, on top of payments. Because we think, not only payments, the marketing needs to be more tech savvy as well. And the way payment engage with the user needs to be upgraded as well. So I think in the recent announcement, we've partnered with Studio Universal Japan and also Shein. So we've been enabled to enable global brands to engage with users in a digital way and with incentives and exclusive services in the app. So, and also I have a very good experience just outside with the cashless Starbucks. I stop by and buy a coffee, and then the digital coupon just top up, the startup coupon top up, and then I do the payment with Alipay Hong Kong, and then $10 off. So that's the digital lifestyles I'm talking about. And then I think in a global region, I think we are also interested in, we see a trend of open banking, account-to-account payment, and also banking as a service. That is to, roll out the embedded finance globally. So that's the big trend of the payment infrastructure. If there's an infrastructure upgrade, then that's also something we look closely at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Iris. And Ivan, as an advisor, and what have you observed about the trend?
Well, actually, my job is to make like the people I'm trying to help look good, and then they can present themselves the best they can, so that like nice people like Iris can give them money. So I'm not choosing which sector to look at, but all I'm observing is that like I started to be a lot more conservative since the last half year. But what I'm observing is that like one thing that everyone looks for is that like they start to like business that will survive, not depending on the next round of fundraising. So that's what I observed, because a lot of, as I've mentioned, like the business itself or the shareholders or the investor cannot really count on the next round financing or even IPO for the company to survive. So that's why like I'm seeing a lot of all these business plans showing like unlimited cash burn, having a lot of trouble getting money. So I think we especially with the capital market pricing all these high growth stock with a much more conservative valuation. So I think the trend that I've observed is that like we're seeing investors also being a lot more conservative with the recent downtrend in the capital market. And then I think the cash preservation, cash flow, and like mid to long-term survival is the key for investor to choose and decide where to put the money in when they're evaluating different targets.
Thank you, Ivan. And well, Viola, from the I say supply side or the startup communities, and what have you observed other than your AI, your metaverse? Can you talk about well, for the startup communities in the whole, for those one still can successfully get funding?
So for the one that, especially for in a difficult market, I would say in this way. So if you want to get funded, get money from investor, the core thing is not just the team, not just whatever tech that they're working on, but is the business model, is that viable? Especially is that sustainable in the market? So you can see because of the pandemic, you can see a lot of logistic company get a lot of funding because they literally get stuck at home, right? So there's another, not just because of the environment, but the core thing is the whole thing to change the people habit and how they gonna live. So is the tech, is that related to something that daily life they're gonna use it every day, day in, day out? Fintech also, because a lot of people in the past, they believe that they invest by advisor or by banks or, yeah, I know, advisors, okay? But the point is, some of them, they literally can use some robo-advisor, which means that they can have a lot of different advice, and then it also can serve different types of people, especially for not just B2B, but more to small amount of money. I know your group work a lot about it as well. So in terms of in that kind of sector, so it's still going really good. But other than that, I would say education is also one of the good parts. The major reason why is, so after the pandemic, so there's a lot of changes, a lot of new things gonna be in the market. So is the talent enough in order to catch it? Especially for Hong Kong, a lot of people leave Hong Kong, sort of. But the point is, can they pick it up on time? And so education is one of the core part that should be focusing on. So for us, we're quite lucky. Literally, we're not just working on exam practice. So in the past, we raised that 6 million, focusing on using AI for exam practice and having better learning experience for the kids. So now we are not just in Hong Kong 150 schools, so we're also expanding to UK and in Australia. Meanwhile, because of COVID, we also launching a new one, especially for immersive learning. We can see the emotion of the learner, how they practice it, not just for education, also in financial education as well.
Thank you, Viola. And well, maybe a question to jump a little bit, Mel does say, for some of the tech company or startup, they do have brilliant ideas and even okay business model, but due to pandemics, they may not have impressive financial position, even at loss. And allow me to ask the investor and the financial advisor, well, any advice in this kind of situation to those startups or tech companies, even they are not financially impressive by financial position? Iris?
Maybe financial advisor?
Investor doesn't want to talk much.
I always like to make money for helping other people to get money. But anyway, I think the key thing is if the whole thing is really at idea stage. What I suggest is probably start with something small, because investors these days are very smart and conservative. Because a lot of all these VCs, they have the money dried up. So that means less competition for investors, which is bad for the company trying to look for money from the investors. But at the same time, I think like again start with something small because the investor probably like to see some what they call skin in the game. So if you're putting your own money in, you're committing a lot of your time, capital in it. So I think that may help convince smart investors like Iris.
Okay, thank you very much. And well, trying to conclude a little bit, say in 30 seconds, what are the key points from a perspective you can advise the startup companies? What should they do? Iris, any advice?
Yeah, of course, I think being disciplined is the whole thesis, and we've heard a lot, right? And from investor perspective view is that we're coming back from no matter revenue multiple or dream multiple back to like profitability, right? So that's why the question comes from. So yeah, I think, from investor perspective view, we will really look in details, like why is it, not look that great, right? Whether it's because it's still in early stage investing in technology or people, or it's because of like business model wise, it's still cash burning, and whether it has a path to the roadmap to break even or to profitability. So that is very important, when, the startup is looking how to steal the growth of the company when they are in front of the investors. Then, of course, we have our strategic view. So financial position is one factor, but we also look at tech and people and also other factors to our business as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Iris. How about you, Ivan?
So I think I just mentioned that, like, show commitment, that's the key thing. But another piece of very personal advice is, like, go try, but don't lose your shirt.
Thank you. Riala?
I would say the most important thing is for startup is collaboration. Because a lot of startup, they bring along with a lot of new ideas, but there is a lot of companies, a lot of investors, they need some new things. So I think if they can collaborate together, they can work it out like a small POC program that like Cyberport they have for fintech, or they can have a very small proof of concept. Then it works, then they will invest in a good way because it brings in new ideas and new tech and new stuff. So I think collaboration is going to be important, especially for these years.
Thank you. And obviously, it seems, although the market situation is bad, still there are lots of opportunities, provided you tune it right and tune yourself up. And due to the time constraint, then I think, we have to pass the floor back to the MC. And thank you very much, and thank you all of you to share your perspective and advices to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter and the panel, for the wonderful discussion. Let's get a photo together. We'll first have a photo here right on stage. And please smile for the camera at the center for our official photographer. That's wonderful. A lot of insight on fintech investment. Well, we heard a lot about fintech investment just now. Later on, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to turn back and take a deeper dive into something about social ventures. Okay, before that, just another reminder for our audiences, if you're joining the quiz game, please be sure to stay tuned because the results will be announced by the end of today's program. All right. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to this panel for the wonderful discussion just now. Thank you. So nowadays, as social impact, corporate purpose, and ESG take the center stage, what are the opportunities for startups to rise to the challenge and play a role in solving our world's pressing social challenges while creating new business momentum? The next panel discussion is powered by Social Ventures Hong Kong. You'll hear experts from the field to share on the topic Impact Valley, decentralizing change-making for good. We're delighted to have Mr. Francis Ngai, founder and CEO of Social Ventures Hong Kong, and Ms. Tiffany Fung, who is present here from impact producer Sonova Social Ventures Hong Kong, to co-moderate the session for us. And joining us today, we have our panelist, Mr. Andre Gromak, Managing Director, CVC Asia Pacific Limited, Mr. Tony Young, Chief Executive Officer, Peterson Group Hong Kong, and Mr. Victor Wong, CEO, Bridge AI. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to welcome them on stage. All right, hello, Francis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you okay. And Tiffany, if you're ready, over to you and Francis.
Thank you. So really a pleasure to be here. We're going to switch gears a bit to talk about social innovation and how we can make an impact. But right now I have Francis here with me online. I'll pass it to him to maybe make an introduction to this topic.
Yes, I'm sorry that I'm not feeling very well, so I cannot come in person. But hi, everyone. Thank you, Andre, Tony, and Victor for participating in this section. So my dear colleague, Tiffany, was going to moderate most of the questions later on. But I think why we are here at this forum, I think it's in the last 20 to 30 years globally, there is a small group of people, they call themselves social entrepreneurs. They're trying to make a difference in the world. Sometimes we call them change makers. In terms of some of these social issues, they're trying to bring some of the profit model or revenue model, trying to solve the problems in a sustainable way. But I think all the more in Hong Kong as well, we have been trying so hard. After these few years, I think what is concluded is very clearly it's we're too small, whether we're fast enough in tapping with the big problem that we have right now, no matter on the environmentally and socially. So I think, but right now, the good thing about that, it's while we are taking these social challenges to many of different sectors, business sectors, more traditional nonprofit sectors, or even the startup people, they think that, hey, maybe we can help out too. So I would say right now, it's like there is a big hole out there. How to solve the problem, fill that hole, we don't know yet. But I think that's our purpose coming here today. Startup, while we are thinking about our venture way forward, can we also put the impact flavor into our work? I think that's why we are here. So I think way forward, to preview a little bit, I think we are going to have a series of collaborations with Cyberport, try to bring startup to go social. So I think I'll leave it to the panel here to talk a bit about their experience in the last few years. And also thank you, Tiffany, for helping out the moderator. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think riding on Francis, what Francis was saying, it's really been a very encouraging time for us at SVHK in the past 2 years. Of course, it's been very difficult with COVID and everything, but actually more people have come to us to ask what they can do, whether they're a startup or an investor or a corporate or a community member. So we actually are seeing glimpse of what we call an impact valley. So a different version of Silicon Valley, one that we think would be driven by purpose and by innovation that is going to make a social impact. But of course, this is just a dream or a concept in our heads. Today, we have 3 friends and partners from our network to have a candid conversation about whether we can actually build an impact valley in Hong Kong. I have Andre here with me, Managing Director of Cvcf Capital Partners, and Tony from Peterson Group, and Victor from Bridge AI. So perhaps we can start this conversation with Andre and Tony. Impact investing is such a buzzword these days. We do see that a lot of investors are looking into opportunities to utilize their capital for good. But you guys are really on the field. What are your observations on this? Like, what is the appetite for investors to go social? And are startups actually, capturing this opportunity to partner with them to scale their impact in businesses?
Thank you. Perhaps I kick off to give a little bit of a practitioner perspective. I think, first of all, there is a misconception that returns and impact are often exclusive, and there has to be a compromise between making a return and making a social impact. And in fact, if you're investing for social impact, returns matter less. That is certainly not how we think about it at CVC. And in fact, the house view is that you can and should be able to achieve a good financial return on investment while delivering positive social change. There shouldn't be a compromise. In fact, our investors, people who give us money to manage large sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, wealthy individuals, they hold us accountable to direct that capital to not just make a financial return, which I think people assume that you will do, but at the same time, direct it towards an investment that will make contribution to society, whatever the contribution may be. And for that purpose, when we screen our deals, when we screen investments, we spend quite a lot of time thinking about, I guess, what will be described as ESG, but we don't say ESG kind of tick the box, move on, because there is a sort of an ESG component within this transaction. The thinking is quite the opposite. It's like, well, what is this business doing to attract the next generation of consumers? Because consumers care about, good. What does it do to attract the next generation of investors if we're going to take this business, for example, to an IPO in the future? Because that will matter as well. And so I think it's right to be holding the venture capital and private equity industries accountable for promoting that change. I think there is a good example here in Hong Kong. In fact, there's a business called Bowtie, and I know that they have been featured here previously as well. Unfortunately, we are not an investor, but they have been very successful in raising multiple rounds of venture capital. The business is an insurtech company that is a virtual insurer, providing life and health insurance. But what they really do is they give access to masses as far as insurance product is concerned at a much more affordable price point. So, are they a venture capital sort of business? Do they care about customer acquisition cost and customer lifetime value and unit economics and all that kind of good stuff? Of course they do, right? But at the same time, the underlying purpose there is, making that positive contribution and making that positive change. I think it's a good example of a marriage between returns and impact. But maybe I'm talking too long.
Well, I think I started looking at impact investment probably 10 years ago. And at that time, it was I wanted to deviate from my father's traditional form of charity philanthropy, where you give a scholarship, you buy a machine for a hospital. And I engaged, we were looking at more entrepreneurship stuff, which that's how I met Francis. And at that time, it was, let's try and error, let's get a feel for it. But moving now, it's quite different. As you said, consumers are demanding it. But to take that on, Hong Kong Exchange, in terms of what they're asking companies to disclose, to what banks are asking for, there's an actual real demand for it. Now, the problem is a lot of companies haven't really figured it out, okay? Many large companies I speak to, they're trying to say, where do we create that impact angle? And as Jack Ma say, if there's a problem, there's a business. If you find a solution for a problem, there's a business opportunity. And this is where the startups come in. This is where people find new solutions to be accountable to providing solutions for big corporates, which a lot of them are so large, they don't really have time or innovation. That's why a lot of corporates now have innovation arms to just seed strategic investments that might add impact to their ecosystem. So I'll give you an example. I have a friend who started a business which is creating the Bloomberg for social impact. So it measures all the world-listed companies in all different SASB metrics. And you can just plug a number, and they track what they've done for the last 5 years in terms of carbon footprint, et cetera, et cetera. Lots of the banks haven't got that figured out, but creating a holistic system, that's amazing, I think. And so there is definitely a demand for there, and there's a lot of space. There's a lot of room for different innovations, but it's just to find the right entry point in terms of which areas you want to focus on, I think.
I heard a few things. I think I've heard that there's definitely demand, but then it requires an ecosystem kind of collaboration and support, say whether startups can also see this as an opportunity to integrate impact in their business, and how they can communicate that with investors as well, and how those systems can be in place to facilitate this to happen. And I have Victor with me here, who can speak more from a startup standpoint, because I do know that we've met last year at the Asia Social Innovation Award, and you came with a very strong social vision, but also a vision to grow your business as well. So in your perspective, was it difficult to balance between profit and purpose, or is there actually no contradiction and one can help the other? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe let me give a little bit more background about Bridge. So we are providing educations for special education children. We provide behavioral therapy for them. We run 2 education centers in Hong Kong. And in 2019, we start to utilize technology. So we start up with the Bridge AI, develop an AI system to provide, to train up semi-professional people to become a therapist and to provide services for the parents. Indeed, when we are thinking about using technology at that point, we are not only thinking about making profit, but also with the purposes. And when we design the system, we are not only thinking about ourselves, our centers using that technology, but we think about collaboration. We think about how we could implement that system within other NGOs, other setup, so that I think most importantly is when you are planning for a startup and then you are looking for something new with the social impact. I think that is what you need to start with is you need to think about you need to think about how to make use of others' collaborations, like what corporate needs or other business is need. I think that's quite important.
Right, and in that process, what was your experience working with investors and communicating your value, your impact? And I'm sure there has to be a lot of changes to be made, especially during these 2 years, to pivot your directions.
Actually, currently, in fact, I'm the sole investor of Bridge, so that I think, but I need to think about, there's a lot of stakeholders around, what we are doing, like my employees and also the customers that we are serving, like the parents. And right now with the Bridge AI system, we are also working with the schools and NGOs. So first of all, I think when we are designing that system, the Bridge AI system, we think what they need, and that could, they are willing to pay for the system, and how that system is able to be, able to help them out, and then to lower the workload for that. So what we are doing is we need to have a business mind in order to do some social impact, and then at the same time we are also using our strength in order, because we are doing education, using our strength in order to achieve that part.
Yeah, so I think the way that we want to think about Impact Valley is that it is an ecosystem, and it requires a lot of, whether that's from the talent side or the resource side, the capital side, it requires effort for everyone to put in and to take part. But let's say if we were to paint the picture of this Impact Valley, and or in more simpler words, a more enabling environment for purpose-driven entrepreneurship and startups. If there's a roadmap, what do you think is the first step, or perhaps a missing gap that we could start working on to work towards this vision?
Well, it's a tough question. I'll have a go. So, I mean, if you're going to think about what the purpose is, and what you guys are looking to achieve, which I think is great, by the way, but it does require a lot of people to play ball, right? So what do you need in order for that ecosystem to work? One, talent. And I think here on the stage we have an example of Hong Kong talent, and there's certainly no shortage of talented, motivated people who want to do good, but at the same time have a business mind and are prepared to put that into a business model, right? So you have that foundation. I think we can do more to promote people to come and build businesses that are not just built on profit, but on purpose. 2, you need capital. I mean, there's never enough capital. I think everyone in the room will probably agree. You can never have enough capital. There are obviously, venture capital firms out there, but we think that you need to promote more capital to come into the, the social space to really kind of, make it a sort of self-fulfilling kind of prophecy. You do need one important factor that I think Tony touched on earlier, and that is corporate support, right? There's so many corporates out there with budgets, with capital, with people, with resources, but they operate, a lot of them operate in business models from 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? Not a lot has changed in how they do that. And trying to convince a corporate to try out a new startup that may actually be super valuable to them, and quite accretive, is a tough ask, right? And I think this is what, for example, we focus a lot within the portfolio of companies that CVC owns. We do look for that innovation, often to be driven at the kind of startup level, right? So you go to, small niche conferences and look for someone who may just be done a seed round or whatever, and see, okay, well, this may well be relevant for one of our portfolio companies. How do we, integrate them? How do we become a pilot user of their product? Because, these startups, they need product validation. They need revenue, right? They need someone to actually pay for the service and ultimately, drive that growth. So I think actually promoting what you guys do to corporates is a massive fundamental kind of point here. And of course, you need enablers like you, but luckily in Hong Kong there is SVHK. You guys are doing a tremendous job, and hopefully you can carry on going and going strong from one event to the other. Sorry, again, getting carried away.
So I'm going to follow up on you. In terms of I think Hong Kong, in the last 5 years, in terms of the whether social startup space or any innovation space, I mean, we all can say that the 5 years Hong Kong has grown tremendously from a capital point of view. We have incredible talent pool in terms of medical and a lot of universities in very top research. Now, the one thing that I think I would challenge is that in some countries, I know that the first ones to adopt may not be the private sector. If I'm a manager in a company, and if you ask me to try this product new, I'm worried about, am I going to get responsible for the failures? Now, in some countries, I know the first ones who try is the government. Our government has there's a set of protocols everybody has to go through to make sure that things don't go wrong, right? But if we're going to promote Hong Kong as an innovation space, if we're going to promote as an adoption of technology, environmental technology, prop tech technology, shouldn't government also take a part in, I will install this product in one of the government buildings, and then we'll prove to the private sector that this is a good product, and then the rest of the private can follow. I think that's one step in the ecosystem that I think the government can take a more proactive part in being the adopters of the champions of Hong Kong. That's something that we lack.
So as a startup, I think we always have ideas. We always have creativities. And then, so how we think about to put that creativity into the real product? I think the corporate support is very important, so that also the government support, so that it will be letting us have the opportunities to test our concept, to try it out whether it works or not. And then we could be able to also test it in the business world, whether the customer are willing to pay for that one.
Yeah. I think other than, of course, how we can mobilize more cross-sector efforts, whether that's corporate or from the public sector to startups, what struck me the most is the courage to try and to pilot, or whether that's room and space for failure. So I think that's at the key of innovation, right? If we can encourage not just management level, but the people who work for us to also look more creatively at startups that may fail, but then have the potential to make an impact. I think that would be a very important step for all of us. So I think we have a few minutes left. I want to see if, Francis, you have any challenging questions to ask our friends over here.
2 minutes not enough to challenge, but I think building on what they said, I think just one thing pop up in my mind. It's please don't underestimate one type of capital that we always overlook. I think it's the passion capital. We see entrepreneur, especially social entrepreneur or impact startup people, while they are working for the good of the society or the environment. Sometimes, as what Andre said, when we go to the corporate, it's much easier for them to say yes for some collaborations. And I would say many of the younger generations, the colleagues in working for the startup, I think, apart from the upside of what they work on as a career, I think they want to find a purpose as well. So I would say if every startup in Hong Kong have an impact statement or an impact flavor, I would say in a way there is a big force to support our societal problem. But on the side, I would say gradually these impact value, I think it's full of a type of warmth. I think in Cantonese, 有返種溫度, I think it's very important. I think it's not just the cold thing about money, about raising fund. I think that's what we want to foresee.
Wando, yeah, sure. I hope we brought some Wando to this conference as well. And I really encourage you to speak with Andre, Tony, and Victor after this conference to share your experience. And you know, I think those startups and the partners that we work with come from a wide spectrum, from a traditional philanthropy, commercial to social, you know, social enterprise, startup, NGO. It doesn't matter like what your entity is, but what is your passion capital and what purpose can you create? I think we can maybe start with that or end with that question. And yeah, looking forward to meeting you off this panel as well. So thank you very much, and thank you, Andre, Tony, and Victor, and Francis.
Thank you very much. Francis, please stay with us because we're going to have a group photo together. So I would like to invite all our speakers here on stage to just get together and we'll take a photo together with Francis here on screen. Yeah. Okay, that's wonderful. So Francis, just keep your big smile there. Beautiful. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful discussion, where profit and purpose can always go hand in hand together. Thank you so much. It's really insightful. And for those of you who may not understand Cantonese, Wando is the temperature, the warmth that we want to bring in. All right, that's really, really fantastic. Next up, today we're very happy to have SCMP Conversations bring us SUSTAC, the green engine eyed by investors. Let's welcome the panel moderator, Ms. Penelope Shen, partner, Stevenson Harwood. Let's welcome Penelope. And joining her, we have Mr. Joseph Leung, Managing Director, Avanfair Investment Management, Mr. Francesco Stadler, Director of Impact Funds and Venture Sustainable Finance Initiative, and Mr. Michael Au, Managing Director, District Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists here on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I guess our panel is somewhat related to the earlier one, but we are investors focused today. So we're going to talk about sustainable tech. I think I'm not going to introduce everyone again because our lovely hostess here has already introduced everyone. Let's start with our first question, shall we? We all know sustainable investment, sustainable technology covers technology that makes an impact socially, environmentally, or economically. But as investment experts as yourself, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the actual scope of sustainable technology?
Oh, maybe I can start first. Thanks, Penny. I'm Joseph from Fair. So to the extent of this panel, I think that for sustainable technology, it means that technology enable the support of the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we actually invest in healthcare, education, financial technology, and also solutions to climate change, which actually align with the UN SDG 3, 4, 9, and 13, which means wealth and health, well-being and health, educations, quality educations, and industry innovation and infrastructure, and also climate action as well. So we believe by investing that we can actually improve the world to a better pace. And this is what I think about the Substack is like.
Well, I always have a question about the phrase "sustech." I mean, what are we sustaining back to? I also like the word impact investing. I use that word a lot when I describe my work. At District Capital, what we do seek to support is the sustainability of our human species on this planet. And that within that, we look for technological solutions, and that's where the tech side comes in, within public health, food security, and also climate action. So that's how we define it, and we do it across a multi-asset strategy.
Francesco?
Yeah. So I'm Francesco. I work for a Sustainable Finance Initiative here in Hong Kong. And we're basically a network of family offices and private investors based in mainly in Hong Kong, but also in Singapore. And I would say, so basically we look at a variety of themes depending on what our members are interested in. And I would say for us, sustainable tech. So we need not forget that there is already technologies available that can be further scaled and assessed and used. But at the same time, in terms of sustainable technology, we think of anything that is innovative and scalable through a technological aspect, for example, and usually related to either increasing efficiency or reducing waste or enhancing traceability, for example. So I would say these are the way we look at sustainable tech. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll direct this question to you first, Francesco. So through your sustainable tech investments, are there any interesting experience you can share with the audience?
Sure. So we look at a variety of solutions across asset classes. So we look at venture capital solutions, private equity solutions, and direct investments as well into ventures. And I think we see a lot of interesting solutions in, for example, advanced building materials, or food and agriculture, or healthcare. These are, I would say, the main, most interesting ones. For example, I can share on advanced building materials. There is like a vast need for decarbonization of real estate, for example. So there is companies that nowadays can leverage data to basically pull information on certain buildings and tell you how a certain building can be decarbonized to reach net zero. So these are the type of solutions that we're looking into for our members.
Michael?
Well, we always talk about the carbon issue. I think that methane as a super pollutant is something that's often overlooked. And close to 40% of human-created methane emissions actually come from livestock, for dairy, for meats. And some of the technology that we work with help livestock. They use natural ingredients in the feed to lower their methane emissions up to 95%. And I find it really interesting because it's hard to change consumer behavior. We can't all of a sudden have everyone go back to plant-based meat or a vegetarian diet. But how can we change our existing to make it more sustainable?
Okay. Yeah, I think Michael and Francesco share a very interesting story. And to me, I think for impact investment, usually we look at the end product and services that the company can produce. For instance, maybe you can talk about investing in an EV company, investing in a data solution company that can help to reduce the carbon emission. It's kind of like straightforward. But I would like to share a story that one of our underlying investment fund invested company. And that company produced a material that tried to replace styrofoam, which is a material which is rarely used in packaging material or even in a lunchbox, especially when you eat char siu fan. Okay, well, you always eat that. It's very straightforward. The product is very easy to understand, and then it's very environmental friendly. Because when you use a styrofoam and you throw away, then it cannot be biodegradable, and so it's not really good to the environment. And when we try to assess the company and try to build an impact matrix with the company, we found that the company actually had a second chance program. I'm not sure you have heard about it, but looking at the process of a second chance program, it means that it hired people from the prison, and then the people can make a living by joining the company, because it's very hard for those people to join back the society. So after we know that they have such a program, we try to have the impact metrics of how many % of the people are joining the second chance program and their graduation rate, which means that they never go back to jail again. So the program is highly successful, and it gives me a reminder that if we can actually understand the process of the company, we can also find some interesting, also meaningful element in the company, other than just the end product and services that we're looking for.
Oh, if I can finally have my barbecue pork rice in with a piece of mind soon. I look forward to that. Well, I mean, you guys all talked about some of the investments that you guys have been looking at, but what do you think from a macro perspective, you know, what investors are going to looking at when they invest in sustainable tech in the near future, and whether, you know, the current environment with the inflation and the war is going to impact that decision? Francesco?
Yeah, sure. So I think we tend to look at the macro drivers first to kind of like map out the themes that we want to look at. So for example, as I mentioned before, we look at food and agriculture because 70% of fresh water goes into agriculture. So that's a very meaningful theme to look at. And in terms of like solutions within this topic, there is a lot of different solutions. Like for example, precision fermentation. It's a new, not a new technology. It's actually a technology that has been around for decades, but that has found new applications in the space. Or you know, cell-based meat. That is, you know, it has hurdles in terms of costs and regulations, but they say by 2025 it's going to become commercially viable, which is great. And in terms of other topics, as I mentioned before, the decarbonization of the built environment, 40% of CO2 emissions come from real estate. So that's why we look at solutions within the space. And we think, above all, in Asia, in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore that are, you know, heavily populated and built, this is definitely a topic that we need to look at. And another one that is more and more important, I think, is healthcare, as we have seen over the past 3 years or so. I think, you know, in terms of the underserved population, there is around 4 billion people that don't have proper access to healthcare. And you know, we have aging population as well, which has different problems in terms of like you know, different healthcare needs. And also we have a growing middle class in emerging economies that, you know, are going to look for new solutions and can afford more. So I think these are different spaces that are very important for investors to look at, and very resilient in situations where, you know, other sectors are quite difficult to invest into.
Yeah, I totally agree with Francesco. I think sustainable food, healthcare, and also solutions to the climate change are very essential in terms of the impact investment society. At Fair in the company, we also actively track the space technology. So space technology, I think most of you may have heard of Elon Musk, and they want to send people to the Mars. Okay, but it is actually more than that. In United Nations, there's an actual program called Space for SDG. It means that the space technology can actually help to support the SDG goals as well. I can give you one of the examples of underlying fund investment, which utilize the SAS data, which is the spectral aperture radar data, which means they use the images from the lower orbit satellites to help the insurance company to analyze the impact of the disaster to the farm. So if the farm are damaged, the crops are damaged, then the solution can help to analyze how much damage they have and how much combination they have to do. Compared with the old solutions, which may take them months for them to finish the calculations, it only may take a few days. So the farmers can actually resume their work much faster, or not, they have to wait until the adjuster, the insurance adjuster, to calculate all the things, to take pictures, and it may take months and then remain unproductive. So I think it's also one of the hot space that we are looking into, and we are now doing a lot of research and study on this space.
I think that when our firm looks, because we're a family office, and by design we need to look, not 5 years, but like 10 years, 15 years, maybe longer than a general venture capital timeline. We think about what's the next mega trend. We've had a lot of success with carbon credits and buying up futures and holding them to maturity, and that especially with the energy crisis and the overall net zero commitments of global governments, we've had a lot of success in those markets. But what would the market ask for after that? Are they going to ask for other kinds of credits from these real nature capital? Are they going to ask for that? And so we're investing in companies which help track other forms of credit, water, soil, biodiversity credits, in anticipation of this trend happening.
Thank you. Well, we talked a lot about the underlying investment. How about we talk about how you decide? Well, you guys have also talked about how you decide to invest in it, but what are there any other considerations that is very unique to sustainable technology investment, like legal, operational, and do you usually go direct investment or you do it through a fund? Maybe you can share some of your experience.
Should I go first?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. So we're not investing ourselves. So we select investments for our members, for our family offices. So yeah, we don't invest directly, but I would say in terms of asset classes, our members tend to look mostly at, as I mentioned before, at venture capital, direct investments, or private equity investments as well. So these are the main, let's say, asset classes that they look at. And I think in terms of impact, so it depends on themes, geographies, asset classes, the way you look at things. So it really depends on a case-by-case basis, I think. But usually the process that what we look at is the usual big words in impact, like intentionality and additionality. So we look at whether what is the actual intention in terms of impact that a manager or a company has, and then what's the additionality of investing. So if the investor decides to invest, one of our members, for example, does their investment make a difference? Or would the positive impact be achieved anyways without their investment? So that's something that we think about and look at in terms of the solution that we select. And in terms of like direct investments, I think something that is very important is also the DNA of the entrepreneurs. I know that it sounds a bit trivial maybe, but you need to look at also what's the reason behind basically starting a venture. So I would say these are the probably main elements that we look at that are not common to traditional investments, I think.
Maybe Joseph, you can go next.
Yeah, I agree with Francesco that the impact reporting is very important. In the past example, we have a flagship fund of fund investment investing in the impact funds. What we did is to agree with the managers, the fund managers that we invested in, on the reporting standards that we required. Some of them including what is the impact matrix we agree upon before we make the investment. Usually in terms, we will sign a side letter because they do not provide all the impact report to all the investors. So we sign a side letter with the fund managers. And we also be creative of what we can do in order to do the impact investment. For one of the example, we agree with the fund manager, if they do not follow the impact reporting or they do not follow the ESG standard, we can actually reduce a commitment. So we can actually we just leave the investment if they do not follow it. And one of the example of underlying funding is that they will try to agree with the invested company before they make the investment. If they do not follow the ESG standard or they cannot finish the compliance with the IFC performance standards, then the IR requirement upon exit will increase from like 15% to 20%. So it's kind of punishment if they cannot meet certain criteria. This is kind of like operation maybe very specific to impact only.
I think that Joseph and Francesco really covered the gamut of what impact investors consider. There's another element that I think we can touch upon, which is impact risk. What happens if this entrepreneur or this company either deviates from their mission or just something else happens and it hits the negative impact side of things. For example, there's a company that we're very close to investing in. We didn't go through at the end because there were some considerations. And what happened was this company is an agricultural tech company, and they help farmers use natural farming techniques with monitoring to remove a lot of chemicals from their large plots of farms. It was ultimately privately transacted, sold to a huge chemicals conglomerate with the intention to just shelve it and not let it see the day of light. And that came down to the entrepreneur being slightly greedy and wanting that exit for him, his stakeholders. So that's an impact risk that we also have to consider.
Right. That's certainly very insightful for managers who are looking into the space. We are doing quite well in time, so I'm going to ask this question about the private and the public sector, which kind of follow up on what the earlier panel was talking about. So for those of you who have listened to the latest CE policy, they just mentioned that they're going to implement a new green tech fund, which worth Hong Kong dollars 400 million to support the research and development of decarbonization technology that has a commercial value. Now, this is what the public sector is offering to do in Hong Kong at the moment. So you guys as private investors, how do you think the private investors can get involved in this space? Michael?
I don't have the exact details of that fund. We haven't analyzed it yet. I think there's a couple considerations. As a private investor, we generally, of course, like to work with the governments and help them take on other parts of that risk spectrum. If they could de-risk it to a certain part, we can bring in more private capital to support. I think, just to carry another thought from the previous panel, if the government not only can provide the capital for an impact operation to happen in Hong Kong and to run in Hong Kong, they could actually help be the client as well. That would be a tremendous help, and we would definitely see a much more energetic market for impact here.
Maybe so I echo what Michael said. I think. So I'm also not like super familiar with this, but I think in general we think this fund we would like it to be more geared towards sustainability as well. So that's what we actually discussed with some of our members and other groups in Hong Kong. That being said, I think above all in a place like Hong Kong that is very top-down driven in terms of whatever comes to sustainability. It's usually like it needs to start with policy and then it trickles down to everybody. I think having a government involved, it always helps. It's a bit like a blended finance concept, as Michael mentioned, that it kind of like de-risks a little bit the investments, and then private capital feels more more comfortable to come in as well. So. Yeah, I would agree with Michael with what he said, and yeah, probably a bit more geared towards sustainability.
Yeah, I agree with two panels here. I agree with Francesco and Michael. Personally, I think for the fund to be useful, it must be easy to apply, and the grant time should be short. Usually in Hong Kong, I'm not sure the cases, because some of the company told me that it's very difficult to apply the funds in Hong Kong, and it takes a very long approval time and a lot of documentations. So I think if we are a private investor, we have to calculate how much the fund the company need for the one way. If you rely on such kind of fund, it has to be reliable. If it is not really able to get the fund in certain period of time, it's kind of difficult for the investor to do so. So I urge if the government can actually, if they put out any kind of scheme, they can actually try to think of a way to get the approval faster and easier. And this is what I think the private investor want to do, because in overseas it's very easy. If you achieve certain kind of achievement, then you get the grant easily. They just give you the money. But in Hong Kong, you get a long non-approval process. But with all my due respect, I think it's a very good intention for the Hong Kong government to provide such kind of incentive to the companies and actually help the R&D development in Hong Kong, especially for the universities for this fund.
I just want to add to Joseph's point. I think that there's also merit to thinking that there could be a matching fund for private investors, because private investors tend to be much more experienced or understand the risk metrics of a startup. So if the private investor is already devoted to it, maybe if there's a one-to-one matching fund from the government, would be extremely helpful to encourage new entrepreneurs to enter the market.
All right, maybe I should send an email to SEMP and post all these feedback up. Well, okay, so as a final question, all four of us sitting here do think that capital should matter and impact investment do matter. So if you are to advocate to our audience that they should start, or if they have not, look at sustainable investment, what would you tell them in 1 or 2 minutes?
I can start. I generally try to talk to a lot of next generation asset owners, other family offices with kind of in the transition of wealth transfer. And I say, do what you understand, like the asset classes. You don't have to jump to another asset class. Impact is just a lens. It's not a new asset class. So do what you do best, but then also consider, is this values aligned with your own values and your family values? That's what I would say.
Francesco?
Yeah. I totally echo what he said. I think it all starts with the values. So you need to identify what you care for, what you care about, and take it from there. I think something that we saw from our circle recently in these difficult markets is that people have shifted towards different asset classes to find solutions to stay within impact investing, and they haven't tried to look for solutions outside of impact investing. So I think if you take a longer term view, there is options to do impact investing even in difficult markets.
I think I agree with Francesco and Michael, and it gets back to the values and the basics of the sustainability in mind. So very long time ago, 30, 40 years ago, utilization defined sustainability is the meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So we enjoy today without compromising the future generation's needs. So I think keeping in mind this one for investing is very important.
Oh, okay, thank you everyone, and hope you enjoy our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, we enjoyed. Let's have a photo together for all our panelists here. And thank you once again to Penelope for moderating the session for us. A lot of great insights, really. All right, I think we have that. Thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you. All right, for our next session, our CVCF strategic partner, Hong Kong Venture Capital and Private Equity Association, are bringing us today a group of seasoned investors to share on investment opportunity amid the time of high interest rate and economic downturn. Let's welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Adrian Valenzuela, CEO and co-founder, MCM Partners. Please welcome. And joining him on stage, we have Ms. Scarlett Chan, Managing Partner, Verge Health Tech Fund. Mr. Ashok Chaudhry, Managing Partner, Betatron Venture Group. And Mr. Ken Ho, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, S28 Capital. Let's welcome our panelists here on stage. All right, please take your seats. Thank you very much. And when you're ready, over to you, Adrian.
Right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. Wonderful to be here on stage with these very experienced investors, so I'm very excited about this session. We have a very broad theme and not a lot of time. So we'll try to see if we can leave a little bit at the end for Q&A. But I'm sure we can all benefit from the insights of this incredible panel first. Let me do a quick introduction to our three panelists, if you don't mind, in the interest of time, and then we can move into some questions for each of you. So Scarlett, Shen, right here to my right, is a very passionate health tech investor with a lot of experience and who's lived through several cycles of investing, both personally and professionally, having done over 13 investments in the health tech startup space and helping them scale up, including obviously as an investor in and then co-investing, as mentioned, with Verge's first health tech fund. She was previously a managing director at Prudential Corporation, both responsible for strategic investments, doing a series of early stage investments for them, and a successful intrapreneur, which as we know is building successful enterprises within these organizations, where she led their new healthcare business for Prudential. She has previously experienced in the buy side with years working between Merrill Lynch in the US and Hong Kong for Barclays, and with over $30 billion in capital markets and advisory deals, a graduate from Stanford University in her Master's in Management and Science. Arshad Chowdhury, also an incredibly experienced investor, equally passionate both personally and professionally in the investment space, and has managed not only to be a startup founder, but also having a couple of exits under his belt. He has invested in very successful enterprises like Metro Naps, InterviewJet, and in fact, Power 20, which I found quite interesting, is a prenatal workout app for expecting mothers, so very successful. He has been also for more than a decade investing in diverse locations, and we'd like to hear about that. Investing in the first startup in Bangladesh that crossed the $100 million mark, and also in a Canadian listed startup from Bangladesh, Field Trip Health. He continues to advise both a Hong Kong-based family office and a Bangladesh investment fund, and in that leveraging his experience obviously as an entrepreneur, working through due diligence and investment process. He's a graduate with an MBA from Carnegie Mellon. So thank you for joining us. And last, but certainly not least, Kent Ho, who's a founder and general partner of S28. He's been a venture investor also for over a decade, and has both been an entrepreneur himself as much as an investor in various stage capital for his companies. He started Harbor Pacific Capital in 2009 after graduating from business school, and he's since, as mentioned, become a general partner and founder of S28. He has more than 70 investments across various industries and stages, with very well-known names that would be familiar to all of us, like Zoom, Groupang, Palantir, Evernote, and others. So he's very passionate working with these companies and their go-to-market strategies, and most importantly, global expansion, and has worked across literally all regions and sizes across various industries. And looking through a lot of new opportunities in sectors such as software and areas where he can drive productivity and efficiency. Kent is also an executive director of Singtown News Corporation, responsible for developing digital media and the related businesses. And he's a board member for Grace Wine Holdings, which is the Hong Kong government's most funded technology and innovation platform. Formerly a member of the advisory board of the Hong Kong Trade and Development Council for Technology Committee. Also holding an MBA from Stanford University. I think you would agree with me, this is a very experienced and illustrious panel, so I'm very excited to hear your views of the world we live in today. And so the theme, as we said, is investment opportunity in the time of high interest rates and economic downturn. And I guess suffice to say, there's no one in this room that is not very well aware of the shifting investment environment we're living in. We're of course facing challenges that have probably not been seen by many of us, certainly many in this room, throughout their investment careers. As you know, we're moving into potentially a global recession environment where the IMF has now cut growth expectations for 2023 for 2.7% across the world, comparing to 3.8% only at the beginning of this year. So it's a quickly shifting environment. China has gone from an expected growth of 5.2% to 3.8%, and the US is now expected to grow only 1% in 2023. Geopolitics, deglobalization, there's many elements that are playing to this. So I'll start with some questions for each of the panel members, and we'll begin with some macro views, and obviously then hopefully we can get some insights into your individual expertise. Scarlett, since I have you next to me, I'll start with you. We are obviously facing an interest rate environment not seen for several decades, and that changes very much the view of every startup, how to value companies, what sectors to invest. So if you wouldn't mind just sharing with us a little bit of your sense of how interest rates are affecting your investment process and how investors should be looking at positioning in a higher interest rate environment.
Sure, thank you for the question. So I think this is really interesting times. During the past months or so, I've been hearing comments from very sophisticated investors who talk about, CD of 3-month CD, 3+%, 10-year treasury, or even locking in, right? Because in their view, this is actually risk-free. So when we hear those comments, and like you said, we haven't had this kind of environment for a very long time. So that does call for changes in the overall global asset allocation when we think about where to actually invest and how to invest wealth. Now, you asked the question about which kind of sectors are, more resilient during times like this. When we look back in history, it's typically sectors such as financial services, right, that do well. Healthcare is another one that tends to be relatively recession-proof. Consumer staples, for example, that's another one. Now, looking at the specifics within these different sectors, so for example, if you look at healthcare, for me, this is somewhat self-serving because I invest into this space. But if you look at healthcare, because as long as there are people, there are healthcare needs, right? And there are expenditures that actually always happen. So even during economic recessions, the healthcare expenditures tend to stay relatively stable or even increasing as time goes on. And also, when we look at the public markets, what we observe is that if you look at how the public markets have actually fallen and compare the healthcare index to the overall index, the range of the decrease is actually about 50%. And this is looking back since 2000, whenever there's a relatively difficult environment. So that also proves that healthcare as a sector is relatively resilient during times like this.
Thank you very much. And of course, I plan to come back to a little bit more insights in the healthcare sector from you. But a great segue for Arshad to continue to share with us a little bit more a view which I'd love to hear about, specifically your expertise in some of these emerging markets. Certainly some of the Southeast Asian markets, areas where you have specific experience, which are living through interesting times. We are generally used to seeing these emerging markets struggle in high interest rate environments historically. And yet at the moment, the turmoil is concentrated mostly in developed markets, obviously the UK being at the center of much of the attention these days. Yet in your experience in this region, in Bangladesh, and some of these sort of emerging Asia, what is your view right now in terms of the impact, again, of this environment, inflation, and how are companies positioning around this region for this?
I think it's an understatement to say that we're worried, right? Because many of the countries in the region might face default. If you look at the foreign exchange reserves in places like Bangladesh, places like Pakistan, they're low and falling. And we could have defaults over the next few years. I think when it comes to VC investing in the region, some of the fundamentals, meaning how young the populations are, internet adoption, mobile phone adoption, smartphone usage, those are all still happening and will continue to grow. But as a VC, suddenly we have to worry about these macro trends. And so what that means for us when we look at opportunities, it means we don't really want to invest in just like the local champions anymore. We don't want to carry all the risk of that country as well as the risk of investing in a startup. So we definitely look at countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and so on. But increasingly, we're looking to invest in companies that are still asset light, that are not worrying so much about working capital. They're not necessarily selling very expensive services to enterprise customers who take 90 days to pay, so they don't have this huge working capital overhang. And we want them to be able to operate in multiple countries, so we want to see the revenue dollarized. So it definitely is changing the way we're looking at which companies we invest in. And suddenly, VC funds like our own are looking at things like FX reserves, which is not something we typically do as early stage investors.
Makes a lot of sense. Kent, following on that, what would you see? Obviously, you have a lot of experience internationally in different stages of companies. So in this environment of inflation, recession, interest rates, what do you think is the best way to describe a successful investment strategy?
I think there's kind of two questions there. I'm going to answer as a venture investor, not as a family office investor or something. But I think it's interesting. Yes, we're obviously worried about interest rates for this cycle. It's kind of like everyone's risk off. But I think we as a firm, we predominantly invest very early stage companies, and so I think interest rate sensitivity is the least impactful on the early stage, right? So if we were doing a lot of pre-IPO, late stage growth investing, then that's where there's a lot of risk, and I think investors need to do a lot of analysis on what the entry valuations are. But at the seed stage and early stage, I think it's been proven through every cycle that that's the time when some of the greatest companies have been built. And so, I think if we look at the amount of activity, yes, earlier this year there was a drop-off in the activity, I would say, in the U.S. market and financings. But if you look at it now, a couple quarters later, there's actually still quite a bit of activity going on. And I think it's important to remind people that there is also a lot of capital was raised in the last year, 2 years. There's a lot of capital sitting on the sidelines. I think people are waiting for valuations to adjust. Valuations have adjusted in different ways. But again, we look at it as an opportunity to heads down, continue building, invest in companies. Obviously, maybe the bar has gone up a little bit. I think a lot of things that used to get funded are not getting funded. But again, there are still great founders building great companies. And so, again, I look at it as an opportunity still.
Couldn't agree with you more. And obviously the role, therefore, of each of you and every investor becomes ever more relevant, right? Not just in identifying these companies, but then obviously how do you support them? So Scarlett, what do you think is relevant today in this environment to help these portfolio companies navigate and thrive? How do you actually, engage these founders and, really hold their hand through what are times that many of them have never seen in their lifetimes in many cases?
Yeah, so the environment is definitely much tougher before. So we encourage our founders to really think about how to, first of all, stay in the game, right? Stay live. And then how do we actually, create that growth going forward? So I encourage all of them to really look into their financial projections right? Think about what the rising interest rate actually means in terms of your cost, right? Especially your labor cost. Think about the cost of funding to you if you're planning on taking on debt, for example. And then think about what if you don't get funding for the next 12 months, 18 months, 24 months? And how do you actually survive in those kind of environments? And also, basic questions, in the business model, thinking through who are you going to sell to? And what if those customers actually change their business? What if they don't buy, right? What are the alternatives? There's really a lot of thinking that I think our founders really have to go through nowadays and really stress test all the different scenarios, right? So I think it's definitely tough times, but I definitely echo what Kent actually just said about this is actually one of the best times right now. So even though, yes, it's tougher, but innovations always happen, right? So despite recession, despite any kind of environment, and some of the world's best companies were built during winter like this. So if you look at the S&P 500, there's a significant percentage of those companies that were built during recessions, during winter like this. Companies like Microsoft, Apple, HP, Airbnb, Uber, etc. So these were great business concepts that were actually formulated during times like this. And in Chinese, we say there's a phrase called 危机, which means risk, right, and opportunity. So whenever there's a risk, there's actually opportunities. So I think this is actually a very good times for startups.
And I think you've all touched on the importance of these companies adapting and adjusting. So, Archon, how do you help companies and how do you identify companies that can really be resilient to this environment? And how do you basically get involved as an investor in providing that coaching for resilience?
We start off with taking kind of a broad view of where we're all heading collectively. And we think we're in what's called the long emergency, a time of overlapping catastrophes that will overwhelm many local communities, many states, many countries. And as a result of the long emergency, which is caused by ecological collapse, interconnected international financial fragility, and political instability. And I think we all know that migration is only going to increase every year. You're going to see more relocation within countries, more emigration out of places that used to be stable. We know that there will be negative impacts on health. So we also know that supply chains will fragment, and government services that used to have been public will soon be made private as governments start to strain, or as government budgets are really stressed. So we think there's actually a lot of opportunity and a lot of need to invest in new systems, and those may be technologies to help ease the process of migration. Could be the next generation of remittance services. Definitely investing in health tech to democratize access. We think next generation procurement systems will also be incredibly vital. Right, so there's a ton of work to be done. Now, it's not the end of the world, right? And it's not the end of the boom-bust cycle. We'll see growth again. But I think we're all experiencing now that the busts get worse. So compare 2001 to 2008 to today, we're all seeing that there's greater connectivity between economies. And I think that just means there's so much work for VCs to do. Now, when it comes to helping our founders think about their businesses, we at my fund, and I think anyone who's an investor here should look deeply at this. We'd really elevate the role of assessing risk to something that founders think about literally every day. In markets like Bangladesh over the last week, there's been like 8 blackouts a day. What does that do to your business? In Pakistan, you had a third of the country underwater. In India, you've had multiple cities run out of water, or since in 2019. So I think we need to help the founders think about resilience from a perspective of like, what happens if there's a heat wave? What happens if there's a flood? Do they have a power generator? Can they still operate? And we work very closely with them to do just that. I think that will increasingly be a differentiator between companies that really can grow and survive and thrive given the realities of climate change and all the stresses that come with it versus those who will not.
Thank you, Arshad. I know we're going to run out of time, but I'm going to use the impromptu to mention that you have a wonderful blog, arshadgc.com, where if you're interested in many of the impacts of changing environment and so on, you've written some fabulous material there.
Thanks.
So I highly recommend it. Now, in this winter environment, as you will say, Scarlett, there's definitely opportunities to identify the next stage of great companies. So, Kent, as someone who's got extensive experience and has invested in some of those great companies that became, unicorns or decacorns, sorry, at their time. Clearly investing in these late-stage companies today is a very tricky game. But how do you identify that next generation of companies that will thrive? How are you looking for that company that can become the next great Palantir, Coupang, or whatever it may be?
So I think for us, we look at two things as early stage investors, and I don't want to oversimplify it, but I think these are the essences. First, I think you have to identify market opportunities, and you need to identify like big market opportunities where it's worthwhile to build companies. And then secondly, it's very much focused on founders, right? And again, that's regularly and often said, but it is really about founders because at the end of the day, it's all about execution, making decisions on limited information, imperfect information, and knowing when something is wrong and being able to pivot. So those are the two, I think, most important things that we focus on at the early stage. But how do you choose markets, right? I think we focus predominantly on enterprise SaaS, enterprise infrastructure, and I think these are two things which, again, they're now well established and proven, but we continue to see a lot of opportunities in this space. On the cloud infrastructure side, what we like to look at is we really think about AWS and cloud is now, AWS was launched in around 2012. At that time, everybody was on premise. Today, everybody is in the cloud, but what's happened is there's an opportunity to build the application layer on top of native cloud infrastructure. So everything needs to be cloud native today, so we spend a lot of time investing in that area. It touches on things on cybersecurity, data, warehouses, and all of these areas. So that is important because I think all companies are moving infrastructure, everything into the cloud. It needs to be faster, deal with larger amounts of data and analytics. And so again, there's a lot of space to build there. And then, so we spend time there. And then the other opportunity that we continue to look at is just traditionally the digitization of workflows, historical industries. We've looked at a lot of public companies that have been around for a long time with large market caps that have products out there generating billions in revenue, but they haven't innovated on product. And we're happy to go invest in the next generation of companies building the new products for those spaces. And so again, sometimes we don't look at investing in breakthrough kind of new things, but again, it's the opportunity to kind of reinvent and innovate on what was done in the past. So again, we know revenue is there, and so it's an opportunity.
Well, I noticed we're running out of time, so as I very much expected, so my hopes for Q&A were a past dream. But let me just ask one last question for each of you. We'll do a quick fire round here. You have all been entrepreneurs as investors. So let me flip the coin on you. And if you had ambitions of becoming an investor today, you were setting up your enterprise, your venture capital firm, your family office, what would be the quickest word of advice you would give to that new investor that's entering the market now? Scarlett, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So I think this year and next year are possibly two of the best vintage years for VC funds, simply because deals are better, right? You get better terms as investors, and you have more choices. So I would definitely encourage everyone to take that risk, because everything in VC is about risk and return.
I think you need to spend a lot of time in the industry to build up pattern recognition. And what's interesting about this industry is that there isn't any one path to get into it, right? So you don't study VC and then go into VC right away. So I think to the extent that you can potentially work with VC funds at whatever level, put bring your humility. Don't worry about the coming in as an intern. Just do it. I think that's one way to do it. Another way is just start investing if you have the capital. So early stage, really small checks, and start building deal flow. Start getting known in your community for building deal flow. And I think that reputation really does help you build relationships and get into better and better deals.
Ken, I'll let you close quickly.
I echo the do deals, right? Take small checks. It doesn't need to be big. Volume of deals, visibility, and building a name for yourself is really critical. And then secondly, I would say focus. Actually have a thesis, create a thesis to kind of invest around rather than just kind of spreading everywhere.
Well, I think with that, and before they ask us to leave the stage, I need to thank each of you for sharing your expertise. It was quick, but incredibly insightful, and I'm sure everyone in the audience enjoyed hearing your thoughts. I certainly did. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much for this panel. Thank you. Let's get together for a photo. Thank you so much for the wonderful discussion. It's really insightful. And a lot of good tips, actually, just now for the last question for whoever wants to start out as an investor or have your own venture capital. All right, thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Thank you. You may now return to your seats. All right, with that, we're going to the end of today's program. But before we let you go, of course, I have some important things to tell you. Tomorrow, we have more exciting programs, including Smart Living Venture Day and Startup Clinic and workshops. And once again, big thanks to our sponsors, partners, and supporting organizations for your support towards CVCF this year. Our CVCF event platform will remain open until mid-November, where you can visit on-demand contents, over 100 innovator showcases, over 50 power pitch videos, and most importantly, schedule and conduct deal flows. Now it's time to announce the winners of the CVCF quiz. The attendees who got all 3 answers correct are David Ng, Peter Dingle, Jonathan Wu, Willie Peng, Ng Ka Chun, Hu Si Huang Sita, William Lam, Alan Chuck, Nathan Ng, Alexandra Chan. Congratulations, and please proceed to the gift redemption counter to redeem your Klook gift voucher. Congratulations once again to the 10 winners just now. Last but not the least, don't forget to redeem your Deliveroo coupon if you have completed your points collection on our event platform as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have enjoyed the day and have connected with great networks and deal sources today. It's been a long day, and there are some drinks available at the patio just outside, so feel free to grab a drink, and our free shuttle bus to Admiralty will depart at 6:30. Thank you once again for making time to join us, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.